Chapter 6:13. There was a long table in the hall. Aegon and Uncle Fingers sat on the left and right respectively. Elaine did not sit at the table, and Bronze John sat in the middle, outside the hall. There were 3 of Aegon's guards, and the family knights led by Bronze John guarding the place. After the greetings, Aegon and Uncle Finger began to get down to business. Well, Bronze John was only a guarantor and would not participate in the negotiations. Uncle Finger went straight to the point and said, "I am only the guardian of Duke Robert Arryn, acting as the guardian of the valley. As for the matter of the valley pledging loyalty to Targaryen, we can only reach a preliminary agreement today. I will not make the final decision for the nobles of the valley." Bronze John nodded in satisfaction. Littlefinger was very sensible and did not consider himself as the master of the valley. "I will not hide my intentions. I need the support of the valley. With your cooperation, I am confident that I can take down the King's Landing within 2 months and completely quell the turmoil of the 7 countries," Aegon said confidently and sincerely. To be frank, when the news of the Dragon Queen first reached the valley, I discussed the future of the valley with the various vassals. The knights of the valley are not afraid of battle, but meaningless war is not good for us. It will only make the Westeros worse. Winter has arrived, and the night is unknown. So, the valley hopes for peace, a peace led by justice. Littlefinger looked at the youth opposite him and said meaningfully. Aegon frowned. At this moment, he suddenly missed Tyrion, who helped him manage the Storm's End fortress. Littlefinger obviously wanted to make a request and negotiate, but he suddenly realized that he could not guess the other party's bottom line and was not used to this kind of conversation. If only everyone were as frank and honest as Aunt Dany. How good it would be! Aegon sighed in his heart and asked tactfully, "Duke Baelish, as the guardian of the valley, what expectations do you have for the future of the 7 countries?" This was to let Uncle Finger make the first request. "I don't dare to have any extravagant hopes for the 7 kingdoms. That is a matter for the king to consider. You are the king of Loina, the Undulls, and the Ancestors. As for me, I am Robert Arryn, Robin is his nickname, as adoptive father. My only hope is that he will be safe and sound, and that he will be able to preserve the legacy of his ancestors in the new dynasty." To put it simply, Uncle Finger's only request for Arryn Vale to join Aegon was for Targaryen to forgive Jon Arryn's crimes in the War of the Usurpers. Bronze John nodded slightly, satisfied with Uncle Finger's performance. On the other hand, Aegon was a little surprised. According to Aunt Dany and Tyrion, Littlefinger was sinister and cunning. He had no bottom line and only wanted to climb up the social ladder. He should not be so selfless and selfless. Aegon trusted Aunt Dany and Tyrion's judgment more. Therefore, he believed that Littlefinger was saying beautiful words. "As for the grudges of the previous generation, I will not directly announce who to forgive or punish. My aunt recognizes my right to inherit, but she has not given up on the grudges of my father's generation. On the day of the long night, if there is no long night, it will be in the 2nd year of the next summer. She will convene a great council. In the great council, she will openly and fairly judge all the dishonorable things that have happened since my grandfather ascended the throne. For example, my grandfather's atrocity of burning Duke Ricard and his son to death. You all call him the Mad King. My aunt and I will not distort the truth and deny his madness and brutality. My aunt once told me that she will give justice to Duke Ricard in the great trial, regardless of whether Stark is still alive at that time. She can forgive Stark's rebellious actions, let go of Jon Snow and Stannis on the Wall, and will definitely not harm Duke Robert Arryn. Nephew Goo's information is outdated. Dany's aunt received the latest news that Ricard was the source of the War of the Usurpers and deserved to die. However, when the three people present heard Aegon's words, their reactions were intense. Sansa was so excited that her eyes turned red and tears almost fell. She no longer had to worry about being eaten by the mystic dragon. Her marriage with Prince Aegon had also removed the biggest obstacle, what she thought. Uncle Finger pretended to show an obvious expression of relief, joy, and respect. Bronze John praised sincerely. The Queen's magnanimity shames all the men of the Seven Kingdoms. She was the only one who wantonly provided relief during the war in Hajin. 7 gods above. Even Duke Tully has never provided relief to the commoners of Hujin. Not only Duke Tully, but all the nobles in the Westeros did not have the concept of providing relief to the commoners. Little Rose Marjorie was almost praised by the commoners of King's Landing as the Holy Mother. This was mainly because Gao Ting used her name to transport cheap food for King's Landing. The Queen's love bread that Marjorie sent to the streets every few days was free. However, the food provided to King's Landing was not free. If it was free, how could brown soup survive? Let the 500,000 commoners of King's Landing eat and drink for free? Even the Dragon Queen could not do that. I have lived for decades and seen many people, but I have never seen a ruler who is more just and benevolent than her. If she fights for the Iron Throne, cough. My aunt admits that my right of inheritance is above hers. Aegon reminded him again. Mention Aunt Dany more when you communicate with the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. This was the brilliant plan that Tyrion gave to Aegon. The reason that Tyrion gave to Aegon was that the Dragon Queen's reputation was resounding. Mentioning her would make your words more convincing. Actually, the dwarf's real goal was to confirm the fact that Aegon was the Dragon Queen's nephew. You kept saying, Aunt Dany is so, and Aunt Dany is with me. You kept showing your close relationship with Aunt Dany. Anyone who had doubts in their heart would swallow them down. As a matter of fact, because of his sincere admiration for the Dragon Queen, Bronze John's head kept popping up with acknowledgement of Aegon +1 notifications. The notifications and whatnot were all illusions. However, the way he looked at Aegon was really more cordial than before. Duke Robert Arryn is not guilty. If he can pledge his loyalty to me and help Targaryen restore the kingdom, his title and fief will naturally be under my protection. Aegon gave such a promise. Bronze John happily announced that today's meeting had come to an end. Both sides reached a consensus on the grudge between House Arryn and House Targaryen. It could be considered as clearing the first obstacle on the road to cooperation. However, whether the alliance would succeed in the end depended on the outcome of the meeting between the Arryn vassals. Aegon was very dissatisfied with this outcome. He felt that Littlefinger had played him. He clearly had no right to make a decision on the Arryn Valley's matters, but he invited him to the Eyrie to talk about an alliance. If he could make the vassals in the valley take the initiative to pledge their allegiance, then what was the point of talking to Littlefinger? As if guessing Aegon's thoughts, when Bronze John proposed to invite the prince to a banquet, Uncle Finger said, "Count, the matter between the valley and the prince is over. I still have some private matters to discuss with the prince alone. Can you go prepare the banquet?" "What is it?" Bronze John was a little dissatisfied. He suspected that Littlefinger was up to something. Littlefinger smiled and glanced between Aegon and Elaine. He said meaningfully, "It has nothing to do with the valley. It's about my daughter's marriage." Aegon was stunned. Elaine lowered her head shyly. Her pretty face was as beautiful as a flower. Bronze John's face turned red with anger. Regardless of whether his identity was real or fake, Aegon was now bearing the title of Targaryen. He was his protector. How could he tolerate Littlefinger's humiliation? Well, in Bronze John's opinion, The intention of marrying an illegitimate daughter to a reserve king was an insult to the king. The Baelish family's foundation was shallow to begin with, and an illegitimate daughter, Littlefinger's ancestors, were mercenaries. Similar to Bronn's experience, mercenaries were promoted to lords because of their contributions. If Aegon was really the son of Laegiazi, then Littlefinger's daughter was only fit to be his lover. On the other hand, the daughter of the Royce family was barely qualified to be married to Aegon. Duke, you are now the guardian of the valley. Please don't do anything too disrespectful. Jon suppressed his anger. Understanding Jon's thoughts, Uncle Finger was not angry. He smiled and said, "If your highness is willing, I can announce that Elaine is no longer an illegitimate child." What he meant was that if Aegon agreed, he would announce Elaine's original identity to the public. Sansa Stark was qualified to marry any man in the world, even if he was a god. Jon thought that Littlefinger wanted to turn Elaine Stone into Elaine Baelish. Just like how Skinner was originally Rhaenys Snow, after becoming Rhaenys Bolton, he had the right to inherit the Dreadfort. Jon looked down on the surname Baelish, but he would not say it out loud. He only looked at Littlefinger deeply and stood up to leave. Elaine also stood up and bowed, shyly, to Aegon, who had an awkward expression. She then trotted away with Jon. There were only two people left in the hall, the calm Littlefinger and the restless Aegon. Uncle Finger smiled at Aegon and said, "Your Highness, I will be honest with you. I do want to make a marriage between you and Elaine. However, I am not so arrogant as to think that Baelish's illegitimate daughter is worthy of the king. Elaine is not my daughter. Her real name is Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of Ide Stark and Catelyn Tully. She is the only heir to the north." Aegon was stunned. Dany had guessed that Elaine Stone was Sansa, but she did not tell anyone. This matter had nothing to do with her, but the last time Marvin reported that Littlefinger had sent people to Dragonstone Island to pledge their loyalty to her, old Kate and Blake, Dany asked about Elaine's situation, and did not have the chance to think of this person after that. Therefore, Aegon was really shocked. "Duke Baelish, are you joking? I swear." Uncle Finger said, seriously. Then he began to paint a picture of Aegon. "Your Highness, I am not Sansa's biological father, but I am her adoptive father. Sansa is also Duke Robert's cousin, the rightful heir to the King of the North. The King of the North, Robb's territory is not only the North, but also Hugin. In other words, if you marry Sansa, you will gain the allegiance of the North, Hugin, and Valley kingdoms. A sacred betrothal is more secure than any oath." Aegon's expression was uncertain. "Losing the North and Hugin are just burdens to me." Littlefinger was delighted. He did not refuse immediately, which meant that he was tempted. Sansa looked pitiful. She had nothing and could not even go back to her home. However, the truth was that Tywin and Old Rose were very fond of her identity. "Your Highness, do you want to be the King of King's Landing or the King of the Seven Kingdoms?" Littlefinger asked. "What do you mean?" "The King of King's Landing only needs to take over King's Landing and only control King's Landing. The King of the Seven Kingdoms is like your ancestors, the King of the Undulls, Loinars, and the Ancients, the protector of the realm. Of course, I am the King of the Seven Kingdoms," Aegon said. Littlefinger stopped smiling and said seriously, "Then you must solve the problem of the North and Hugin." Chapter 6:14. Littlefinger said, "Bolton will definitely not join you, and you cannot accept the loyalty of people who violate the rights of guests. Frey and Hugin is in the same situation. Marrying Sansa will allow you to easily gain the loyalty of the nobles in the Northern Territory, and overthrowing Bolton will be easy. Yes, the situation in the Northern Territory is very special. The Northerners only recognize Stark. If your queen is Sansa, The vassals in Hugin who once pledged their loyalty to Rob will also join you. Aegon looked at Littlefinger and asked meaningfully, marrying Lady Sansa is beneficial to ruling the Northern Territory and Hugin, then how useful is it to winning over the Valley? Littlefinger smiled and said, Your Highness, Lady Catelyn and I are childhood sweethearts. Our relationship is extraordinary. My love for Sansa is no less than her father's. Your love for Sansa's body must be more than I'd Stark. Aegon sneered in his heart. He did not know that Sherdong and Elaine were Sansa, but he had heard from Aunt Dany's analysis that Littlefinger had participated in the Purple Wedding, Joffrey's death, kidnapped Sansa, and most likely cheated on Tyrion. For this, he had deeply sympathized with the dwarf. Now, Sansa was indeed by his side, so the dwarf was most likely cheated on? Damn it. It seemed like it was his turn to be the one to take over. Aegon was very upset, but he said calmly, Duke Baelish, forgive me for being blunt, but your power in the valley seems not to be of much help to me. Your Highness, you don't think that the previous meeting was the reason why I invited you here, do you? Littlefinger said with a smile. Is it only now? Aegon asked blankly. Littlefinger nodded slightly and said in disdain, Bronze Yohn is an old-fashioned knight who cherishes his reputation. And he is also very prestigious in the valley, but prestige and reputation do not equal power, or else Barristan would be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. You can influence the decision of the Alliance of Justice? Aegon said seriously. I can lead the valley to pledge loyalty to you, Littlefinger said confidently. Aegon did not ask him how he did it. He only thought carefully for a moment and asked, If I compensate you in other ways, can I not marry Miss Sansa, and you will immediately take the valley and pledge your loyalty to me? What kind of compensation? Littlefinger asked with interest. The eagle nest. Aegon's eyes flashed as he said softly. Littlefinger's pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. He put on a puzzled expression and asked, Aren't I in the eagle nest now? Aegon smiled faintly. Duke believes living in someone else's house is completely different from living in your own. I've experienced it myself. In Slaves Bay, my aunt treated me extremely well, but I still felt more comfortable in Storm's End Castle. I didn't deceive you and Earl Royce before. Robert Arryn had nothing to do with the War of the Usurpers, and Targaryen was not Lannister. He would not harm an innocent child, but Targaryen had no reason to protect House Arryn's lands and titles. I can leave the grudges of the previous generation until my aunt's great judgment, but I will not help Arryn, Stark, Theon Bella, and Tully protect their endangered and even lost positions without any benefits. For example, if I take over Storm's End Castle, Theon Bella will forever lose his clan's lands. For example, right now, no matter who it is, as long as he can lead the valley to pledge loyalty to me, even if he uses dishonorable means to take away Arryn's title, I will still recognize his identity. Littlefinger shook his head and said, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I have no ambitions for Arryn Valley. Duke Belize, there are only the two of us here. I've already been honest enough. Can you repay me with some sincerity? Aegon said unhappily. Sigh, back then, after your grandfather killed Duke Ricard and his son, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He asked Jon Arryn to hand over Ide and Robert. What do you think Lord Jon should do? Now, we all know that he was the first to rebel against the Iron Throne for the sake of his two adopted sons, who had no blood relations. He was also the one who facilitated the marriage between Tully, Arryn, and Stark families. In the entire War of the Usurpers, Jon Arryn paid the greatest price, but he never thought of asking for any benefits. The safety of his two adopted sons is his greatest reward. Littlefinger spoke slowly as if he was telling a story. You want to be the Jon Arryn of Robert Arryn and Sansa Stark. Aegon's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Jon is my benefactor. Uncle Finger rose to fame in Seagull Town and benefited from Lisa's pillow talk. Later, Uncle Finger rose all the way to King's Landing, which also helped him a lot. He is also my idol, just like how the younger generation of knights worship Sir Barristan. I'm willing to learn from Lord John. Littlefinger's eyes were clear, and his expression was serious. Aegon almost believed him. My daughter Sansa is charming, gentle, kind, and noble. Why do you keep rejecting her? Littlefinger asked in confusion. Aegon said, to be honest, even if we ignore her identity, Lady Sansa is the most charming lady I've ever seen in terms of appearance and temperament. However, I can't let down someone's loyalty. Who? Tyrion. He's my friend, and he taught me a lot of how to be a person. He's still my hand of the king. His reputation isn't very good. He's the prime minister, but he doesn't have the title of prime minister. I can't steal his wife, Aegon said firmly. Littlefinger smiled and asked, is this the biggest obstacle between you and Sansa? Something like that. Aegon nodded and said hesitantly, actually, my cousin Elaine also wants to marry me. Littlefinger stood up and took out a craft paper bag from the cupboard by the wall. He returned to the table. This time, he didn't return to his original seat. Instead, he sat intimately beside Aegon. Under Aegon's confused gaze, Uncle Finger opened the craft paper bag and took out a piece of parchment the size of a certificate. Take a look. Aegon took it. The first thing he saw was a bright red 7-pointed star seal on the top left corner of the snow-white parchment. This was a contract written by a Seven Gods cultivator. It was a declaration that Tyrion and Sansa's marriage was invalid. It had the handprint of the Seven Gods, Archbishop, Merabad, and the seal of his position. This is real. Aegon's eyes widened. He looked at Uncle Finger in shock and said, Tyrion and Lady Sansa's wedding was held in the great cathedral. How is it illegal? Lannister killed her father, brother, and mother. He took away her family's title, land, and castle. He destroyed the whole of Stark. Do you think Sansa will willingly marry Tyrion? Uncle Finger asked. With Archbishop Merabad's reputation, he has the right to deny the marriage officiated by the previous archbishop. After knowing that Tyrion was by Aegon's side, Littlefinger planned to find a respectable cultivator to annul Sansa's marriage. Sansa could also swear that she was forced. However, it would be more official if a cultivator was her guarantor. The most respectable cultivator around the Seven Kingdoms Valley was Merabad. The old cultivator was organizing refugees on the Crabclaw Peninsula to help Dragon Queen build a castle, which was the third line of defense. It was only separated from Seagull Town in the valley by the Trident River. At first, Littlefinger planned to bribe the old cultivator with food. This was because making a guarantor would greatly offend Lannister. However, Merabad only asked Sansa a few questions and readily agreed to annul her marriage with Tyrion. He understood the grudge between Stark and Lannister. He also understood Madame Stoneheart's attitude towards this marriage. She was almost crazy. Therefore, he could represent the Seven Gods to annul this unjust marriage with a clear conscience. The little demon still did not know. Who is that Merabad? What right does he have to annul the marriage officiated by the Archbishop? Aegon asked. Among the cultivators of the Seven Kingdoms, he only knew the Big Sparrow. Do you know about Dragon Queen's disaster relief activities in the Three Rivers Valley? Aegon suddenly realized. So it's him. I heard from my aunt that Merabad rode a donkey to help the poor. He was persistent for decades. He is a true cultivator. Littlefinger nodded with a complicated expression. From the moment he received Dragon Queen's approval, Saint Merabad's reputation began to spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He has the right to annul Sansa's marriage. Saint Meribad? He has saved countless lives. Aegon's mouth twitched. Saint Danny, Saint Sparrow, and now Saint Meribad. In the thousands of years of history of the Seven Kingdoms, there was only one Saint Baelor. Now, there were three. However, they did not seem to devalue Saint. Then, should he also get the title Saint Aegon? Sansa complained to Bishop Meribad that Lannister forced her to marry Tyrion. The bishop also approved her complaint. According to the teachings of the seven gods, a sacred oath made against ones will not count. Therefore, your marriage with Sansa will not hurt anyone. Tyrion did not even consummate his marriage with Sansa. I swear to the Holy Father that Sansa is still a pure virgin. This can be witnessed by the Roseless Guard, Brain. Well, after Brittany became famous, she would ask everyone she met in Hajin, "Have you ever seen a red-haired virgin?" And the famous saying also spread. Everyone knew that she was looking for Sansa, so they all thought that Brain thought that Sansa was a virgin. Marriage is easy to annul, but Tyrion's feelings for Sansa are difficult to resolve. Aegon thought for a while, but still shook his head. "Your Highness, let me ask you a rebellious question. Are you the monarch, or is he the monarch? How can a monarch's empire be controlled by his subjects?" Littlefinger's face had a hint of mockery, but Aegon could clearly feel it. "He, Tyrion is my prime minister. If you want to drive a wedge between us, you are wrong." Aegon sneered. Littlefinger waved his hand and said, "You can trust the homeless Tyrion, and you can also support Sansa's marriage with him. The problem is, Sansa is not alone. She represents the power of the North, Hajin, and the Valley. In the future, will you still dare to sleep peacefully in the face of the king's hand that controls the West, North, Hajin, and Valley Alliance?" The sneer on Aegon's face gradually froze. "Tyrion will not betray me," he said in a low voice. "Yes, with the Dragon Queen around, no one dares to betray Targaryen. But if you rely on her for everything, why return to the Westeros now? A king should control his power in his own hands," Littlefinger said faintly. Aegon hesitated. At least Littlefinger was right about one thing. Sansa represented power, and power should be controlled in one's own hands. Seeing his struggle, Littlefinger smiled and said, "You can choose another noble girl to marry Tyrion and complete the friendship between monarch and subject. You are already so concerned about his feelings, and he should also think about your great cause." Aegon was somewhat convinced. "But Dorne seems to have the idea of a marriage alliance with me." Chapter 6:15. "Your Highness, do you have a marriage contract with Elaine?" Pinky asked. "We're still discussing it." Aegon replied. Actually, they were just inspecting him. Elaine was inspecting Aegon to confirm his identity and determine his chances of seizing the Iron Throne. Littlefinger smiled and said, "Your Highness, this is actually a very simple multiple-choice question." "What do you mean?" "Let's say a knight wants to hunt a shadow lynx in the mountains. At this time, he only has a valiant attendant and an experienced mercenary. The knight also has a golden sword, and both the attendant and the mercenary want it. Tell me, who should the knight give the golden sword to?" Pinky asked with a smile. "I'm not an item." Aegon said angrily. "You're not. You're the king. Your marriage is the true sword." Pinky agreed with a smile. Aegon's internal struggle wasn't just limited to his heart. His expression was also very clear. Littlefinger saw this and felt proud in his heart. He said faintly, "Anyone would take out a golden sword to bribe a mercenary, because regardless of whether an attendant is given a golden sword or not, he will still accompany his knight to hunt. This is the duty of an attendant. You're Prince Dalong's nephew, so it's only natural for him to help you, just like how an attendant serves a knight. However, the Valley and the North are hesitating. The safest thing for the Valley is to wait and see. Once you defeat Lannister and Tyrell and take the Iron Throne, we'll announce our recognition of your rule. Will you strip us of our titles?" Aegon wanted to say loudly, "If you don't listen to me now, you won't be allowed to surrender in the future. Even if you surrender, you'll be stripped of your titles." However, he couldn't do it. Not to mention the Valley was just watching. Even if the vassals joined Lannister's camp and surrendered after losing the battle, he would still have to accept them. Just like Duke Tywin's famous saying, "When someone challenges you, you should resolutely respond with iron and blood. When they kneel and submit, you should personally help them up." Did Tywin not understand Prince Dowlong's enmity toward him? Don't you know about Dowlong's little tricks during the Battle of the Four Kings? Dowling was preparing to lead Dwayne to join Lon Lee's side, and secretly sent people to contact Sonlu. Erlu then made a move on his younger brother. However, after the rebellion of the Four Princes was quelled, not only did Tywin not punish Dorne, he even approved of Tyrion's decision to marry Messai into Dorne. He even left a position for the Dornese in the Imperial Conference. One must know that Tristan was only Quentyn's younger brother. He could not even be considered as the second son. On the other hand, Messai was the eldest princess, the king's elder sister. Myrcella was marrying a man of low social status. You, who is half Dornish, ascending to the Iron Throne is equivalent to Dorne's success. It also represents the interests of the Martell family, so they will definitely help you. But what can you get from helping Valley? If there is no marriage, the benefits of helping you or not will be the same, but the price paid will be completely different. Let me think about it. Aegon sighed and said, helplessly, "Your Highness, you are a true dragon. No one can force you. No matter what choice you make, Aeron of Valley and Stark of the Northern Territory will not be your enemy. You can think about it for as long as you want. You can even reject me. There is only one thing. I swear, the day you marry Sansa, 10,000 knights and 30,000 infantrymen of Valley will pledge their loyalty to you." 40,000 elite infantrymen. It was enough to buy a few Dany Zants. Second brother Way, and Illyrio sold Dany for 10,000 roaring warriors. Aegon wanted to agree immediately. However, Littlefinger stood up and calmly invited Aegon with a faint smile to attend the welcoming banquet held by the vassals of Valley. At the ball, Aegon and Sansa were like a couple that had walked out of a painting. The man was tall and handsome. The woman was charming and charming. The harmonious atmosphere and noble aura between the two of them made it impossible for the surrounding men and women to get in between them. As their ears rubbed against each other, he smelled her virgin fragrance, touched her tender and smooth skin, and was intoxicated by her charming smile, which was either naive, innocent, or seductive. Aegon suddenly realized that his heart was thumping. "Tyrion, I finally met my first love." Back at Wind's End Castle, Aegon looked out of the window with a disappointed expression and sighed. "Now, I finally understand what you told me that day about the feeling of being with Tessa. Just by looking at her, it seems like the whole world is brighter. The air around her seems to carry the sweet fragrance of roses. Other than her, everyone else's image is fading and blurring. That's a good thing. If a person doesn't meet a girl who moves his heart in this lifetime, it's like a quarter of his life has dimmed." Tyrion was very happy for his little brother, but Aegon's face was filled with guilt. "But she's Sansa. You're right, Sansa is really charming." Tyrion's face contorted. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Where did you meet Sansa?" Sigh, and Dany guessed right. Littlefinger kidnapped Sansa and went to the Eagle Nest with him under the identity of Elaine Stone. Aegon did not hide anything. He told the dwarf everything that happened in the Hall of the Moon Gate yesterday. "My betrothal has been annulled again," Tyrion muttered in a daze. Should I agree to Littlefinger's marriage proposal? Aegon asked carefully. His voice was very soft, afraid that he would agitate the dwarf. He knew that this question was very hurtful to the dwarf, but if he did it behind his back, it would only hurt their relationship even more. He might as well be frank with him. Sansa is my wife, Tyrion growled. But she doesn't love you. She even hates you. She hates every Lannister to the bone. She told me this herself. Even Saint Meribad thinks that your marriage is blasphemy against the 7 gods, Aegon said. Tyrion's eyes were red. He shouted, "She cannot love me. She can break off the marriage with me, but not because of you, even if Littlefinger fucked her. You can't take her. Let's talk nicely. This is not the Garden of Desire, and Sansa is not the Red Saintess. She is a noble and pure virgin. The roseless iron guard that my aunt conferred can testify to that." Aegon frowned and said angrily, "Virgin?" Tyrion raised 2 middle fingers at Aegon and sneered. "Have you asked me about these 3 sticks?" Aegon suddenly stood up and shouted at the dwarf, "If you talk like that again, I'm going to get angry." The dwarf was really angry. He ran to Aegon with his short legs and pushed him hard in the chest. He said loudly, "I almost betrayed the queen and left Slave Bay. I followed you all the way back to the Westeros and helped you come up with plans. I didn't do it to see you fuck my wife." Aegon took a few steps back and looked away from Tyrion's red eyes. He sighed. "I like her and she loves me. There's no fuck, only true love. Maybe not now, but Sansa and I will definitely be a pair of immortals in the future. Our union is the gods' blessing for us, and also the fastest way to quell the chaos in the 7 kingdoms." Immortals? He thought about how Sansa had refused to sleep with him on their wedding night. Actually, it was Tyrion who took pity on Sansa and gave up on smelting copper. Yep, Sansa was almost 13 years old at that time. Then he imagined how she and Aegon were cuddling and cuddling uncontrollably. A wicked fire rushed into Tyrion's mouth from the steel door. He said with a mouth full of fragrance, "You're just a weak stone. You can't even compare to Pinky's Pinky. Can you satisfy her? What a shitty pair of immortals." The reason why Pinky was called Pinky was not only because his home was on the Five-Finger Peninsula, but also because he was small and thin. Being small did not necessarily mean that the person was small. For example, Tyrion was a mischievous child, but Pinky was not as talented as the dwarf. Aegon was filled with guilt and guilt. He turned into a raging wildfire. His eyes turned green. With a howl, he pounced at the dwarf. The dwarf was careless and fell to the ground. With a thud, his head hit the floor. Fortunately, the floor was covered with a thick layer of mire carpet. However, this also made Tyrion lose his rationality. He punched Aegon in the eye. Aegon howled. The little bit of rationality that had just returned to his heart turned into fuel again, making the wildfire in his chest burn even more fiercely. Bam, 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 crackle. The 2 of them wrestled with each other like children in the mud. They dug out bird nests, pulled out ears, slapped their mouths, knocked their foreheads against each other's front teeth, punched their noses. One of them was the second brother of the Black River Pass, while the other was Zhao Yun, who competed based on looks. They met each other and exchanged blows. There was no clear winner. They fought wildly in the house. Soon, they were noticed by the guards and reported to the leader of the Golden Army, Harry. After a while, Harry brought people to separate the 2 of them. Seeing the prince beaten black and blue, Harry had already ordered the guards to lock up the dwarf. However, Aegon got up from the ground and stopped him, coldly looking at Tyrion, who was looking at him coldly. Aegon rode the Black Death god and left the Wind's End Fortress. That's it. Dragonstone Island, the magic net crystal tower. A dejected Aegon was complaining to Aunt Danny about the grievances in his heart. Danny was in a good mood after eating a big melon. She did not show any displeasure to her nephew and spoke in a calm tone. "So, why did you come looking for me?" Well, this was the first time the two of them had spoken since Aegon left. "Aunt Danny, what do you think I should do?" Aegon sighed. "Kill Tyrion." In ancient times, when an emperor wanted to take his minister's wife, he would first arrange a suicide mission for his minister. Danny held back her laughter. Aegon shook his head and said, "But he didn't do anything wrong. If it were me, I would also be very angry. Any man would be very angry." "Then restrain your lust. It's not because of her beauty." A hint of awkwardness flashed across Aegon's bruised face. "Marrying Sansa is equivalent to controlling the Northern Territory. I can also subdue the nobles in the Valley and Hajin. This won't do. That won't do. Think of a way yourself." Dragon Queen turned off the magic mirror communication. Aegon was in a daze in front of the light blue magic crystal ball. For a while. He only came back to his senses when the big crab, Bronn, and the others came over to greet him. "Where's Tyrion? Why isn't he here?" After exchanging some pleasantries, Bronn asked curiously. Aegon hesitated for a moment and said, "He's helping me manage the Wind's End fortress. He doesn't have time to come." Bronn saw the wounds on Aegon's face, but would never have thought that it was caused by Tyrion. So, he started chatting with the prince about the dwarf. "When I first heard that he killed Tywin, I was as shocked as everyone else. But after thinking about what Tywin did to him, I could understand. Tyrion is a good person, but when he's pushed to the limit, he can do all sorts of crazy things," Bronn rambled on. Aegon was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly stood up and left. Chapter 6:16. "Sansa, I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't marry you," Aegon said sadly. After leaving Dragonstone Island, he flew straight to the Eagle Nest. In the garden, under the twilight, he listened to the rumbling of Elisa's tears waterfall in the distance. A handsome young man held the delicate hand of a beautiful girl with a complicated expression. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "Why?" Sansa's delicate face suddenly paled. She said pitifully, "Is it Dragon Queen? She doesn't agree?" "No, my aunt doesn't object to this." Aegon shook his head and said hesitantly, "It's Tyrion, little demon." Sansa's beautiful face instantly twisted. "What does he want? My marriage to him was not voluntary. Brother Merabad was also willing to be my annulment. He doesn't object to annulling the marriage. Actually, he always felt sorry for you and always wanted you to live well." Sansa's expression changed several times. She wanted to tell the innocent prince not to be fooled by the little demon, but thinking about it carefully, the dwarf did not seem to have done anything bad other than looking at her naked body with lustful eyes. "Then what does he want?" she asked in a muffled voice. "He can tolerate you marrying someone else, but the person marrying you cannot be me," Aegon said bitterly. "Why? I will only be happy with you. Doesn't he want me to live well?" Sansa said angrily, "This is a matter of a man's dignity. He and I are kind of friends. If I marry you, it will hurt his dignity more than anyone else." Sansa asked loudly, "What is this? You are a prince, his lord. It's his business if he doesn't feel good. Does a king have to worry about every unreasonable thought of his subject? Or is it that, in your heart, your lover is less important than the little demon? Is your relationship more than husband and wife?" "Tyrion is indeed different from the other subjects. He has helped me a lot." Aegon pulled Sansa to a flower bed and sat down. He looked at the orange sunset flowing through the cracks of the mountain and sighed. Every place has its own unique scenery. No wonder Tyrion wants to travel the world. Then let him go and see the world, Sansa said. He is the only one I can use. My cousin Quentyn, Targaryen's direct vassals Valerian and Setagadu, sigh, if I chase him away, I can only return to Slaver's Bay. Aegon smiled bitterly. You still have me, my foster father, Bronze Yone, and countless nobles of the Valley and the Northern Territory. Aegon shook his head and sighed. Tyrion told me not to lie to the one I truly love. So I will not lie to you. My cousin Quentyn, my cousin Elaine, and the nobles of the Stormlands, Ars nobles, are they Tyrion? In this world, other than my aunt and foster father, Tyrion is the most loyal person to me. I don't want to let him down, and I don't want to hurt you. The first part of the sentence made Sansa's expression darken slightly, but the last part made her confused. Hurt me how? Do you know why Tyrion killed Tywin? Aegon asked. Why? Because he loved his father too much, too passionately, but Tywin repaid him too little, too coldly. Tyrion was forced into a corner and went to extremes. I still don't quite understand. Sansa said blankly, Tyrion is very good to me, very loyal, but if I repay him with coldness and cruelty, I'm afraid that what happened to Tywin will happen to me. For example, after our marriage, you will definitely appear in front of him often, and every time you appear, it will be a provocation to him, like a slap to his face. Over time, he will be pressured to the extreme. I'm afraid that he will explode, just like how he killed Tywin with his longbow, killing you and me. Aegon said angrily. Sansa looked at the prince in front of her with a strange gaze. Is this person an idiot? What kind of strange things are he thinking? However, Sansa was no longer the innocent 12-year-old girl she once was. Although she was still young, she had experienced a lot in her life. When she saw Aegon, an honest and sincere young man, especially when he was as handsome as the Prince Charming that she had dreamed of when she was a young girl, Sansa was touched. She felt as if she was a 30-year-old prostitute who had met an innocent young man. Prince Aegon was not stupid. The reason he acted stupid in front of her was because he liked her. It was not uncommon for people in love to be stupid. She thought of herself. Back then, when she faced Joffrey, that scoundrel, did she not stupidly open her heart to him? At the same time that she felt sad, Sansa suddenly felt some true feelings for the young man. Such a sincere, brave, honorable, noble, and handsome young man truly loved her. Wasn't that her wildest dream when she was young? She did not expect that after her dream was killed by Joffrey, the imp and Pinky, and thrown into a cesspool, her dream could be revived like a sparrow. Perhaps her meeting with Prince Aegon was the blessing of the Virgin Mary. You think too much. Time will only fade everything. My feelings for him are not as deep as you think. At this moment, Sansa's tone was exceptionally gentle and full of affection. It was enough to melt any man's heart. He is Lannister. Lannister. He has a strong memory. If he could not even remember, how could he repay his debt? Aegon felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. Sansa's expression also became serious. That's right. I can't be too wary of Lannister. Are you going to give up on our feelings because you are afraid? Sansa pulled Aegon's hand and placed it on her soft chest. She said affectionately, I can feel that our feelings are not fake at all. Although we have only known each other for a few days, it is as if we are destined to be together. I am not afraid. Aegon pulled his hand back with difficulty but determination. He stood up and looked at the vast valley plains outside the balcony. He sighed. I am not afraid of Tyrion. I just don't want to kill him. Kill him? Sansa exclaimed. My aunt told me that if a king and his subject have a conflict because of a woman, he should quietly send his subject to his death. If I marry you before Tyrion's hatred for us reaches its limit, I will kill him first. This is the magnanimity of a king. I do not lack it, but I do not want him to die. If that is the case, I will not have a conflict with him regarding women. So I am sorry. Aegon made his decision without hesitation. He summoned the Black Death god and climbed onto the dragon's back. He looked down at the pale and weeping Sansa and said loudly, "Sansa, even if we cannot be together, I will still treat you as my best friend. I swear, even without the help of Arryn Valley, I can take down King's Landing within 3 months. Then, I will lead my army north and help you take back Winterfell." Looking at the shrinking black figure in the golden sunset, Sansa felt lost. Her eyes reddened, and 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. That night, after learning about Aegon's decision from Sansa, Littlefinger's expression darkened. He cursed, "This kid is too arrogant. If I had not interfered with the 2 winged dragons and the allied forces of the Golden Regiment and Dorne, he might have been able to quickly take down the king's descent. But since you have rejected my good intentions, don't blame me for doing something." What should I do? Sansa was worried but did not show it on her face. Very simple. Secretly inform the Iron Throne and have them invite the allied army to set up an ambush. Littlefinger laughed coldly. Set up an ambush. Sansa's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "The allied army's winged dragons." Humph! The winged dragons are considered high-end goods in the Westeros. But in the war zone between the allied army and Slave Bay, just a small patrol team has 5 winged dragons. We only need to invite a small team of winged dragons over. There is no need for a battle. We can ambush around Storm's Rest Fortress and kill Aegon and Tyrion like chickens. Littlefinger laughed coldly. Sansa was worried for the elegant and gentle Prince Aegon. "My dear, don't worry. Our plan will not fail." Littlefinger thought that his daughter was upset over Aegon's rejection. "We are about to kill Prince Aegon, and the plan is not considered a failure." Sansa frowned. "Who said that Aegon will die? If he dies, who will you marry?" Littlefinger smiled and said, "Didn't you say that you want the allied army to ambush him?" Sansa was confused. "Hee, I only said that I would give the Iron Throne a hint and ask them to invite the allied army to ambush Prince Aegon. But how can I let him die? If he dies, I can only deal with the shrewd and powerful Dragon Queen. She is not an easy person to deal with. She is not as easy to control as Prince Aegon." Littlefinger shook his head and said, "What should we do?" Hee, let's send a message to our little Aegon." Littlefinger shrugged and said in a teaching tone, "For the ambitious weak, the best environment for survival is chaos. Order represents stability. In the Westeros, under the stable pyramid of society, the weak will only be oppressed and exploited by the strong. They will never have the chance to rise again. Only chaos can provide us with opportunities. And the best source of chaos is at the top of the pyramid, where 2 strong people are evenly matched. Now, Aegon has the pterosaur. The balance between him and the Iron Throne has been broken. So, he can proudly say that he can take down the King's Landing in 3 months without the Valley's help. This is not good for me. When I use a little trick and call the allied pterosaur team over, Aegon will be killed instantly and the balance will be broken. This is also not good for me. At that time, I will help Aegon and warn him to be careful of the allied army. The Iron Throne and Aegon's pterosaur have been exchanged, so we can only rely on the army. And the Valley has the strongest cavalry of the 7 kingdoms. Together with the Northern Territory and some of the Hugin County lords, we have the strongest army. This way, Aegon will beg to form an alliance with us. Between victory and defeat, even if Tyrion is his uncle, he will be mercilessly abandoned. Once again, Sansa was enlightened by Littlefinger's teachings. But tonight, she still used the excuse that she was not feeling well and rejected Uncle Finger's physical enlightenment, because the figure of that upright young man would appear in her mind from time to time. Asterisk, hiss, asterisk, the next morning, at dawn, Sansa, who had been thinking about something and could not sleep well, woke up from the bed after a loud dragon roar. As if their minds were connected, she let down her fluffy long hair and put on a thin apricot yellow silk nightgown. Barefoot, she ran straight to the open-air garden beside the moon gate. Oh, Aegon was also sliding down the pterosaur's tough wings. When he saw the girl running towards him, he could not help but hug her and kiss her. After half an hour of passionate kissing and comforting, the two finally separated. "Sansa, I want to marry you." Aegon held the girl's face, which was as red as a peony flower after the rain. A day later, Dany received a notice that her nephew was getting married. What did the dwarf do to make him change his mind? Chapter 6:17. That morning, Tyrion and Aegon had fought over Sansa. It was Guan Yu against Zhao Yun, and they were evenly matched. Both of them were bruised and battered, their faces swollen and bruised. As for Aegon, he went to Aunt Dany and cried. Then he cut off his feelings with the sword of wisdom and prepared to give up on this love that was not meant to be. Tyrion also went to find someone to talk to. Elaine was the only familiar person in Wind Restfort. Tyrion could only go to her. Actually, the two of them were comforting each other. Elaine also knew about Aegon's plan to marry Sansa. How should she put it? Prince Dowling of Dorne was too steady and courageous. However, he sought stability all the way and did not have the drive to take risks. He and his younger brother, Oberyn, one was gentle and the other was tough. One of them was scheming and astute, while the other was decisive. The brothers were of one mind and were perfect. Unfortunately, Oberyn died. As for second brother Way, whose identity was clear, Prince Dowling observed him again and again. His daughter was already in her 20s, but he did not send her to complete the holy marriage. In the end, second brother could not see any hope of reviving the country. He became more and more extreme and crazy. However, the more extreme and crazy second brother became, the more hesitant Prince Dowling was. He was even more unwilling to put his daughter and Dorne's future in danger. As a result, the promising Ocean Palace oath signed by Oberyn and William Darry was reduced to a piece of scrap paper. When it came to Aegon, he had good looks and character. However, he had an unknown identity and an uncertain future. Prince Dowling wanted to place a bet, but he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he sent Elaine to Wind Restfort to observe. In the end, Aegon was much more popular than Prince Dowling thought. Uncle Finger, the best godfather of the Seven Kingdoms, entered with his daughter. Elaine was tragically raped by Sansa. Hence, Princess Elaine was also depressed. They were both in the same boat. Moreover, they were old acquaintances. The dwarf and Elaine talked about the depression in their hearts while drinking to drown their sorrows. Wine was the medium of sex. Heart to heart, body to body, Aegon rode the dragon back to the Wind's End fortress with a sorrowful and regretful heart. Suddenly, he saw Tessa spreading her wings and gliding slowly under the moonlight above the ink sea. On her back, a pair of adulterers were performing the difficult spring cry art together. They were chanting loudly, and they were extremely unrestrained. The dwarf dragon trembled. Aegon's mind was greatly shaken. Ylien and the dwarf were also greatly shaken. The three of them were greatly shaken. Aegon's eyes turned red. With a roar, he charged forward on his dragon. "Tessa, run!" The dwarf hurriedly shouted. At noon, Bronn was still wondering why he hadn't seen his old friend. That night, his old friend came. Aegon chased the dwarf all the way to Dragonstone Island. It was almost like a monkey's version of Broken Boat Cove dance. P.S. Actually, Aegon had also just left Dragonstone Island. At noon, he told Aunt Dany about his troubles. In the evening, he made a decision. After bidding farewell to Sansa, he came to Dragonstone Island again to tell Aunt Dany about his decision. Aunt Dany was annoyed to death. Now, it was already late at night. This was the third time he came to disturb Aunt Dany in a day. Tyrion was helpless. Other than going to Dragonstone Island to find the Dragon Queen to mediate, he had nowhere to hide. He also didn't want to keep running. After chasing for a few hundred kilometers, Aegon regained his senses in the sea breeze. Seeing that Tyrion had landed on the top of the flying dragon tower, he didn't go down. He only shouted, "Just you wait," and left. Yes, he returned to the eagle nest without any psychological burden. In fact, he even felt the joy of revenge. He hugged Sansa, kissed her, hugged her. If they weren't in the eagle nest and Uncle Finger was watching with a smile in the corner, he would definitely have done something else. Seeing Elaine and Tyrion in disheveled clothes and panic-stricken faces, Bronn, who brought his guards over to check on the situation, instantly guessed what had happened. After Elaine staggered away with the help of her maidservant, Bronn sighed and said, "Sooner or later, you'll lose your life because you can't control second brother. You're doing well." Looking at Bronn, who was exuding confidence and arrogance of an old-school noble, then looking down at his unbuttoned shirt and shorts that revealed his hairy and deformed legs, Tyrion felt embarrassed. "Far worse than you. Riding a dragon and playing with the king's wife. TSK, TSK. The stern expression on Bronn's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a mercenary's lewd smile. He whispered, "How does it feel?" The familiar smell made Tyrion completely relax. He didn't care about his current sorry state. He shook his head and lamented, "Sigh, it's terrible. Drinking too much really messes things up." Bronn stopped smiling and patted his old friend's shoulder. He said, "It's really your fault this time. You went too far." The dwarf shook his head. "You don't understand. Things between us are very complicated. Isn't it just Sansa Stark?" You know?" Bronn nodded and said with a complicated tone, "Everyone knows that the girl didn't marry you willingly. Although she tricked you once with Joffrey, think about what the Lannister family did to Stark. Aegon is different. Just like..." The dwarf gave a very inappropriate example. "If Loras was pregnant because of me, you would be even more unhappy." Loras was Bronn's wife. Before marrying Bronn, she was raped by dozens of thugs in King's Landing and became pregnant. Only then did she find the mercenary Bronn to be her bodyguard. Slap. Bronn slapped the dwarf. "Your mouth is even worse now." "Sorry." The dwarf wasn't angry. He rubbed his face and smiled bitterly. "His words are crude, but his reasoning is not. He wanted to do my wife. How can I not be angry? He really should have done your wife. Unfortunately, the little prince isn't as shameless as you. After being beaten up by you, he went to the eagle's nest and rejected the marriage with Sansa Stark." "What?" Tyrion's eyes widened in disbelief. Bronn nodded slightly and sighed. He rejected Littlefinger's marriage proposal. Tyrion's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Sansa and Aegon's marriage was a success. This time, even Tyrion didn't have the face to object. Elaine also left the Wind's End fortress awkwardly. After Prince Dowling heard the whole story, he sighed and nodded in agreement to form an alliance with Aegon VI. He no longer cared about the authenticity of Aegon's identity. He only had one goal: to seek justice from Lannister. However, it was impossible to count on Uncle Dowling to fully support Aegon. Dorne was willing to send 50 ships, 4,000 marines, 3,000 cavalrymen, and 3,000 infantrymen. A total of 10,000 people would follow Aegon to the King's Landing. 10,000 people was already a lot. In the entire Dornhill, there were less than 500,000 people. To the stable Prince Dowling, bringing out 10,000 strong men was no less than a 5-card stud. The only thing was that the people of Dorne could bring their own rations all the way to the Wind's End fortress. However, Aegon would have to think of a way to provide rations for the army. Dorne didn't experience the rebellion of the Four Princes, so they stored a large amount of rations. If Aegon was really Lay Giazi and married Elaine, then Dowling would be responsible for all the supplies in the war. However, Dowling only treated himself as Aegon VI's ally. While he helped Aegon seize the Iron Throne, he also used Aegon's strength to complete his revenge. It was fair and just, and the goods and money were cleared. Aegon was very dissatisfied with this. "Isn't it natural for an uncle to help his nephew?" Tyrion stopped him. "This is the politics of the Westeros. He is not only your uncle, but also Prince Dorne. Think about Theon Bella. Their ancestors were Targaryen's illegitimate sons. These two guys were fighting over a woman before, and now they're shamelessly reconciling. Prince Dowling's support for you has already surpassed Dorne's support for Targaryen during Aerys' time." Because of the matter with Lyanna, Dorne was very dissatisfied with Legger. In the early stages of the War of the Usurpers, they only watched from the side and did not participate. Why was Dany and second brother Way able to escape from the War of the Usurpers, but Legger's child died in the King's Landing? Although the Mad King was crazy, he was not stupid. After the Battle of the Bell, he saw that the situation was not right. The first thing he did was to send his pregnant wife and second son to Dragonstone Island. However, he kept Princess Elia of Dorne and her children as hostages to force Dorne to send troops to deal with Robert. "Dowling, come and save me. Otherwise, when the King's Landing falls, your sister, nephew, and niece will be killed by the rebels." This was the message that the Mad King wanted to convey to Prince Dowling. Isn't it annoying? Using his daughter-in-law and grandchildren as hostages to threaten his brother. The key was that his trick really worked. Dowling pinched his nose and led Dorne into battle. However, Dowling did not feel comfortable. Dorne did not use their full strength, and both sides suffered a tragedy. Legger died in battle at the Ruby Beach. Tywin tricked the King's Landing into opening the city gates, and Targaryen was slaughtered. The Mad King's threat actually came true. 2 children died tragically in front of his eyes, and the princess herself was raped and killed by the Demon Mountain. Elia could be said to be the most pitiful crown princess. After Aegon reached a preliminary agreement with Dorne and the Valley, news related to him spread like wildfire. Legger and Elia's son, Aegon Targaryen, did not die. He had returned. Aegon Targaryen rode the Megalosaurus Black Death and took down Storm's End Castle. Aegon Targaryen was declared the Lord of Storm and called himself Aegon VI. Under St. Maribad's witness, Aegon VI and Sansa Stark formed a sacred marriage contract. Aegon VI announced that Tommen I was a false king. Aegon VI announced the formation of the True Dragon Alliance and issued a declaration. Since the War of the Usurpers, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have withered, music has collapsed, etiquette has deteriorated, and people have become beasts. Following the will of the universe, we raise the banner of justice, purge the evildoers, restore the glory of the Seven Kingdoms, and establish Targaryen as the rightful ruler. Dorne responded to Aegon's call and announced that they had joined the True Dragon Alliance. On the next day, Sansa Stark announced that she was the only successor of the King of the North, Robb. At the Eagle Nest's Moon Gate, she was crowned as the Queen of the North. She would lead the nobles of the North and Huggian, who were willing to pledge their loyalty to the Queen of the North to join the alliance. On the 3rd day, Robert Arryn pledged his loyalty to Aegon and led the Arryn Valley to join the alliance. On the next 2 days, the nobles of the Stormlands announced their loyalty to the new Duke of Storm's End Castle. The king could also be a duke, and led their troops to Storm's End Castle. Aegon's true dragon alliance almost included 5 of the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros: Dorne, the Stormlands, Hedgian, the North, and the Valley. Even the king's domain had nobles who were secretly siding with Aegon. It could be said that the marriage arranged by Uncle Finger for Aegon was much better than Tyrion's previous plan of using power to suppress others and confirm his identity. When Aegon had the full support of the North and the Valley, Taoist Lang did not care about his identity. With the support of the North, the Valley, and Dorne, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms did not care about whether he was a true dragon or a false dragon. At this point, Aegon's influence was like the sun in the sky. The 7 kingdoms were terrified. My ass. The people of the 7 kingdoms were shocked by an even more terrifying news. Uluin is fierce, and the roses wither. Chapter 6:18. Tyrion was a smart man. How could he not know that when the clan fought, the fishermen would reap the benefits? According to his original plan, the alliance between Aegon and Aegon, as well as the sacred marriage between Aegon and Sansa, were all top-secret information. His strategy was to keep a low profile, quietly gather allies, and accumulate military strength. In other words, he was building a high wall and slowly claiming the throne. This was because the conflict between Lannister and Tyrell had not reached its climax. Tyrion did not expect a war between Cersei and the High Court to break out when Aegon had appeared. His whore sister might be stupid enough to be willing to fight a civil war to warm up before a great enemy, but Rose was not stupid, and Lion was not stupid either. Yes, in terms of family prosperity and talents, Lion's family could look down on the sum of the 5 kingdoms outside of High Court. The great nobles of Riverbend were all descendants of Greenhand Garth, and Beast Garth alone reproduced a kingdom. Lion Tywin, Kevin, Lion Tyrion, and Tiger Jaime were well known, but Lannister was not weak, but not famous, only not famous among readers, but also famous in Westeros. For example, the acting mayor of Casterly Rock City, Damian Lannister, was a collateral relative of Lannister, and no one readers knew him. But without thinking, if Damian did not have the ability, would Kevin have handed over his home to him? It was said that the Frey family was the most fertile family in the 7 kingdoms. Old Wade's descendants alone could form a cavalry squad. In fact, the Lannister family had the most clansmen. There was a saying, in Lannister Harbor, if you randomly grab 2 people, at least one of them will have the surname Lannister. It was not an exaggeration to say that Lannister's family had reproduced Casterly Rock City. Therefore, the Lions did not lack talents. The talents of the Lions also stood out under Tywin's rule and entered the military and political system of the Lions. Therefore, even though Kevin was dead and Cersei was foolish, Lannister's foundation did not crumble. That was why Aegon could not wait for Cersei and Tyrell to meet on the battlefield, unless he did not show up. In fact, Tyrion had been prepared for a third party, such as Randall Tarley, to mediate between Cersei and Tyrell for the 3rd time. But keeping a low profile could numb Cersei and delay her compromise with Old Rose. By the time Aegon left for King's Landing, it would be too late for Cersei to work with Tyrell. His plan was very good, but he had neglected another person, Uluin. Uluin actually managed to wipe out High Court Tyrell's entire family all by yourself. Yep, I didn't even get to see the Dragon Queen once before Old Rose received a boxed lunch. Oh, I was about to receive a boxed lunch. Whether or not I received a boxed lunch would be up to the Dragon Queen. 2 days after the Gouting incident. What? Gouting is gone. How could it be gone? The Dragon Queen exclaimed. Dragonstone Island, the crystal tower that was the hub of the magic net. A circle of runes the size of a dustpan expanded on the surface of the light blue magic crystal ball. The blue light formed the shape of Danny's head, as if it was a 3D image of a blue light. Strangely, everyone in the hall felt that the queen's head was facing them no matter which angle they looked from. At this moment, Aegon, Tyrion, Marwyn, Old Crab, and Bronn were gathered together. Their expressions were indescribable horror and absurdity. Since the beginning of the War of Conquers, Blackheart, Harren's Hall family had been burned to ashes by Balerion, and in the past 300 years, thinking about it, it was really scary. The War of the Usurpers was still fine, but in the past 20 years, Targaryen, Theon, Stark, Arryn, and Tully had all been destroyed, or were on the verge of extinction. Now, 7 Duke-level families had been destroyed, and they had all died so suddenly and unimaginably. It was easy to get addicted to power, and the Iron Throne was poisonous. Anyone who touched it would be unlucky. It is said that Gauting Tyrell was massacred by Uluin, but this news has not been confirmed. However, Cersei of King's Landing acted almost at the same time and arrested Prime Minister Mace Tyrell and Queen Marjorie for treason. If the rumors are true, then other than Loras, who is receiving treatment at the Great Cathedral, no one in the Tyrell family with thousands of years of history has escaped. Even though it had been a few hours since he received the news, Marwyn was still in disbelief when he spoke of this matter. His voice trembled with fear. "How did Yulun do it?" Danny asked in surprise. Marwyn turned his gaze to Tyrion and Aegon and said, "Gauting is still sealed by Yulun, so I am not sure what exactly happened. Dragonstone Island only received a few messenger crows from Riverbend's vassals, saying that there was a huge change in Gauting, and that they were not even sure if Gauting had fallen. However, Varys knows more than we do. He has dealings with His Highness." Without waiting for Danny to ask, Aegon nodded and said, "Count Varys contacted me once. The change in River Bend first occurred at the Shield Islands, and the Green Pavilion Island fleet was completely wiped out. Perhaps Gauting is only trapped now and has not completely fallen. Varys told me to be wary of Yuluin's sea monsters and evil sorcery. Before the situation is clear, it is best to hide in Dragonstone Island." Even sea monsters came out. Tyrion had a complicated expression as he said, "Varys said that it was a red octopus. Its tentacles reached out of the sea and were even taller than the mast. It suddenly came out of the sea and wrapped around Count Redwind's ship with a dozen tentacles, a huge warship with 400 oars. It was as simple as a clumsy servant breaking a baguette." Those were Varys' words. Unfortunately, Villa Tyrell was also on that ship at the time, and Gauting lost its heir. Unbelievable. I always thought that sea monsters were just legends. Bronn said in shock. Marwyn shook his head and said, "After the queen hatched the Megalosaurus, the magic tide surged, and the legendary creatures became active. Since 3 years ago, sea monsters have appeared in the narrow sea from time to time. Every time they appeared, a ship would be dragged to the bottom of the sea. However, no one thought that someone could control them. Sigh, with the Megalosaurus in the sky and sea monsters in the water, how can ordinary people live?" The dwarf sighed. He also recalled that during the War of the Four Kings, when he was the hand of the king at King's Landing, he had received a report from a customs official that there were sea monsters destroying ships on the Five-Finger Peninsula. At that time, he had even ridiculed the official. There are still sailors in Lannisterport who have seen mermaids. Why don't you go catch a few and make Emperor Joe happy? My family has an ancestral horn. It is said that it can control sea monsters. The old crab said hesitantly, "You're not even sure about your family's horn?" Tyrion said in surprise, "I haven't seen any sea monsters for hundreds of years. Also, blowing the horn requires a special talent." The old crab looked at the Dragon Queen. "The last time I looted, when Rhys was trying the evil slave merchants, I also got a sea monster horn. I've studied it, and the runes inside are really effective. It's true that it can control sea monsters, but facing the old crab's hopeful gaze, Danny shook her head regretfully and said, "The dragon horn uses the soul of the old demigod dragon to intimidate ordinary megalosaurus, just like how a wolf controls a pack of wolves. However, the sea monster horn only captures a part of the sea monster's soul and seals it in the horn, using the remnant soul of the sea monster to control that sea monster. In other words, one horn can only control one sea monster. When the sea monster dies, the horn becomes a decoration." Tyrion gave an unusually flattering smile and said humbly, "Then, Your Majesty, can you create a new horn? Snatchuluin's sea monster." Yep, this was the first time he met the Dragon Queen after the betrayal of the Revolution, slave liberation. "Sea monsters are useless to me," Danny said calmly. Communicating with the Dragon Queen through the magic crystal, everyone could see her face, but everyone's expression was different. Facing Tyrion, the Dragon Queen's expression was always cold, as if she did not want to talk to him. How can it be useless? A single sea monster can decide the outcome of a naval battle, he said with a mocking smile. If you have the time and energy to look for sea monsters, you might as well train. The sea was vast and deep. How difficult would it be to find a single sea monster? What kind of magic can deal with sea monsters? Aegon asked. The Megalosaurus feeds on sea monsters and dared to use the same method to deal with Qingting Island's fleet against Her Majesty. Her Majesty can easily teach you Luin a lesson. The old crab said proudly. What about the pterosaur? Aegon hurriedly asked. Why don't you try? The old crab said, uncertainly. Try with your life. If you fail, you won't be able to come back. Aegon was stupefied. Actually, it's easy to deal with sea monsters, Danny said with a smile. When the sea monsters break the ship like a towel, let the pterosaur descend from the sky and throw down a few cans of wildfire bombs. I guarantee the effect will be excellent. Even if there's no pterosaur, store a few 100 pounds of wildfire and a few dozen bags of flour in the cabin. When the sea monsters attack, throw the flour all over the cabin and ignite the wildfire. TSK, TSK. In this fantasy world, even the Megalosaurus was not invincible, let alone the sea monsters. Tyrion thought for a while and said, "It's worth a try." Aunt Danny, Yuluin still has evil witchcraft. Do you have any way to counter it? I can't hide on Dragonstone Island forever, Aegon said anxiously. The Storm's End Castle was built by the city builder Brandon. It's one of the only 2 evil-suppressing castles in the Westeros. You're neglecting the essentials by coming to Dragonstone Island to seek refuge. Oh, remember to guard the sewers. Don't let the wizards sneak into the inner castle from the bay, Danny reminded warmly. There were so many aristocrats in the Westeros. Every aristocrat had a castle, but only Winterfell and the Storm's End Castle were protected by spells to prevent magic from entering the castle. The Storm's End Castle was built to resist the divine punishment of the sea god and storm god. Wasn't Dragonstone Island built with Valeglia's stone? It can't defend against evil witchcraft, Tyrion asked in surprise. Everyone has their own specialization. Dragonstone Island is impregnable, but its ability to suppress evil is far inferior to that of the Storm's End Castle. Of course, now that there's a magic net hub, I'll let whoever dares to cast blood, witchcraft around Dragonstone Island know what it means to reap what you sow. Do you have a protective talisman? I have to get married, and I have to lead the army to war. I can't stay in the Storm's End Castle forever. Aegon asked. Dragon Queen thought for a moment and said, on the day of your wedding, I'll get someone to send you a set of enchanted steel armor. Actually, it's easy to defend against blood witchcraft. Prepare more alert hunting dogs and equip the guards with steel weapons. Before his cheap son grew up, Aegon had to protect his shield well. Aunt. Aegon was extremely touched. He made a promise and said, "After I take over King's Landing, I'll bring Sansa to visit you personally." Dany glanced at the dwarf. She thought to herself, "You should bring Sansa to visit your uncle." "Your Majesty, you see." The dwarf rubbed his hands and smiled sheepishly. "Can you?" "No." Dany knew what he wanted to say and rejected him without hesitation. Chapter 619. Surprisingly, on the second day after Aegon informed them of the rebellion at High Court, Dragonstone Island received a letter asking for help from Old Rose. High Court was not massacred. It was still defending and had not fallen. Old Rose requested the Dragon Queen to quickly reinforce High Court. She would repay her with absolute loyalty. River Bend declined. Qingting Island's fleet was massacred by Iron Seed. From the beginning, Yuluin's goal was clear: the Iron Throne. Balon never had the ambition to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. He was satisfied with restoring the ancient path, wearing the crown, and being a king. Hence, Yuluin and Balon had different strategies. During the rebellion of the Four Princes, the Iron Throne's royal navy was buried in Blackwater River. Qingting Island's fleet was besieging Dragonstone Island. Lonlister Harbor was empty. This caused the Iron Islands fleet to become the strongest force in the Sea of the Setting Sun on the west coast of Westeros. To the north, Tywin occupied Deepwood Castle in the Northern Territory, pillaged the coastal towns, occupied Carlin Bay, and sealed off the passage between the Northern Territory and the Southern Kingdom. Balon recognized himself as the king of the Northern Territory. To the south, Tywin attacked Lonlister Harbor, seized River Bend's Shield Archipelago, and threatened the Old Sea trade route. This was just a bargaining chip to loot a windfall. At the same time, he forced the Iron Throne to recognize Balon as the king of the Northern Territory. In other words, King Balon's goal in the rebellion of the Four Princes was only the Northern Territory. He hated Stark. Firstly, he hated Ed for leading the Northerners to kill his son, break into his castle, and crush his dream of becoming a king when he rebelled. Secondly, he hated Ed for taking away his last son, Theon. Yep, Theon was Ed's adopted son. He was also a hostage to control Tywin. Of course, the Northern Territory's military was empty. The nobles who followed Robb south were the weakest persimmon. In short, Balon wanted to snatch a wave of waves and practice the ancient path of Iron Seed. Yuluin was different. During the King's Selection Convention, he had directly announced his ambition to Tywin, the King's Landing. Oh, in the King's Selection Assembly, the candidates have to publicly announce their goal after ascending to the throne of Seastone. In other words, it was a campaign slogan. Yuluin's goal was to plunder the world and become the king of the Westeros. Asha's slogan was, "Let's go to the north and occupy a piece of land to farm." It was easy to imagine who Tywin would choose. Of course, Tywin believed in the ancient ways, but he was not a fool. If Yuluin did not show the strength to fulfill his election slogan, no one would pay attention to him. Yuluin blew the dragon's horn in the King's Selection Convention to prove that you have the ability to seize the Megalosaurus. In the Westeros, the Megalosaurus was equivalent to kingship. However, Yuluin did not wait for the rabbit to come. He foolishly held the horn and waited for Little Green and Little White to come to him. He made the Megalosaurus his goal because the Megalosaurus had reappeared in the world. Without the Megalosaurus, he was confident that he could ascend the Iron Throne. Balon's legacy Carlin Bay and the Shield Islands became his most important bargaining chip. Carlin Bay blocked Bolton's return to the north, and Erlu intended to make a comeback in the north. The Iron Throne was anxious. The Shield Islands were like a shield blocking the estuary of the Manda River, and High Court was built behind the estuary. In fact, just from the name, one could understand the significance of the Shield Islands to Harcourt and Riverbend. It was really like a shield blocking the storm from the sea, the storm of nature, the storm of slaughter brought about by the Iron Seed. After the Shield Islands fell, the Iron Seed could follow the Mander River and plunder the villages and towns on both sides. That was the fief directly under the Tyrell family. Danny participated in the Honeywine River tournament in Old Town to recruit warriors to deal with the increasingly rampant Iron Seed pirates. Valiant, Garland even left his newly acquired fief, Brightwater Town, and led his troops to reinforce Harcourt. Therefore, the two bargaining chips Uluin had were very valuable. The King's Landing and Harcourt would not refuse to negotiate with him. With Carlin Bay and the Shield Islands, Uluin could easily achieve two goals: a marriage alliance with Cersei and lure Harcourt Tyrell into a death trap. First, a marriage alliance with Cersei. This was easy to understand. If Tywin had not died, he would have married Cersei to Balon as a concubine. Theon's mother was not dead yet, in exchange for the Iron Islands' allegiance to the Iron Throne. Uluin's qualifications were better than Balon's, and his personality was more docile and rational. After ascending to the throne of Seastone, he restrained Tywin from plundering the Riverbend towns. Others naturally thought that he had a good personality. Kevin, the regent, had no reason to refuse his request for a marriage alliance. After becoming Cersei's husband, Uluin was only 3 steps away from the Iron Throne. After instigating Cersei to kill Kevin, only the king's blood curse could take effect. If Cersei wanted to kill him, Uluin was only 2 steps away from the Iron Throne. When Cersei entered the palace a second time and became the Queen Regent again, he, as the Queen Regent's husband, would stand beside the Iron Throne. 1 step away. The last step was a matter for the future. Uluin had to help Cersei obtain the Queen Regent's power. Target: Harcourt Tyrell. Going back to the previous topic, Uluin used the Shield Islands as bait to lure Harcourt into a death trap. From the moment he planned to marry Cersei, Kevin, Tyrell, and Tommen were on Uluin's must-kill list, because they were the obstacles to his ascension to the Iron Throne, and also because Harcourt's wealth could help him maintain his rule on the Iron Throne. Don't doubt it. From the moment he decided to get rid of Tyrell, Uluin, who used to be a pirate, had his eyes on the wealth left behind by Tyrell after he fell. The King's Landing was supported by Harcourt. In other words, his plan to kill Harcourt was not improvised, and it was not to practice the ancient ways of killing people randomly. These plans were interconnected, and everything was under Uluin's control. Then how to kill Harcourt Tyrell. The negotiation about returning the Shield Islands. A long time ago, when Uluin was still on the road to King's Landing, he announced his next plan to the public: go to King's Landing to marry Cersei, then return Carron Bay, bring his wife west of the Mander River to the Sea of Sunset, then take a ship from the Shield Islands back to the Iron Islands. When passing by Harcourt, collect a ransom from Tywin, then withdraw Tywin and the fleet from the island and return the Shield Islands. Before he committed the massacre of the Shield Islands, Uluin's image in the eyes of the world was very good. He was honest, courteous, and kept his word. For example, after confirming his marriage with Cersei, he immediately asked Tywin to leave Carron Bay. For example, on the 2nd day of his marriage with Cersei, he began to pack his bags and prepare to return home. He was completely unaffected by the beautiful scenery of King's Landing. In the eyes of others, if Kevin had not been killed by the number 1 villain of the 7 kingdoms, Tyrion, he would have taken his new wife and returned home with the couple. In the eyes of the people, Uluin seemed to be at a loss of what to do after the nephew killed his uncle incident in the family, especially his foolish wife, who changed her mind at the last minute. Not only was she unwilling to leave King's Landing, but she also planned to fight for the regency with Tyrell. One had to know that he and Tyrell had agreed to a long time ago for a negotiation. Uluin went to Prime Minister Mace. Like a cowardly husband who could not control his crazy wife, Yuluen spoke to him in a helpless but sincere tone. My wife is King Tommen's mother. She may be qualified to be the king's guardian, but I know my place. Greyjoy and the Iron Islands will not be involved in this matter. I cannot control Cersei, but Greyjoy, your words are like gold. I will definitely fulfill my promise and return the Shield Islands occupied by Tywin. As for the next step, it will depend on the situation at King's Landing. If Cersei becomes the Queen Regent, I will be happy to return to King's Landing and be the Queen Regent's husband. If Cersei fails, I will take her away. She will still be the Duchess of the Iron Islands. Sir Inflatable Fish was very satisfied with Yuluen's self-awareness. It raised its chin high and nodded imperceptibly as it smiled faintly. You, Lord Luwin, you are an honest man. I will write to Mother and ask her to treat you well. Yuluen smiled in relief. Before he left, he advised sincerely, Lord Mace, I hope that the battle between you and my wife will not escalate or become extreme. After all, we are all family, and we are all doing this for King Tommen. Yuluen left Cersei at King's Landing to play out the palace drama with Tyrell and his daughter. The negotiation went smoothly. Yuluen took a ransom and immediately agreed to remove the Iron Seed from the Shield Islands. Seizing the Shield Islands was my brother's plan. I am very sorry for that. If not for the sake of my subordinates, I would not have taken a single copper coin from you. It is not that I do not love money. I do not love money without the Iron Seed, but compared to 3,000 gold royals, I cherish the friendship of the High Court more. Honest man, Yulon said to his host at a high-class banquet prepared by Old Rose. The High Court also desires the friendship of the Duke of the Iron Islands. A toast to friendship, a toast to Yuluen and Queen Cersei's marriage. Old Rose raised a glass of golden wine and toasted the guests. Turning back, the old lady sneered at her two grandsons. Even the stupidest person would not trust the Iron Seed. Tiamin's friendship is not worth as much as a blow-up fish in the Summer Islands. At least, because of your father's stupidity, the price of blow-up fish has tripled. When everyone is angry with him, but they can't do anything about it, they will add a fried blow-up fish to the table. You are talking about yourself, aren't you? Gallant Garland and Cripple Villa looked embarrassed. It seemed that after the news came from King's Landing that their father, Hand of the King, Mace, and sister, Queen Marjorie, were fighting for the position of regent. Granny would serve a plate of fried blow-up fish with cherry sauce for every meal. It was no wonder that Granny was angry. Cersei's reputation was notorious. After getting married, she lost her position as regent of the House of Theon. Cersei was also famous for her stupidity. She had come up with more ideas than Zhuge Liang in his entire life. Logically speaking, such a person would not have the right to compete with Tyrell. Mace was King Tommen's father-in-law, so he had the right to be regent. Marjorie was the queen, so she also had the right to be regent. There were many of Tyrell's friends in the court. No matter how one looked at it, Tyrell had the advantage. However, Mace and Marjorie were barely on par with Cersei. If they were on par with the Dragon Queen, it would be an honor. However, if they were on par with Cersei, that would be actually Old Rose chose Little Rose as her regent. Firstly, it was legitimate. It was common in Westeros for a wife to manage her husband's land and castle. Secondly, Little Rose was smart enough. There were only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Margaret's nickname was Little Rose. She inherited her grandmother's wisdom and experience. On the other hand, Duke Mace was nicknamed Inflatable Fish by his own mother, Old Rose. It's fine if he doesn't have any wisdom but even the war talent that he was most proud of, he had fought countless battles in his life and had always been outnumbered. However, he had never won a single battle. The number one of the seven kingdoms was still controversial. Old Barker thought that he was the best general. Erlu was not convinced. He gritted his teeth and glared at the old knight. Tywin squatted in the latrine, looking at the two of them with a sneer. Rando Tully did not say a word, his face filled with stubbornness. Blackfish Brynden Tully quietly raised his hand, just in time to see Count Redwyn beside him. Ed and Robert stood at the side, eager to give it a try. However, if one were to ask who was the number one general of the Seven Kingdoms, everyone would turn their gaze to Lord Blow-Up-Fish, who was lamenting outside Storm's End Castle. Old Rose's instructions to him were clear. He would fully support Marjorie to become the regent. However, he was not satisfied with being the hand of the king. He wanted to learn from Tywin and Kevin and take a step further to become the regent's father-in-law. Sir Inflatable Fish was an example of someone who didn't have the ability but wanted to be a big shot. No matter how good Luwin was at talking, Old Rose did not trust him. At this moment, Cersei was fighting with Tywin for the regency. She was worried that Tywin would cause trouble, so she arranged for her strongest forces to take over the Shield Islands. Count Redwyn's Green Pavilion Island fleet and Garan Tyrell's High Court Knights. They went to the Shield Islands together and fell into Luwin's trap. They were all wiped out. Chapter 620. The Shield Archipelago was made up of 4 islands, blocking the estuary of the Mander River. This was not the first time Tywin had occupied the Shield Archipelago. Not to mention the Shield Archipelago, Bear Island in the north, near the Great Wall, and Chinting Island in the south of the Westeros were all Tywin territory in the past. In other words, it was the Iron Seed's sphere of influence, just like how Tywin had once occupied a large area of Hajin land and was known as the number 1 overlord of the Seven Kingdoms. Yes, Tywin was now very weak. The total area of the Iron Archipelago was not even comparable to a powerful count's territory, but their ancestors were indeed very rich. More than 10,000 years ago, the Shield Archipelago was still called Fog Archipelago. Tywin occupied this island, killed all the men on the island, and plundered all the women as salt concubines. Later on, he built the island into a bridgehead to plunder Riverbend. The Iron Seed pirates drove their longships up the Mander River and even sailed all the way to the Bitter Bridge 1,000 kilometers away. They were extremely arrogant. The High Court Gardner family, before Tyrell, the owner of Riverbend, a status similar to Stark in the Northern Territory, worked hard for 7 generations to completely expel the Iron Seed from the Shield Archipelago. This was because the Shield Archipelago's environment was dangerous, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. The coastline was uneven, and the hydrological environment was unpredictable. The island was large and steep, and there was also fog shrouding the nearby waters all year round. The name, Fog Archipelago, explained everything. Such a dangerous place, yet Tywin was as familiar as home. Luwin had almost bet everything, mobilizing all the forces of the Iron Archipelago. The Iron Fleet had 100 longships, and the Iron Archipelago had more than 300 warships. In total, there were more than 30,000 Iron Seed pirates. There were almost no strong men on the Iron Archipelago. If such a huge force was placed anywhere else, it would be impossible to hide. But winter had arrived, and the sea fog rose again. Just like in ancient times, the Fog Archipelago concealed Tywin's ambush as if it was a child. The Chinting Island fleet was indeed strong, but it only had about 200 warships. Its military strength was far inferior to that of the Iron Seed fleet. Tywin had the advantage in terms of the number of warships and soldiers, as well as the advantage in terms of terrain and psychology from the ambush. However, Luwin still had a trump card: the sea monsters. Garland led 5,000 High Court elites and successfully landed on the island. They took over Gray Shield Island, Oak Shield Island, and South Shield Island without any accidents. After Timon received the gold royals as the ransom, he cursed and left the castle and the coastal fortress, leaving the island to the Highlanders. Tyrell's soldiers entered the castle and the fortress, and the handover was completed smoothly. Garland did not let down his guard, but he did not think that anything would happen today until he landed on Green Shield Island, which was closest to the coast. 10,000 Timon swarmed out from the gaps between the cliffs on both sides, drowning Garland and the remaining 2,000 soldiers like a flood. The other 3,000 soldiers were stationed on the 3 new islands that they took over. The enemy had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, as well as countless kerosene bombs and ballistae. Valiant, Garland was not Danny. He did not cheat and died on the spot. 2,000 soldiers perished with him. The second son of the Highlanders, dead. Garland, who was on Green Shield Island, did not even wait for the Chinting Island fleet to rescue him. Almost at the same time when the Green Shield Island ambushed him, a huge red octopus emerged from the water like a demon from hell. It crushed the flagship of the Chinting Island fleet into pieces like a mischievous child crushing an onion biscuit. Kevin once told Cersei that Pike's Redwyn and Randall Tarley would bring peace to the world and stability to the country. Villa Tyrell, the successor of the High Court, whom Old Rose had high hopes for. The 2 heroes of the 7 kingdoms, one representing the present and the other representing the future, did not even have the chance to officially appear before they died in the mouth of the sea monster. The change in the Shield Islands happened suddenly, but it was impossible for the neighboring Highlanders not to receive any news. While grieving for the tragic death of her 2 grandchildren and nephew, Old Rose did not forget the threat that was close at hand. The Shield Islands were downstream of Highlanders. Other than immediately arranging for soldiers to strengthen the defense of Highlanders, she also sent out letters to the nobles of River Bend for help. After the nobles of River Bend received the letter, they did not delay and immediately sent troops to rescue their lord. There was only one problem. Most of the main forces of River Bend went to King's Landing with Lord Inflatable Fish and Randall Tarley. Danny participated in the Honeywine River tournament in the Old Town because River Bend needed to recruit mercenaries to fill the defense of the city. The 5,000 elites that Garan had brought to the Shield Islands were all hired from the martial arts tournament, but they were all killed in one day. Therefore, Uluin was able to lead 20,000 Iron Seed soldiers to surround Highlanders and beat back the reinforcements of the Wine Hall, Oak City, and several other counts. When the High Court was about to fall into Uluin's hands, perhaps Old Rose was desperate enough to send a letter to Dragonstone Island asking for help. Old Rose's actions were somewhat unimaginable, but her starting point was very rational. First of all, the old woman had grown up listening to legends and knew that the Megalosaurus could deal with sea monsters. Yes, the sea monsters went against the current and entered the Monday River. They were using their tentacles to crazily whip the city gates and walls of Highlanders near the river, if not for the thick walls and strong city walls, as well as the effective killing of the sea monsters by fire oil bombs and ballistae. Highlanders would have already lost the city gates. Secondly, Highlanders had no military strength and could not hold on for much longer. Even if others were willing to rescue Highlanders, they would not be able to put out a nearby fire. Dragon Queen had a dragon and could arrive in 2 days. The problem was that Danny was not in a position to save Highlanders. She did not have the time or the kindness to do so. Danny sneered at Marvin and Scholar Pylus, who had rushed over to inquire about the situation. She sneered, "The vanguard of the Alliance army is approaching Meereen City. I have to ride a dragon every day to wipe out the enemies coming from all directions. How would I have the time to go to the Westeros? Furthermore, I swore that the one who ends the long night will be king. Before the long night ends, I will not participate in the civil war of the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, the City of Knowledge violated the rights of a guest and wanted to kill me. Isn't Old Rose the mastermind behind this? Your Majesty, if it were someone else, I would not advise you, but what you Lewin is doing is intolerable, Marvin said anxiously. What news have you received? Danny asked curiously. Old Rose's letter did not describe what had happened that day in detail. It was very likely that she did not know the exact process of the changes in the Shield Islands. There is news that Lewin held a sacrificial ritual after the war, using the corpses of the dead to offer to the evil god, Pylus said with a pale face. Impossible. Danny immediately shook her head in denial. Scholar Pylus, you are not an extraordinary person, so you might not know much about sacrificial rituals. Only the blood and souls of the living are attractive to the evil god. It's not that corpses cannot be sacrificed, but the effects are very poor. Marvin sighed. In theory, that is indeed the case. But after Lewin completed the sacrificial ritual, he did receive huge returns. His sea monster nearly doubled in size. I'm guessing that Lewin did not sacrifice corpses, but war and slaughter. Perhaps the massacre of Chinting Island and the war with the Highlanders was the sacrificial offering. And the corpses were just the end of the sacrificial ritual. Danny looked at the bull-necked doctor in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a brilliant theory. This theory is very novel, but it also seems very reasonable, she said. Marvin shook his head. It is not novel. This is the doctrine of the storm god. After receiving the news, I began to look up the gods that Timon believed in, the Inami and the storm god. They both encouraged killing, but the Inami favored rape and pillage, while the storm god longed for large-scale slaughter and destruction. The Iron Seed burned, killed, and looted, practicing the ancient path of the Inami and pleasing the Inami. I am not sure if the Inami priests could gain power from the Inami, but this time, the Iron Seed started a war and sacrificed to the storm god with conquest and slaughter. The storm god really responded to Lun. The storm god and the Inami saw each other as eternal enemies, but they were also the old gods that Timon believed in. Other than Timon and a few islanders from other islands, almost no one else believed in the storm god and the Inami. It was just like how few people in the West believed in the three pure ones. The Iron Seed Islanders were a unique race with their own gods, but believing in the Inami was the mainstream value of the Iron Seed. It was just like how angels and demons were gods in the West, but normal people believed in angels, right? Well, in the eyes of people outside the Iron Seed, the Inami encouraged plundering and rape and made the Iron Seed refuse to farm. They were almost equivalent to demons, but in the eyes of the Iron Seed, the Inami was an angel, just like how demons seduced humans to fall. In the eyes of Timon, the storm god specifically lured the Iron Seed to destruction. The Inami was like God. She spread her doctrine and brought the souls of her believers to her flowing palace, a paradise that looked like the Dragon King's crystal palace, for a banquet. Any wish of the believers would be fulfilled by the mermaids. Wasn't that paradise? There was a popular saying in Timon, "The dead do not die, but they will rise again, and even more fiercely." It was similar to the "God bless" that foreigners often said. It was referring to the Inami. Normal Timon could believe in the storm god. Just like in American universities, there were many demon worshippers' societies, as seen in the movies. But Lewin believed in the storm god, so he was a rebel. The reason was simple. The Pope of the Vatican personally crowned you as the Emperor of Europe, but you believed in the devil. That guy hid it so well. Everyone was fooled by him. In total, there are two people, Scholar Pylus said with a complicated expression. The two scholars of Dragonstone Island were filled with emotions, but Dany did not feel anything. She was now against the Alliance, against Balerion, against the Green Prophet, against many evil gods, against fate, and even against Lalo, against the heavens, the earth, and the gods. She was no longer afraid or shocked. A mere storm god, a mere Yuluen could only leave a ripple in her heart. That's it. Dragon Queen's expression was calm. It was like Marvin looking at his wife's spending bill for the month. Marvin said anxiously, "Your Majesty, Yuluen's sea monster was originally blood red, and its tentacles were 20 meters long. But after completing the sacrificial ceremony at the Shield Islands, the sea monster almost doubled in size. Its tentacles were more than 30 meters long, and its suckers grew white, barbed teeth. Its mouth looked like a monster's, and it could really eat like a mouth. The corpses of Sir Vilas, Count Garland, Count Redwyn, and dozens of other nobles were all eaten by the tentacles of the sea monster. What a tragedy!" Interesting. Dany was deep in thought. The sea monster seemed to be able to evolve through sacrifices, or rather, demonize. Marvin saw that Dany was still calm and said, "The surface of the sea monster's body also changed. It became dark red, and demon-like black spots appeared on its smooth skin. It looked like an unopened eye. Maybe after it opened its eyes, it could use witchcraft. Don't let it live." "How do you know so much?" Dany asked curiously. Chapter 6:21. Yesterday, when Marvin and Aegon came to report to her about the changes in the Shield Islands, Marvin did not know anything and relied on Aegon, who had been informed by Varys, to explain the situation. In just one day, it was as if he had personally visited Yuluen's military camp and revealed many secrets that even Old Rose did not know. "Scholar Kelvin told me." Marvin was stunned and said he was originally a scholar of the Chester family on Green Shield Island. After Earl Chester was killed by Iron Seed, Scholar Kelvin began to serve Yuluen. Dany glanced at Scholar Pylus and did not know what to say. Dragonstone Island had changed 3 masters in a short period of time, and only Scholar Pylus remained in the Crow's Nest Tower. It was the same for Kelvin. The island's master had changed, but he still managed the Crow's Nest and even openly told Yuluen's secrets to other scholars. Even someone as crazy as Yuluen did not kill the scholars. Why? Because he could not leave the scholars. Yuluen must have wanted to hide his secret, but his secret was easily exposed by his own scholar. How ironic! The scholars knew medicine, were literate, could manage castles, calculate taxes, tame crows, take care of the crow's nest, and send and receive letters. Even Iron Seed, who pursued the ancient path of burning, killing, and plundering, had become dependent on the scholars. Just like how humans could not live without wheat and rice, modern people could not live without mobile phones and computers, Westeros nobles could not live without the scholars. The scholars' huge hidden forces and intelligence network would not disappear because of the City of Knowledge's destruction. They had become part of the Westeros continent. If Westeros were compared to a human, the scholars would be the nervous system in the human body. Let Madame Alina find Aegon. I don't need her loyalty. Gao Ting's power is meaningless to me, but it will be of great help to Aegon. Aegon has a pterosaur. A few 100 pounds of wildfire will burn that octopus to death. Dany still refused to help Gao Ting. In fact, there was no need for her to remind her. Old Rose had already sent a letter to Storm's End Castle. In other words, other than Dany on Dragonstone Island, Aegon on Wind's End Castle, Randall Tarley on King's Landing, and Littlefinger on Arryn Valley had all received Old Rose's request for help. Asking Dany, Aegon, and Blue Dominion for help was understandable. Dany and Aegon had dragons, and Blue Dominion himself was at King's Landing. He had the opportunity to lead the Hornhill soldiers to take down Cersei. However, Old Rose's request for help from Uncle Finger was very interesting. The old lady had planted a spy around Uncle Finger. She immediately learned about the secret engagement between Sansa and Aegon. After the Riverbend incident, Aegon publicly announced his ambition and the True Dragon Alliance. Old Rose threatened Uncle Fingers, saying that if he did not persuade Aegon to save hiding, she would report him to the world for murdering Joffrey. Heir, do you still remember Emperor Joffrey's purple wedding? Old Rose did not like Emperor Joffrey, who loved his people as if they were his own children. Firstly, Joffrey was the second generation of the Mad King. Madmen were hard to control, at least not as easy as Tommen. Secondly, Old Rose was Little Rose's grandmother. For the sake of her granddaughter's happiness, she did not want her to marry the second generation of the Mad King. Old Rose had also worked hard for her own happiness. Littlefinger, on the other hand, needed more chaos, so the two of them co-directed a purple wedding and drugged Emperor Xiao, who Dany wanted him to live for another 500 years. Now, Old Rose wanted to use this to threaten Uncle Finger, forcing him to persuade Aegon to save hiding. When it came to Dragon Queen, Old Rose did not have a choice. Her main target was still Aegon. The news from Slave Bay had not arrived yet, so the old woman did not have a clear understanding of the difference between a pterosaur and a megalosaurus. She only thought that Aegon's dragon was called Black Death Balerion, and that it was as fierce as Balerion. Then, how could she threaten Uncle Finger with this? Uncle Finger had already sided with Aegon. Cersei hated him. Killing Joffrey would only make her hate him more. Old Rose's target was not Cersei, but Tyrion. Old Rose did not know that Tyrion already knew that they had set him up, but Uncle Finger suspected that Tyrion already knew that he had set him up. Uncle Finger had not met Tyrion, but he had communicated with Aegon many times. From Aegon's attitude, tone, and the information that he had unintentionally revealed, Uncle Finger guessed that he had exposed a lot of secrets. So, when Old Rose threatened Uncle Finger, he did not care at all. But Aegon and Tyrion were not stupid. After receiving Old Rose's request for help, without Uncle Finger's persuasion, they began to seriously discuss whether they should take the risk. Just as Dany had said, Gao Ting's loyalty was useless to her, but to Aegon, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back, the Jingu Bang. It was very important. The Valley faction is too strong and occupies too much of the True Dragon Alliance. It is necessary to bring in hiding to maintain the balance. More importantly, Yuluen is on Cersei's side. You will face us sooner or later. Tyrion was very rational and helped Aegon make the best choice. Aegon was also very decisive. He immediately made the decision to save hiding. To ask where Yuluen's sea monster came from, it had to start from 2 years ago. At that time, he had turned into Ethan Hunter and completed an impossible mission, stealing the dragon egg and the dragon horn from the Great Pyramid. Of the 2 dragon eggs, he kept one for himself and gave the other to the Iron Legion of New Gith. The reason why New Gith did not steal Yuluen's dragon egg and horn was because Yuluen knew the route to the ruins of Valeglia. In order to explore the ruins of Valeglia, New Gith prepared 10 longships and a squadron of Iron Legion, 1,000 warriors. There were also 2,000 slave sailors. Until now, New Gith had not seen the return of the expedition team. They would never see it again. Other than Yuluen's deaf-mute followers, the Iron Legion and the sailors were all sacrificed to the god of storms. Yuluen's reward was a sea monster in the Smoke Sea. The sea monster that he had just obtained was not big. It only had tentacles that were about 10 meters long and a torso that was the size of a giant elephant. If it were placed in modern society, it would probably be treated as a king squid. On the thousands of miles of sea from the Smoke Sea to the Iron Islands, Yuluen kept robbing ships and sacrificing the souls and blood of the crew to the god of storms. He fed the corpses of the crew to the sea monster. Only then did it grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it reached the 20-meter-long tentacles that it had at the Shield Islands. After sacrificing the Qingting Island fleet and thousands of hiding soldiers at the Shield Islands, the sea monster evolved again. Compared to before, it had a qualitative improvement. Wildfire might not necessarily work. When Tyrion and Aegon each carried a 50-kilogram wildfire bullet and rushed to hiding, they saw the sea monster, just like a few days ago, half of its body submerged in the Mande River. A quarter of its dark red head, with black spots, was also above the water. 3 tentacles covered in ballista wounds and burn scars were like the giant whips of the gods, lashing wildly at the stone walls. The scene was like a naughty child kicking the wardrobe door of his mother's luxury clothes. Under the wall facing the river, there was a gate for riverboats to pass through. In front of the gate was a metal fence sunk into the river to block it. The fence had long been twisted and deformed and was not of much use. At first, the sea monster even extended one of its tentacles into the gate and messed with it like a pestle. However, there was a murderous hole carved into the stone wall above the gate. The hiding guards could pour boiling hot golden liquid and ignited kerosene into the murderous hole. After the sea monster suffered a beating, it did not dare to extend its tentacles into the murderous hole. Aegon and Tyrion descended from the sky on their dragons, causing the despairing guards in the city to cheer wildly. It also caused Timon outside the city to shout in shock and anger, "The Megalosaurus is here. The mother of dragons has betrayed us and come to participate in the civil war of the 7 nations." Aegon's sneak attack on the Windstop Fortress had caused quite a stir among the higher-ups of the 7 nations. However, the ordinary people knew very little about this. At this moment, they all thought that the Dragon Queen and the great Guardian of Light had come. Aegon and Tyrion approached the hiding under the cover of the clouds. They did not waste any time at all, as they swooped down and dealt a fatal blow to the sea monster in a way that was close to a sneak attack. Throwing bombs at a low altitude had a very high hit rate. 2 wildfire bombs landed on the sea monster's head and one of its tentacles. Boom-bioem. 2 balls of enchanting green flowers bloomed on the sea monster's body. A huge green flame shockwave directly blew up one of the sea monster's tentacles. A large hole appeared on its head that was as taut and tough as cowhide. Purplish-red blood gushed out of it. Hiss, water vapor that resembled a steam whistle came out of the sea monster's mouth. It howled and sank into the river. Yes, wildfire could also burn when it came in contact with water, but it could not burn underwater. The sea monster would not be burned to death if its soul was not struck in one shot. One could see that under the surface of the river that was covered in green flames, there were undercurrents surging and sand rolling. Large patches of purplish-red blood contrasted with the green flames on the surface of the river. Hiss, 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 without waiting for Tyrion and Aegon to be vexed, a desolate and resounding horn suddenly sounded from below the hiding city. It sounded like thousands of souls were screaming. Tyrion and Aegon, who heard the horn, felt as if their bones were about to burn. The scorching flames roasted their flesh from the inside out. It also felt as if 10,000 ghostly claws had reached out from hell and grabbed their souls, freezing their thoughts. Tyrion's eyes were bloodshot. Wisps of white smoke came out of his mouth, as if his organs were being roasted. Aegon was even worse. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. If not for the belt on the dragon's saddle holding his body and calves in place, he would have fallen off. Hiss, hiss, gah. The 2 pterosaurs were the main targets of the attack, but their performance was far more eye-catching than the knight on the dragon's back. They only let out a crazed cry before shaking their heads and wagging their tails, fleeing into the distance. Yuluen was dumbfounded. He was confused. Why did the dragon binder, which could even control the megalosaurus, only make the pterosaurs let out a cry? Could it be Yulun was shocked and furious? He carefully observed the runes on the surface of the huge horn. Rings of runes lit up one after another, but a few of them were dim. Shit, my horn is broken. Yulun, who had mastered the great wizard meditation technique, suddenly had an epiphany. Yulun was shocked. Tyrion and Aegon were also shocked. These days are really bad. I thought that after leaving Slaver's Bay, I could fight a normal war. Who knew that the Westeros are also a battlefield of gods and demons? The dwarf lamented. He lamented too early. When the long night came, he would realize that the Westeros were the real battlefield of gods and demons. Didn't you say that the dragon binder's horn is broken? Aegon wiped the blood from his nose and said with a pale face, "It is indeed broken. Our pterosaurs didn't lose control. What do we do now? Should we go to Gouting? There are kerosene bombs there. We can cooperate with the pterosaurs to throw them." Aegon asked. Both of their souls were injured and needed to rest. They had just landed in an apple orchard 50 kilometers south of Gouting. Chapter 622. Do you want to go to High Court? Aegon asked. Tyrion frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. Your Highness, you can't go. Why? Aegon was confused. We don't have anyone in High Court right now. It will be dangerous for you to go. Lady Olenna clearly said in the letter that as long as I come to save High Court, she will lead the Tyrell family to pledge their loyalty to me. Aegon said. Tyrion smiled bitterly. You forgot that Marjorie and Mace Tyrell are in my sister's hands. The game of power in the Westeros is different from the slave war in Slaver's Bay. There is no jumping back and forth in the slave war. Everyone will be loyal to their ideals. They will either maintain slavery or oppose slavery. Otherwise, they will not participate in that war. The game of power is different. There are no absolute allies or enemies here. If Luan is willing to use Marjorie, Mace, Loras, and High Court's future in exchange for our lives, Old Rose will not hesitate at all. This shouldn't be, right? Yulun killed her 2 grandsons. Aegon was doubtful. I've taught you before. Don't trust anyone except yourself. Tyrion looked deeply at the young man and said in a deep voice, if Villa, Mace, and Garland are not dead, Old Rose is more trustworthy, because that means that High Court has an heir other than Marjorie and Loras. But if Cersei kills Marjorie, Mace, and Loras, Lady Olenna will not have any direct blood relatives left. What is the point of her working with us? What's the point of fighting when there is no more wood? Aegon was stunned. He suddenly said, Are you saying that you will make the same choice when faced with a similar situation? Tyrion was stunned. After a while, he looked down and said in a low voice, I will not let myself fall into that situation. That is why I left Slaver's Bay with you. Aegon's eyes flashed. He understood Tyrion's choice. The dwarf told Aegon not to go to Gouting, but he did not give up on rescuing Gouting. He went on his own. My sister would definitely be willing to exchange 10 Margallis for my life if she had 10 Margallis in her hands. But I know this, but Old Rose doesn't. Even if my sister suggested an exchange, she wouldn't believe it. Before leaving, he said to Aegon with a smile. Unfortunately, after 3 hours, when Tyrion once again flew above the High Court, the battle had already spread from outside the city to within the city. The city gate was lost, and the 20,000 iron seed was like mold from hell spreading into the garden city full of sunshine, roses, and grapevines. Black smoke billowed from the exquisite houses, and cries and wails could be heard from every corner of the streets. Evil acts of killing and strengthening were constantly being played out in the palace city. Under the golden, warm sun, there was nothing but cold death and dark evil. How is it so fast? Tyrion was shocked. Suddenly, The dwarf on the dragon's back narrowed his eyes and shuddered. Yulun could have taken down Gouting long ago. He was waiting for them, waiting for the pterosaur. It had been 5 days since the change in the Shield Archipelago. Yulun had a 20,000-man army and a sea monster with tentacles long enough to wrap around the city walls, but they still could not take down the defenseless Gouting after 4 days. Was this normal? Before seeing the sea monster on the ground that was even taller than the city walls, Tyrion thought that Gouting's city walls were sturdy, but now Yulun, who had the dragon's horn, was waiting for them to come knocking on his door. The dwarf broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer dared to take the risk to rescue Old Rose. He turned around and flew toward Wind's End Fortress. He did not guess wrongly. Yulun was waiting for their pterosaur. The Dragon Queen had sworn that she would not interfere in the war between the 7 countries before the end of the long night. If she did not break her oath, she would not have come to Gouting. The only one who could save Gouting was the pterosaur. Shouldn't the dragon's horn control the pterosaur easily? Well, man proposes, but God disposes. The pterosaur came and the horn was blown, but the horn was broken. After realizing that the horn's dragon-controlling ability had failed, Yulun was furious. This time, he had gone for wool, and come home shorn he had severely injured his sea monster. The horn was blown again under the city walls. The guards on the city walls lost their souls and fell to the ground in a daze. Under Yulun's command, the injured sea monster came out of the water again. It was no longer a brat kicking down the door. The sea monster climbed up the city walls directly. Its 7 tentacles whipped wildly, like an adult wearing leather shoes stepping on caterpillars on the ground. It crushed all the soldiers on the city walls into a bloody pulp. At the same time the horn was blown, 500 strong men with silver juice poured into their ears stepped forward. They built a spiral ladder, climbed up the city walls, and opened the city gates. This was a completely asymmetrical battle. There were sea monsters and magic horns. How were the High Court knights in summer supposed to fight? Sigh, this godforsaken world is becoming more and more unfriendly to normal people, the dwarf said bitterly to Aegon after returning to the Wind's End Castle. Luckily, we aren't normal people either. We have dragons. Aegon found some comfort in his helplessness. Now, he kind of missed Aunt Dany. Back in Toros, Benny's dragon slayer's horn was even more terrifying. All living creatures within a 3-kilometer radius had entered a soul-stealing state, but Aunt Dany's clear whistle had immediately woken them up. Get Illyrio to recruit another batch of fire mages. If 200 pounds of wildfire can't kill that monster, then 2,000 pounds, 4,000 pounds. Tyrion said fiercely, Sigh, Count Varys only sent us a one-sided letter, but we can't find him. Otherwise, let him move around and see if he can smuggle a batch of wildfire from the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing. You said that there are dozens of tons of wildfire buried there, right? Aegon asked. Not just dozens of tons. I suspect that there are hundreds to thousands of tons. The Mad King... Oh, your grandfather was prepared to burn down King's Landing back then. How big is King's Landing? 500,000 people. How can it be enough without a few hundred tons? Tyrion pondered. Aegon frowned. Who did you hear that from? Burn down King's Landing? That's crazy. Isn't your grandfather the mad god? Tyrion complained in his mind, then said casually, My brother told me it shouldn't be wrong. King's Slayer. He should have said that my grandfather wanted to destroy the world, and that he killed him to save the world. Aegon's tone was disdainful. Think what you want. Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly and said, Hurry up and tell your aunt about the fall of Highland, then ask if there's any good way to deal with the dragon's horn. Got it. Dragon Queen only said one simple sentence. As for the way to deal with the dragon's horn, take it head on. These 2 days, she was even busier. because her turtle prime minister was here. The old turtle swam for more than a month, and finally, last night, he sent Danny's 15 tons of steel ingots to Astapor. At that time, Danny was in Myrene, and the old turtle did not want to expose his identity, so he could only dive to the bottom of the sea and moot at Greenie, who was sleeping on the great pyramid a cry from the soul. The last time in Gido, Greenie saw the old turtle once. Although he did not know what the old turtle wanted to do, he still told Danny about the dragon spirit immediately. Then, Danny rode the dragon back to Astapor in the middle of the night. Without alerting anyone, Danny led the old turtle to the rocky beach 10 kilometers west of Astapor city. In front of Danny, the old turtle happily opened his mouth and spat out all the steel ingots. A total of 60 pieces. No more, no less. I'm leaving. After throwing the Crab King shell on the ground, the old turtle said, "Why are you leaving? You came all the way here. Don't you want to see the battle of life and death between me and Beleriand? Let me tell you, she is now in Borash. Beleriand's main body is sealed at the bottom of the Smoke Sea, and now that is a part of his soul, right?" The old turtle shook his head. That is a very important part of his soul, enough to make him suffer heavy losses. Can't you feel the thrill of revenge when you hear his wails? Danny laughed. You are the one who destroyed his part of soul. How can I feel the thrill of watching from the side? Yes, there is no revenge if you don't participate in it personally. Danny nodded with a smile and suggested, "Why don't you stay and we work together to form an anti-Beleriand alliance? I have to go back to the Rhone River." The old turtle hesitated. Go back and be a coward? Am I not a coward if I stay? The old turtle was stupefied. What are you afraid of? I will take the lead, and you can hide in the sea and cheer. It will be very safe. I'm not afraid, but the old turtle's head, which was as big as a van, shrunk back unnaturally and muttered, "What do you want me to do?" "It's done," Danny exclaimed in her heart. "Oh, yeah. Actually, I have always had a big plan, but the work is too big, and I can't execute it with just manpower. Now that you are here, it's perfect." "What plan?" the old turtle asked curiously. "The Heilongjiang River in the upper reaches of Myrene." Danny had just said this when she suddenly remembered something. Tam had told her that when plotting against the gods, it was best not to announce the plan or even think about it. Khal's black goat was a good example. When Blinden and Bran were plotting against Lalo for 2 generations, the three-eyed crows, they had purposely called her to the edge of the world. When she thought of this, she immediately pulled Blackie's soul into her body and entered the Holy Mother mode. Her divine power rippled and formed a 7 gods divine domain between her and the old turtle. Mother God. Danny's movements were practiced and relaxed, but the old man in the river beside her was shocked beyond words. "Where did you get such vast divine power from?" The old turtle did not recognize the 7 gods' disguise. When Danny fought the Crab King in Gido, the old turtle was a little far away and did not sense it as clearly as this time. "I picked it up." Danny chuckled. "Picked it up." The old turtle's face contorted. "No wonder the Crab King fell at your hands. I have a plan, and it's almost specially prepared for you." Danny stopped joking and quickly told him about her plan to drown the 7 armies. Anyone who had read The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms would have an impulse when they saw the 1,000-mile-long river beside Myrene. Danny had long had the impulse, but she was powerless. There were no 4 seasons here, and the river did not have a rainy season and a dry season. The flow of the water was very calm, and there was neither too much nor too little. It was very awkward, unless they built a dam to store water. However, there were only slightly more than 1 million people in Slave Bay. It was impossible for them to mobilize millions of civilians to build infrastructure like Yangguam. In this world, it was impossible to build a large project with manpower alone. Fortunately, this world was also very magical. The Dragon Queen only mentioned the basic tactics in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, moves that even third-rate generals knew. However, the old turtle was terrified. That's too vicious. Hundreds of thousands of people. He widened his green eyes, which were as big as dustpans, and were filled with fear. Danny was unhappy. Back then, you flooded the city with your forbidden curse, and more than 1 million people in Valeglia died. There were the old, the weak, the women, and the children. I only killed enemies on the battlefield. How is that vicious? Chapter 6:23. Danny sneered and said, "Don't be a fake immortal. You guys were dozens of times worse than me back then. That's why we suffered retribution. We killed too many creatures and harmed the harmony of heaven. That's why the mother goddess fell into the abyss. That's why the prosperity of the Loina civilization declined. Overnight, it was destroyed at its peak. Old Tortoise lamented. Even harmony of heaven and destiny of the nation are mentioned. Old Tortoise, you seem to have some skills." Danny said strangely, "Weren't you the one who told me? Last time in Ghetto, when we were talking about the dangers of killing the Crab King who contributed to the world, you were talking about the path of destiny." Old Tortoise said, "But I didn't talk about the destiny of the nation. Forget it." Danny waved her hand and returned to the topic. "I'll bear all the sins alone. Are you willing to do it? I'm the one who did it." Old Tortoise frowned. "Let me tell you a story." In the ancient Dragon Queen, who liked to tell stories such as Scholar Lai, Scholar Bao, Scholar Yang, Scholar Guan, and other Scholar Series stories, was stuck. Old Tortoise was tens of thousands of years old. It was even older than the oldest country today. There was no way to deceive. Cough, cough. There was no way to use stories to enlighten it. Without any other choice, Dragon Queen could only start to make it a figurehead. In the ancient alternate world, there was a queen named Yellow Emperor. She gathered thousands of people and swore to overthrow the rule of the great slave master, Chiyu. A megalosaurus named Inglong rushed to help. During that time, Inglong killed countless people, but he didn't have a trace of sin on him. In the end, the Yellow Emperor even gave an imperial decree on behalf of the heavens. Inglong achieved the position of the ancestral dragon with great merits, which made him the main god of the megalosaurus. In the end, Dragon Queen concluded, participating in a just war, no matter how many people you kill, you're not guilty. Therefore, you won't suffer retribution. Instead, you'll have great achievements. This story sounds too fake. I don't believe that there's a Yellow Emperor, Chiyu, and Inglong in the alternate world. Old Tortoise shook its head wisely. Sigh, this old tortoise is too smart. The Dragon Queen finally told him a real story, but he was not fooled. The story is true, and the theory is even more true. Your theory of merit was also heard from me, so why don't you believe the words of an expert? Dragon Queen said seriously. Old Tortoise didn't believe Inglong's story, but he trusted the expert. Hearing this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Perhaps the Dragon Queen told a fake story, but the theory of merit in it was correct. Participating in a righteous war was also doing righteous things. It was very reasonable for one to gain merit. Thinking of this, Old Tortoise was somewhat tempted. He asked, "How can we tell if this is a just war?" Last time, Loina fought Valeglia because Valeglia invaded Loina's territory along the Rhone River. It seems like we're the righteous ones. That's not right. Dragon Queen looked up at the sky and sighed. Judging whether a war is just or not is actually very simple. The winner is king, and the king must be righteous. In other words, whoever wins is righteous. Old Turtle, then are you righteous? He asked dryly. Of course. Dragon Queen had a matter-of-fact expression on her face. Along the way, I've always won, and I've always been righteous. If you're willing to cooperate, there will be no loss in the final battle. There's no one more righteous than me. Old Tortoise was speechless. Other things aside, if he was willing to cooperate with Dragon Queen's plan, she would definitely win. Then, should he fight for justice? Old Tortoise hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'm willing to stay to uphold justice. But is there really merit to be gained from this kind of justice? That's right. Dragon Queen smiled and nodded. She asked in return, if the winner doesn't have merit, can he win? Or rather, a person of merit who is blessed by the heavens, can he fail? Old Tortoise's green eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. After thinking for a while, Old Tortoise still couldn't get out of the circle of merit. He could only sigh helplessly. His wisdom was indeed not as good as the Holy Spirit's. Actually, the Dragon Queen was trying to change the concept. Let's not talk about whether or not there is merit in this world. If a person with great merit were to do something unjust and use up all his merit, he would still fail. A person without merit could also succeed if he did something righteous and accumulated merit. Soon, Danny and Old Tortoise made a sacred oath to each other and formed an alliance to deal with the sheep egg together. Well, they had to make a sacred oath. Otherwise, when Old Tortoise asked her to put down the butcher's knife and repent before it's too late, wouldn't she cry to death? This was also in line with the customs of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Wade Fry and Rob's alliance had also made an oath. Well, this example wasn't good. In the War of the Usurpers, wolves, fish, eagles, and deer also made an oath. After swearing an oath and becoming an ally, Danny had 100% confidence in the future Battle of Meereen. She suddenly felt much more relaxed and asked with a smile, other than the old man in the river, do you have a name? No, that's my name, Old Tortoise said. You can call me Danny, but I think it's a bit weird to call you the old man in the river. Danny said, Old man, Old Tortoise are all fine. You can call me whatever you want, Old Tortoise said. Danny rolled her eyes twice and suggested with a smile, since we're already allies, there should be a primary and secondary relationship in the alliance. I'll be the primary. I'll resist the lightning. You'll be the secondary. You'll help from the side, right? Since ancient times, which alliance didn't have an alliance leader? Well, so Old Tortoise also agreed with Danny's words. I'm the queen, so I should have the queen's hand. Let's not talk about the queen's hand in politics, but I have another identity, the witch queen of the transcendent world. The witch queen should also have the transcendent queen's hand. I think you're quite suitable. Danny finished and looked at Old Tortoise with sincere and expectant eyes. Old Tortoise seemed to be moved by her sincerity and nodded gently. With the divine power you have now, you're also qualified to be called the Witch Queen, but we're only allies temporarily. You'll be the temporary queen's hand until the alliance ends and the oath is fulfilled. You can leave at any time. During this period, there's only the two of us in the alliance, so you don't have any responsibilities, Danny said immediately. Old Tortoise thought carefully. It would only take a few months, so it was not a big deal to be called the Queen's Hand. After all, Dragon Queen was so powerful that she even stewed the Crab King. She was also the main force in the Anti-Sheep Egg Alliance, so it was not a disgrace to be under her, as the river god of the Lone River. Okay, he said. Very well, I'll call you Turtle Prime Minister from now on. Danny said a little eagerly, and then sighed with emotion. Turtle Prime Minister, it's so smooth, it sounds so familiar. Isn't the King's Hand the Prime Minister? What's wrong with calling him Turtle Prime Minister? Turtle Prime Minister did not have any objections, and gladly accepted the fact that he was affectionately called Turtle Prime Minister by Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen looked at her Turtle Prime Minister's island-sized body and was full of confidence. With Turtle Prime Minister, there's no need for sea monsters. Turtle Prime Minister felt uncomfortable under Dragon Queen's passionate gaze. He shrunk his neck and said, "Your Majesty, it's almost dawn. I should go to Myrene." Danny looked up to the east, but the sky was dark and heavy. There was not even a shadow of the sun. "Ah, there's no hurry. Actually, I have one more thing that I need your help with. Turtle Prime Minister." "What is it?" Turtle Prime Minister was puzzled. "I want to learn water magic. Can you teach me?" Danny asked expectantly. In the tomb of the Green Prophet beyond the Great Wall, after eating the weirwood paste, her belt's second soul combined with the 9-colored vortex's main soul, giving birth to the third, fourth, and fifth soul of the belt, each corresponding to a dragon's soul. There were a total of 3 semi-independent souls that appeared because of the dragon's soul. The first soul was based on the grand wizard meditation technique and had stolen a trace of the Song of Fire from the sheep's egg. The second soul had mastered the Green Prophet meditation technique and was condensing the Song of Wind. The third, fourth, and fifth souls were blank. It was too wasteful to only use them for the dragon's soul. She wanted to master 3 more top-level meditation techniques. There was no doubt that when it came to water magic, no one could compare to the Loiner people who flooded the city with forbidden spells. When she just returned from the Westeros, Danny also looked for Quentyn Martell. Quentyn was a direct descendant of Nymeria, and they should have inherited the magic of the Loiner water wizards. This was not a delusion. Nymeria had led 10,000 ships across the narrow sea to young halberd city of Dorne, and brought a lot of advanced technology to the primitive and barbaric Dorne, including the knowledge of water magic. Because of the Dorne Desert, Nymeria had also let the water mages use magic to irrigate the fields. But after Nymeria, Dorne's water magic no longer appeared in the world. The strange Loiner customs of the Dornese were also more famous than the invisible water magic. At first, Danny thought that the Westeros were a magical desert, and that the descendants of the Dornese Martell had no talent. She had asked Quentyn, and Quentyn had said that the Martell family had always kept the inheritance of their ancestors' magic, but no one had ever learned it. Then, through old Bart's message, Danny tried to borrow a secret book of water magic from Prince Michio. She thought that it would take a lot of effort, but who would have thought that Michio would be so generous and send a whole set of water magic books to the Queen's Corner? The Dragon Queen still did not know that her black disciple was a sand snake. She had even imparted the grand wizard meditation technique to Selira, Sand Snake's original name. But with Danny, she was called Larissa. For some reason, she thought of Pilgrim's Son and Pilgrim's Son, so why would Michio care about his own family's water magic that no one could learn? After reading the secret book of water magic passed down in the Martell family, Danny finally understood the reason why Loy had taken water magic. It was not natural magic, but a systematic cultivation technique for the priests of the water god. Simply put, Loy's water mages were not mages, but a group of priests of the Mother Lone's pantheon. Their magic did not rely on their own power to move the sea of magic, but on the power of the Mother Goddess. It was just like how Big Sparrow borrowed Blackie's Holy Mother healing spell. If there was a day when something happened to Blackie, Big Sparrow would not be able to use Holy Mother healing's spell, no matter how devout she was. Similarly, the Mother Lone had fallen into an eternal slumber, and the pantheon of the Lone River had withered, so the water god's divine spells would naturally not be able to be used. Therefore, Danny did not find the top water meditation technique that she wanted in the Dornese Martell family. A person can only master one type of meditation technique because the human soul has its limits, just like how a piece of land can only be used to build a house. You should know this, but you already have the top grand wizard meditation technique. So, how can you learn water magic? The turtle chancellor was puzzled. My soul is special, and my foundation is vast, so I can build a few more houses. Danny said. The turtle chancellor sighed and said, the talent of a sacred spirit is really enviable. You don't seem to find it strange? Danny asked curiously. I've even seen beings who have mastered many types of songs of law. You've only learned one more meditation technique. Then are you willing to teach me? Chapter 6:24. The Turtle Prime Minister hesitated, but he was not angry. Your Majesty, your request is rude. We are allies. Isn't it normal to help each other? How is that rude? Danny was surprised at first, then doubtful. Old Tortoise's words proved that he had mastered the top water meditation technique. The meditation technique that Mother taught us involves part of the water song's authority. You are a Holy Spirit, and your talent is much stronger than mine. If you learn the meditation technique that Mother taught me, you will have a higher chance of condensing the water song. Now, I still have a part of the water song that Mother gave me. If you condense the water song one day, that part of the water song in my hands will disappear. Without the water song, even if I still have the divinity of the river god of the Lone River, I will lose most of my ability to control water. The Turtle Prime Minister was very honest and explained the reason clearly. His voice was filled with awkwardness and helplessness. Danny thought for a moment and asked, do you still remember the responsibility of a true God? You were the one who told me that a true God controls the law, sings the song of the law, and allows the world to operate normally. Now, the water song has lost its master, and the world's operation is malfunctioning, but our world is still falling. It has only been 8,000 years since the last long night. 8,000 years is a long time for humans, but for this world that has existed for millions of years, it is almost a blink of an eye. You have lived longer than me, so tell me, how many years has it been since the last long night? Because the law is incomplete, the world is falling faster. Old Tortoise raised his head and looked at the dark night sky where the stars were hidden for a long time. Just when Danny thought that Old Tortoise was going to pretend to be dead, he said bitterly, you're right. I've lived for 50,000 years, but the last long night was the first time I encountered the calamity of a falling world. I will teach you. Old Tortoise sang a song to Danny with a voice like a cow's and imprinted 108 types of runes on her belt's third soul, the Lone River. That's right, her belt's third soul became a ring-shaped Lone River. Well, it was like cutting out the Lone River from a flat map and then circling the map. Old Tortoise did not show himself in front of anyone. He dived into the deep sea before dawn and swam all the way to Myrene. After learning the Lone River magic, Danny was once again troubled by the lack of time to cultivate. She really wanted to throw everything away and return to the Five-Dragon Cave in the mountains in the south, where she could concentrate on training for 100 years. 100 years later, she was confident that she would be able to kill gods and subdue demons. Unfortunately, let alone 100 years, she didn't even have a day of free time. In the wee hours of the morning, she called for the Unsullied to transport the steel ingots to the blacksmith shop. The 800 sets of molds were already prepared. Danny and the Black Dragon Spirit entered blacksmith mode and used 3 days to melt 60 ingots of steel into molten iron and poured it into the sand mold. Then, the blacksmith master forged the chest armor into an exquisite armor. Yes, 800 molds represented 800 tile soldiers. The Sphinx was filled with too much ordinary steel, and Danny's dream of a 5,000-watt steel man could not be realized. Among the 800 tile soldiers, there were 500 unsullied, 250 centaurs, and the remaining 50 were the holy knights of the Mother of Dragons. The unsullied had no family, and no inheritance. Dany had raised them for their entire lives, and they were loyal to the Dragon Queen for their entire lives. The 500 sets of tile armor would forever be the standard armor of the Queen's guards. The 250 centaurs came from Dany's Kars, the most elite warring warriors, and Khaleesi's absolute confidants. This batch of armor would also be the inheritance armor of the elite roaring warriors of Kalasa and would not belong to a single person or family. Only the last 50 sets of armor, about 15 sets, would be rewarded by Dany to her subordinates who had made outstanding contributions. For example, the commander of the Red Dragon Flags Guards, John Bolton, the commander of the Liberty Wings Cavalry, Scarback Simon, Count Shattered Shackles, Clan. The other 35 sets would be given to the Holy Knights who had military strength but no contributions. Yes, it had to be a Holy Knight who believed in the 7 gods and had a noble character. Out of the 800 sets of armor, only 15 sets would be leaked out and become the heirloom of the nobles of Slave Bay. Dany hoped that her descendants would be able to firmly control the 750 sets of armor. The tile armor was almost indestructible, so the tile armor was much thinner than normal armor, and its weight was at least half, with an average of 25 kilograms. Including the weapons, it was about 35 kilograms. Forging 800 sets of armor used 14 tons, and there were still 1 or 2 tons of tile armor left. A total of 17 tons, but Old Tortoise only transported 15 tons, and the rest was transported back by Megalosaurus many times by air from Dany. Dany planned to take out another ton of tile armor to forge 400 mixed swords that weighed 5 kilograms each. The knights wore normal armor and were equipped with tile armor. Their defense might be a little weak, but their attack was not lower than the tile armor. There were still more than 500 kilograms of tile armor left, and Dany considered making a set of armor for Little Green that could protect its neck and chest. Previously, only Little White and Big Black had dragon armor, but Little Green had now become a magic dragon and had absorbed part of the divinity in Gidohi, so its weight was increasing day by day. After staying in Astapor for a few days, the 800 sets of armor and 1,200 tile swords were not yet forged. Dany left Big Black to continue working with the blacksmith, and she rode Little Green back to Meereen. Well, the 3 cities of Slave Bay had a Megalosaurus, Big Black in Meereen, Little White in Yuan-Kai, Little Green in Astapor, Little Gold and Little Red followed Dany, and they followed wherever Dany went. There were also 18 pterosaurs scattered in the 3 cities to assist the Megalosaurus in patrolling the airspace. Dany only stopped in Meereen for a while, and then went all the way to the town of Megalosaurus, 150 kilometers east of Meereen. It was the town that John Bolton had been ordered by the Dragon Queen to recruit shepherds to build. It was on the side of the White Dragon River, about 30 kilometers away from the intersection of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River. The Turtle Prime Minister had been waiting there for a long time. Dany's plan was also very simple, to build a dam in a narrow channel of the White Dragon River. In the past, such a project could not be completed without 100,000 laborers working hard for 3 to 5 years. But it was different now. Dany had the Turtle Prime Minister. John Bolton had originally led the guards to farm at the intersection of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River, and casually built another small town, Queenstown. In the Dragon Queen's plan, Queenstown would block the Jade Sea Mercenary Alliance from the Raza River during the Battle of Meereen. After the Battle of Meereen, Queenstown would not be demolished, and it would be the political center of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River. The 3 cities of Slave Bay covered more than 200,000 square kilometers, which was bigger than 2 Korea put together, but the population was only 7 million, with the addition of hundreds of thousands of shepherds. The fertile land of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River had not been developed at all, and Queenstown was specially prepared to develop that land. 3 days ago, after receiving the Dragon Queen's order. John Bolton led 8,000 guards and left Queenstown, arriving at the narrow channel almost at the same time as Danny. The channel passed through a canyon, and the narrowest part was only 40 meters wide. The Turtle Prime Minister's body was 45 meters long and 30 meters wide, and it floated on the river like a floating island. "I want to build a dam here and finish it in a week," Danny said to John Bolton. "Your Majesty, we only have 8,000 men. I'm afraid we can't do it." Big Face said bitterly, "If you can't do it, why did I ask you to come here?" Danny smiled faintly and whistled at the river. Rumble! A huge black shadow suddenly rose from the green river, and then water splashed everywhere, revealing a long and ferocious bone spur as thick as a pillar. After that, an island covered in thick seaweed and shells floated to the surface of the water. Moo! The Turtle Prime Minister's nose spurted out two thick white water pillars, and its sound was like a bull, like the whistle of a train. "What is this monster?" John Bolton's eyes almost popped out. "Seven gods above, what a huge sea monster." "Turtle, that's not a sea monster, it's a turtle." "Holy Mother, it looks like the legendary Old Man of the River." The surrounding guards of the Mother of Dragons also exclaimed, and some of the Loiner soldiers even told the truth. "Turtle Prime Minister, this is Sir John Bolton, who is in charge of building the dam." Danny shouted at Old Turtle, and then said to Big Face, who was dumbfounded, "The giant turtle of the river is the Old Man of the River Loan, and now he's my Turtle Prime Minister. From today onwards, until the end of the Battle of Meereen, you and the guards have to keep this a secret, and don't tell the shepherds nearby." "I understand." John looked at Old Turtle with awe, and his attitude towards the Dragon Queen was even more reverent. The legendary Old Man of the River was already a legend, and now this legend was the Queen's Prime Minister. What did it mean? Danny opened up a blueprint on the military table and pointed at an arch bridge. "Prime Minister Turtle, if you put your body horizontally, the river will be blocked. You can use his body as the foundation, pile up boulders and sandbags, and build a dam to block the river in the shortest time possible. But this project is huge, and without a reasonable excuse, anyone with half a brain will be suspicious. Therefore, we announce to the public that we will be building a bridge across the river here. Your Majesty, you want to flood the Alliance." Herman Tauha exclaimed from the side. "You guessed it?" Danny nodded with a smile. John Bolton drew a finger between the dam and Meereen and hesitated. "Should we get closer?" "At least within 10 kilometers. The effect will be best. This place is at least 200 kilometers away from Meereen, and no matter how much water is stored, there won't be much left when it reaches Meereen." Danny lifted her chin and nodded at the bearded Herman, saying, "When Herman saw the dam, he immediately guessed that I wanted to flood the army. There are so many generals in the Alliance, and not all of them are stupid. If the pterosaurs saw the dam in the river, would they not be able to guess my goal? But if the distance is too far, the effect won't be very good," Herman said awkwardly. In fact, other than the romance of the Three Kingdoms, the Yellow River and Huai River's levies in real wars were usually not to kill the enemy, but to restrict the enemy's mobility and disrupt the enemy's established strategy. Those who were really washed away by the flood, perhaps the generals in the future read the Three Kingdoms and would send people to survey the terrain and would choose to station their troops on high ground. Without Old Turtle, Danny could only soak the enemy's camp in the water if she dug the Meereen Dam, preventing the enemy's elephant soldiers and cavalry from rushing up, but it was almost impossible to drown 100,000 Alliance troops. Unless, as Bolton said, they built a dam 10 kilometers away from the enemy's camp to store water. But the enemy had pterosaur knights, and even a blind person would be able to detect the abnormality in the river, right? Don't worry, we have Prime Minister Turtle, And he knows the water-repelling spell, Danny said to the two knights with a smile. Back then, when the Lorna people used water magic to flood the city of Valeglia, it was not a flood out of thin air, but the water of the flood came from the Lone River. After arranging the matter of the God Turtle Dam, Danny returned to Astapor once again. Herman was back. Chapter 6:25. Old Guy didn't suffer from the plague this time. He was thinner and his eyes were brighter. There was almost no change from when he left. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. This time, I found a total of 6 pterosaur lairs and drew them all on the map. As he spoke, Old Guy took out a roll of craft paper map, spread it on the table, and pushed it in front of Danny. She flipped through it. Old Guy left for more than 20 days and flew tens of thousands of kilometers. The area marked on the map was about 200,000 square kilometers. Other than the complicated flight routes, most of it was blank. Fortunately, Old Guy was born in a great noble family and had received the highest education. He was also proficient in the art of war and knew how to draw maps. If it were Danny's slave-born dragon knights, they probably wouldn't even know the directions. There were a total of 9 swamps marked with a red cross on the map. Old Guy went to Sosrose twice. The first time, he found 3 dragon lairs visited by Jenny. This time, he found 6 swamps with adult dragons. Danny found that the distance between the dragon lairs was very far. The 2 nearest ones were more than 80 kilometers. Pterosaurs had a big appetite. Pterosaurs consumed a lot of food every day and needed a wide range of hunting. The rainforest was the place with the most natural resources. Danny looked away from the map and asked, "Are there any dangerous places or places that need special attention?" Old Guy thought for a moment and shook his head. "I've been following the method you taught me. Everything goes according to the feelings of the Silver Prince, Old Guy's shadow dragon. I'll follow him wherever he flies. When I want to rest at night, it's also where he chooses to land. In the rainforest for more than half a month, I didn't take off the gauze outside the armor. I'm no longer afraid of mosquito bites, and I didn't go into the river once. Fortunately, the rainforest is rainy. Sometimes there are several rainstorms a day. According to you, I didn't get sick when I took a shower at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters." Danny pointed on the map and asked, "How many dragons are there?" From the sky, looking from afar with binoculars, there are at least 20 swamp dragons more than 30 meters long and 10 shadow dragons more than 20 meters long. There are also 2 swamps. The pterosaurs in the dragon lairs have green and white stripes on their bodies. They are only 12 meters long, but their wings are wide and strong. They should be able to carry people. In my opinion, the striped dragons were better when it came to speed and throwing wildfire bombs from the air. Swamp dragons were big, but their movements were slow, and they ate a lot. The rations of 10 normal swamp dragons were almost equivalent to raising 1,500 high-grade war horses, good horses used by regular knights. If 100 swamp dragons were raised over a long period of time, as the night approaches, I'm afraid even the wealthy slave bay will feel strained. King's Landing had a population of 500,000, but only 3,000 golden robes remained. This meant that the Iron Throne could only afford 3,000 regular soldiers. The Golden Robe's duties included the police, the city guards, the palace guards, and helping the king and the princes to oppress the good, which was often not enough. Take Winterfell as an example. At his peak, Stark could conscript at least 30,000 soldiers, but Winterfell only had a garrison of 200 soldiers. I'd only brought tens of guards to the King's Landing. As a result, Winterfell was defenseless, giving the assassins the opportunity to assassinate Bran. Bran lived in the heart of the castle, for heaven's sake. The land area of the Night Watchman's new and old land was equivalent to 1/5 Korea, but it couldn't support a mere 1,000 night watchman. They had to rely on the support of the Seven Kingdoms' nobles. Even if it was the Dragon Queen with all kinds of cheats, weren't her dragon mother guards stationed in the fields? Besides the Immaculate Ones, even the centaurs had to graze to support themselves. In this era of low productivity, the king couldn't maintain a regular army of more than 10,000 people. A small country with a small population couldn't afford to raise 100 big-bellied swamp dragons. How much does the striped pterosaur eat? Danny asked. About 1/10 to 1/5 of the swamp dragons. O.L. Chan said, if the pterosaurs could learn magic, their food intake would be reduced by 70%. Danny sighed. The striped pterosaur ate less and carried less weight. It was enough to throw 50 kilograms of wildfire bombs, but wildfire bombs were scarce. Most of the time, they had to throw kerosene bombs. Of course, the more kerosene bombs, the better. Danny hoped that there would be a pterosaur that ate less than a horse, flew faster than a megalosaurus, and carried more weight than an old swamp dragon. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. Well, she didn't know if Sheep Egg's blood magic could create a new pterosaur. What are your plans now? Stay in Slaver's Bay or return to the Westeros? Danny asked. O.L. Chan had promised to help her finish the Battle of Meereen, but now he had made a great contribution and could leave. O.L. Chan understood that the Dragon Queen meant well. She took the initiative to give him a way out, but now he knew that with the help of the little devil, Aegon was doing very well. He even created the True Dragon Alliance. It didn't seem like he was missing. I'll stay in Meereen and help you command the knights. I'll go back after the Alliance army is defeated. He said. Danny nodded and said, in that case, I'll give you a few days off. Aegon is getting married. I really can't leave. As his adoptive father, you can't be absent. Sigh, in the blink of an eye, His Highness is getting married. If Prince Riga is still here, O.L. Chan touched his sparse hair and sighed. He couldn't help but think of his silver prince. Danny was very active. The night O.L. Chan returned, she left Estapo under the cover of the night. The next morning, she entered the foreign continent, flew over large rivers and plains, and finally saw the rainforest known as the Green Hell. It was only 800 kilometers from New Gith to Sosro's continent. After flying 400 to 500 kilometers to the south, they would officially enter the rainforest. To be more direct, Estapo was only 4,000 kilometers away from the swamp where the first dragon nest was. 4,000 kilometers wasn't close. The reason O.L. Chan was gone for so long was because he was flying aimlessly. His range of activity was actually only a few 100,000 square kilometers, more than half of Sichuan province. If you went to New York and carefully looked at every scenic spot in New York, half a month wouldn't be enough. But if you only crossed New York, even if you rode a bicycle, it would only take an hour or two. After entering Sosro's continent, Danny immediately rushed into a world of rain and fog. Not only was there a hot and humid mist in the air, but there was also an active magic factor that shrouded her soul like a thick fog. How should she put it? It was like a law controller of World A entering World B, whose laws were completely different. The magic factor in Sosro's was different from that of Urso's and Westeros. The further south she flew, the greater the difference. Danny really wanted to know if she kept flying south, where could she fly to? In the morning, the sky was bright, and Danny seemed to be drowned in a green tsunami. She had never felt that green could be so thick, so clean, so fresh. In her vision, there were all kinds of green in all directions. The olive green of the towering trees, the tea green of the bushes, the pea green of unknown flowers, the spring green of the branches, the dark green of the moss on the ground, The dark green of the swamp water, the fluorescent green of the aquatic plants, the quiet green forest was so quiet, and the cries of the red-haired apes and macaws could be heard clearly. The picturesque forest was so noisy, and the cries of animals and birds rose and fell one after another. It was like a jungle concert. Danny thought of Simba, the opening song of The Lion King Simba. The composer of the song must have been to the rainforest. The air here was also very fresh, with a thick fragrance of trees. Danny felt that her lungs had never been so happy. The megalosaurus flew over the rainforest, and the animals in the forest below screamed in fear and ran away. It was like the police in the police station raiding a village mahjong house in the middle of the night. Because of this, Danny also saw the creatures in the rainforest. Lions, monkey, forest pythons more than 10 meters long, hippos the size of trucks, crocodiles. Not to mention these normal beasts, there were too many ferocious beasts that did not exist on Earth. For example, the striped spider the size of a sow could even trap a lion with its spider silk. Also, the snake lizard the size of a cow, the head of a rooster, the torso of a pangolin, the 8 legs of a centipede. Danny had seen a snake lizard the size of a hunting dog in the small beast arena at the Quills Pier. She had thought that one day she would let this creature see her burning soul of Huaxia. After experiencing the grayscale disease and blood plague, she shrank back. In the face of the magical beast virus, the drooling soul of Huaxia had a dry mouth. Whoosh, Danny was in a curious, carefree, and proud mood, driving away the ferocious beasts in the forest like sheep. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air from afar. It was frighteningly fast, like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Shit! How can there be such a thing? Danny looked sideways and cursed out loud. Dahe, who had been with her as a dragon spirit, didn't need to turn its head. Its wings suddenly sped up and dodged the coconut tree that was shot like a crossbow arrow. Yes, it was like an ordinary person throwing a javelin. 100 meters away, a chimpanzee nearly 30 meters in size uprooted a 10-meter-high coconut tree. Its roots were entangled with a lump of black soil that was rustling with sand and sand. It was as simple as an ordinary person pulling a pinch of spring onion from the garden. Roar, roar, roar. After the sneak attack failed, the chimpanzee stood upright. Its 2 fists as big as locomotives beat its broad chest like a drum, and its mouth let out a roar that broke through the sky. It's too messy. Even King Kong came out. Danny reminded Dahe to pull up the altitude, looking at the chimpanzee roaring in the rainforest below. She was shocked and felt ridiculous. King Kong was very tall, nearly 30 meters, but the ancient giant trees in the rainforest were taller and more luxuriant. They were completely enough to cover the chimpanzee, so that Danny didn't notice its sneaky behavior before. Dahe flew around the chimpanzee twice at an altitude of 300 meters. Then the Dragon Queen entered the 5th-level dragon spirit and launched a soul-destroying attack. Tut, awoo! King Kong, who had been jumping and beating its chest angrily, rolled its eyes and howled. It fell back heavily to the ground, crushing a few sky-gazing trees and fainting. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out that you're also a useless spearhead. Danny smiled proudly, but didn't order Dahe to go closer. After removing the 5th-level dragon spirit, the Green Prophet's second soul split a thought and instantly fell between the chimpanzee's eyebrows below. Roar, roar. The chimpanzee, who had fainted, rolled over and jumped up 40 to 50 meters high. It stretched its arms and wanted to grab Dahe's leg, as if it was snatching a rebound, but it was still more than 200 meters away from Dahe. That guy was pretending to be dead. But then again, the Green Prophet's thought was like a bullet penetrating the cracked and mottled soul wall. Previously, The fifth-level dragon spirit was like a giant hammer hitting the city wall. It didn't smash the city wall, but it still made the city wall full of cracks. Chapter 626. Evildoer, I knew you were pretending to be dead, great mighty sky dragon. Following the crack in King Kong's soul wall, the green prophet's thoughts entered like a fish. A green star fell into the space of consciousness and turned into the image of Dragon Queen's radiant Night King in silver armor, blue robe, and golden cape. If she didn't shout that stupid line. Roar, King Kong responded with a deafening roar. Its fists were like a locomotive, and in an instant it smashed the Dragon Queen, who was halfway through her chant. King Kong didn't seem to be an ordinary creature. Its soul was extremely condensed. Not only could it withstand the attack of the 5 dragon spirits, it could also resist the invading consciousness in the form of a giant gorilla. The Dragon Queen did explode. She exploded into a cloud of mist and quickly turned into a megalosaurus in the form of Little White's dragon spirit. She suddenly rushed into King Kong's open mouth. Evildoer, take my attack. In front of King Kong's door, the soul destruction strike was launched again. The dark green soul space of the gorilla trembled slightly. The gorilla's soul was illusory, and the surface of its body rippled like water. Waves of dizziness appeared in the gorilla's eyes. It was really dizzy. Swoosh, the valiant Night King appeared again. This time, she had a blazing longsword in her hand. The silver-white flesh wings closed as the sword hilt. The white dragon opened its mouth into a sword guard, and the dragon's mouth spat out a 50-meter-long flaming sword. This was Little White. She and Little White didn't end the dragon spirit, but Little White turned into a sword, and she held it in her hand. This is the real great mighty sky dragon. The Night Queen slashed gently, and the 50-meter-long flaming sword cut off the dizzy King Kong's head like a hot knife cutting through butter. The real soul was torn apart. The gorilla let out a tragic howl. Its hut-sized head was howling, and so was its headless torso. It had nothing to do with the mouth. The howl came from the soul. The Night Queen waved the white dragon sword in her right hand a few times. The flaming sword blade suddenly disappeared, and the white dragon sword hilt was replaced by a black dragon. In just a moment, the Dragon Queen changed mode, from Little White to Big Black. It was still the sword hilt, with its wings folded and its tail curled. However, the blade of the sword was not made of flames, but Dahe's extended neck. The Night Queen gently swung her hand, and the black dragon sword's blade elongated. The tip of the blade was Blackie's head, as if Blackie's neck had extended infinitely. The ferocious dragon head, with its mouth wide open, swelled up like a balloon. At the same time, a series of mysterious runes flickering with golden red light formed between the dragon's jaws. Roar! In the end, the dragon head at the tip of the sword flew to the side of the gorilla's head and swallowed it in one gulp. Croak, croak, croak. Like the gears of a machine, the runes in the dragon's mouth quickly rearranged themselves and sealed the gorilla's head into a golden ball of runes. Woo, woo, woo. Without its head, King Kong's spiritual body cried out even more miserably, and an illusory head gradually appeared on its neck. Walala, like the shaking of a chain, the black dragon sword's blade rapidly shrunk, shrinking from several hundred meters to a normal 1-meter-long sword. Dragon Queen waved her hand, and the black dragon sword disappeared. She looked at the gorilla leisurely and said, "Now, you are my summoned beast. Remove your soul defense, and let me heal you." Roar, roar. King Kong's illusory head roared unyieldingly at her, raised its fists high, and hammered down again. "You're courting death." Dragon Queen sneered. Without seeing her move, King Kong, who was pouncing over, suddenly fell down. It held its head and howled at the top of its lungs, as if it was in extreme pain. Dragon Queen only sneered again and again, watching it cry out in pain. After an unknown amount of time, King Kong's eyes no longer had a trace of arrogance in them, but were full of pleading and fear. Dragon Queen then stopped her divine ability. This was only a thought from Danny. In the real world, she was not idle. She rode Blackie around the forest, gathering thousands of beasts together. Under the fire control technique, the dragon flame was like a blanket covering the creatures below. The flames burned in this primitive rainforest that had been undisturbed for thousands of years. Thousands of beasts wailed and died in the fire. She poured spiritual essence into King Kong's sea of consciousness, quickly healing the wounds on its soul. A general success was built on thousands of bones. For this pet, Danny's hands were stained with blood. A long time ago, Danny snatched a sea monster horn from a family of Valeglia descendants in Reese's family. The sea monster was long dead, and the horn had lost its effect. But the runes in the horn itself were extremely valuable. The magic to control sea monsters came from the great wizard, and Danny could master it easily. But all this time, she had never met a sea monster, and could not use the dragon slaying technique. Today, she met King Kong in the rainforest, and planned to leave after defeating it. Although it had ambushed Blackie, Danny was willing to let it go because of her inexplicable feelings for King Kong in her previous life. But it actually knew how to play dead. What did this mean? It meant that it was highly intelligent. Originally, the Dragon Queen did not like this big fool who did not know magic, but it kept showing off its talent to her, as if to say, "Look at how great I am. It's a pity not to take you as a follower." The Dragon Queen had no choice but to accept its submission. Even so, she was just trying her best, because she was not sure if the seal to control sea monsters would work on King Kong. The result was very gratifying. King Kong's soul was kept in the pool of faith, and with a gentle pinch, King Kong's body was in a worse state than wearing the hoop spell. With this body, it's an absolute killing machine on the battlefield, but across the sea, Danny looked at King Kong, who was obediently squatting in the forest, and sighed helplessly. She waved her hand and said, "Go." Roar, roar. Seeing that Danny was really going to leave it behind, King Kong stood up and howled. What's wrong? Danny did not understand. King Kong waved at her and then skipped in a direction. There was a muffled, rumbling sound from the rainforest, as if there was an earthquake. Danny hesitated. She came to Soros with a mission this time, so she had to go and come back early. She did not have time to explore the rainforest, but King Kong seemed to be very enthusiastic. Seeing that Dahe did not follow, it stopped and waved its hand while howling. Danny decided to go and have a look. "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste." Roar, roar. King Kong responded. It used both hands and legs, and its speed was really faster. They ran for about 2 hours in the southeast direction, which was 70 or 80 kilometers. Dahe and Danny were bored in the sky, but King Kong was panting and squatting beside a stream in the valley. "I'm telling you, if you don't give me good treasures, you'll be miserable." Danny threatened it fiercely. Roar. King Kong's voice was a little more hesitant. Another half an hour later, King Kong followed the river into a deep valley. Danny flew in the air and saw where it was going first. She was surprised to see a person, a savage. This was a gourd-shaped valley. The valley entrance was narrow and slender, so King Kong could not walk in. It could only climb the mountain walls on both sides of the narrow rocky path. But the belly of the gourd was very big. Hundreds of families lived in it, and there was a bleak wheat field. Danny had known that there were savages on the Soros continent for a long time. It was not a secret. When the Gujis Empire built a colonial city on the coast of the Soros Sea, they arrested a group of savages, but the Gujis people thought that they were too stupid to be slaves. As the coastal cities built by Gujis and Valeglia soon disappeared. The residents of the Ursos continent never saw the striped people again. Well, the skin of the Soros people was naturally striped with brown and white. Their nose was also broad and flat, like a pig's nose. Danny saw it with her own eyes. The records in the ancient books were right. They had broad bones, strong muscles, long arms, slant foreheads, and a huge square chin that would make her feel ashamed. Without the pig's nose, they looked more like a gorilla. Seems like a subhuman, Danny muttered. The huts of the striped people were made of mud and straw. They were low and shabby, even worse than the huts in the countryside. When she saw the cured meat drying in front of the hut, Danny's pupils contracted, and her heart raced. It was a human corpse. The stomach was cut open, the organs were taken out, and the body was smoked to dry. It was like the cured meat, chicken, duck, and fish that people in the Celestial Empire used to celebrate the new year. The head was still there, and the scalp was stuck to the skull. The eye sockets were dark, and the mouth that was as dry as old tree bark was open. The striped people were cannibals. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The unkempt, black-haired striped people also saw the megalosaurus in the sky. Hundreds of savages raised their spears and bone knives and shouted at the sky. Danny could feel that the striped savages were not hostile. Maybe they thought that the megalosaurus was a lone pterosaur, just like King Kong. Roar, roar. At this time, King Kong finally climbed through the entrance of the gourd valley. Its left hand was hanging on the stone wall, and its body was hanging in the air. It opened its head and roared at the valley, and used its empty right hand to beat its chest. It seemed to be provoking someone. It was definitely not a savage. Savages were not qualified. Whoa, whoa, whoa. However, when the barbarians saw King Kong, their reaction was very intense. Hundreds of male barbarians wrapped around their crotches with animal skins were holding stone knives, bone spears, bows, and other weapons. They formed a loose formation and approached King Kong with loud voices. Roar, roar. King Kong's response was simple. It took a big step and rushed into the midst of the savages, like a child stepping on ants. Squeak, squeak. She did not know if it could protect the flower, but the savages were indeed crushed into mud. It was a bloody pulp of flesh. It was like an ordinary person walking on the road stepped on a pile of bird poop. Fuck. Danny's face turned green. Fuck. I followed you for hundreds of miles, and this is what you want me to see? Just as Danny was angry and was about to teach the black bastard a lesson, something strange happened. There was a huge cave at the bottom of the gourd valley, 40 to 50 meters high. At first glance, it looked like a gap between the mountains behind the valley. Outside the cave, the savages piled up stones to build a 3-meter-high stone wall. Strangely, the stone wall had no entrance. At this time, thousands of white bats suddenly flew out of the huge cave. They were the size of rice cookers and flowed out of the cave like a flood. Like a dark cloud, they covered King Kong, who was chasing after the savages. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bats made a shrill sound that sounded like an illusion. She could hear it, but it felt like an illusion. Danny felt dizzy even though she was far away. Roar. King Kong gave up on the wailing striped men and rushed toward the white bats with a roar. Bam, bam, bam. In the swarm of bats, King Kong's huge palms waved wildly. That scene was like having 1,000 blood-sucking mosquitoes on your thigh, and you slapped them. Blood and flesh splattered, and King Kong's black fur was dyed dark red. Are those vampire bats? Danny realized. Chapter 6:27. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white bats covered the sky like dark clouds. King Kong waved its arms and started a massacre, but there were too many bats. Soon, they landed on its body and covered the surface of its fur. Danny felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw the dense number of bats. The white bats' milky white bellies began to bulge visibly, swelling into dark red balls. They were sucking King Kong's blood, and were fast. King Kong went crazy, scratching its body and smashing the white bats' bellies. Blood splattered everywhere. This was a war of attrition. The bats exchanged numbers for King Kong's blood. The bats were endless, covering most of the sky in the valley. King Kong was made of flesh and blood after all. The situation was worse than Danny had guessed. Not only could the white bats suck blood, they could also inject poison into King Kong's body to numb its muscles. Ow, ow, King Kong asked the Dragon Queen for help. If you can't find something good in the cave later, you're dead meat. After cursing, Danny entered the level 5 dragon spirit and activated the soul-destroying strike. Squeak! Blackie's body stiffened for a moment. The level 5 dragon spirit was removed and its soul returned to its body. It returned to normal. Bats rained down in the valley below. They fell to the ground like hailstones. What surprised Danny was that only a small portion of the bats died. Most of the bats only swayed as if they were drunk and were still struggling on the ground. These are not ordinary vampire bats. Blackie swooped down and spewed dragon flames. Under the fire control technique, the dragon flames turned from a water column into a fan with a wide range of damage. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The bats that landed by the river exploded like beans in the dragon flame. Spiritual bestowment Danny was shocked. The bats here were indeed different. Compared to the thousands of beasts that were burned to death earlier, their spiritual density was richer. Moreover, the spiritual rain that fell into the sea of consciousness was mixed with extremely thin divinity. It was as thin as the willow catkins that fluttered in the wind on both sides of the river in spring, but it was indeed divinity. There's an evil god in the cave. Dragon Queen's eyes were shining. A simple sentence explained the reason and determined the other party's nature. Evil god, evildoer, come out and accept your death. Seeing that there was profit to be made, Dragon Queen was full of enthusiasm. First, she used her level 4 dragon spirit to attack the bat on the ground 3 times in a row. Then, she commanded King Kong to rush into the cave. Well, she didn't burn any more bats. The bats landed all over the place. They landed on the savages' huts, in the courtyards, in the wheat fields, on the river. Unless a wildfire burned down the entire valley, it wouldn't be able to burn down the bats that had landed everywhere. However, Danny did not want to destroy the home of the savages. Although the surviving savages were baring their teeth at her and Dahe, and waving their weapons, they were eager to fight. Thump, thump, thump. King Kong, whose body was covered in blood and flesh, ran with big strides. It didn't even need Danny's urging. Its original goal seemed to be the cave. Don't kill it. No matter what it is, bring it out. Danny hurriedly ordered King Kong. Roar! King Kong was really smart. When it heard that, it paused at the entrance of the cave. It nodded in the direction of the megalosaurus before going in. There was no fierce fighting in the cave, no screams of pain, and no colorful magic glow. After about 3 minutes, King Kong walked out with a yellow rock the size of a millstone in its left hand and a bat the size of a bus in its right hand. Compared to King Kong's huge palm, it was like holding an eraser in its left hand and an old hen in its right hand. The big bat's skin was also milky white, but there were bright streaks of blood on its surface. 7 levels of hell. What kind of monster is this? If it was just a bat demon, Danny wouldn't be surprised if it was bigger in size. However, the bat's drooping head was obviously a human. The vampire bats from before had heads that looked like dogs, but the bat in King Kong's hand, its head was like a clamshell, and there was half a person inside half of the body, was hidden in the shell. In the head of the clamshell, there was a woman with wet skin. Her body was grayish white, and there was a network of blood veins covering the surface of her skin. Her torso was curvaceous, which made her look like an old woman who had lived for 10,000 years. Woo, seeing the bat demon, the striped people couldn't stay calm. Some women and children knelt on the ground and cried, while some brave men and women rushed to King Kong. King Kong wouldn't be polite to them. It lifted its huge foot and stomped on them, leaving huge wet footprints. Blood and minced meat stuck to the brown ground. The warriors were all dead, and the remaining cowards collapsed on the ground and cried. For the striped people in the gourd cave, this was a terrible catastrophe. Even their own god was caught, and it was uncertain whether he was dead or alive. King Kong puffed out its chest and looked around proudly. Hiss, Blackie glanced at it in disdain and landed on the stone wall outside the cave. Danny stood on the dragon's back and waved to the chimpanzee. She said, "King Kong, bring the bat demon here." Wheeze. Looking at the little person more than 10 meters away, King Kong's breathing became a little rapid, and a fierce light flashed in its golden brown eyes. It was eager to fight. Blackie had sharp senses, and a bright red light immediately rose from its bloody lake-like vertical pupils. The demigod's soul power manifested, and a string of sparks rushed out of its mouth. It flew more than 10 meters away and scorched King Kong's thick eyebrows. "Idiot, come here." Blackie's voice was low and evil. He didn't even need to be possessed by Mother Dragon. He had already entered smog mode. King Kong's body, which was as thick as a city wall, actually trembled twice. He then lowered his eyes and walked to Blackie. He squatted down and held the thing in his hands at the same level as the Dragon Queen's line of sight. After learning the magic runes in the Kraken horn, Danny knew that the monster horn had a major flaw in controlling monsters. It had to be intimidating. The two sides were not real partners. If the sea monster could kill its master, destroy the horn, and take back the divided soul, it could regain its freedom. Therefore, the master must always be vigilant against the monster's counterattack. This kind of skill was a bit useless for her. Well, the animal companions of the shapeshifters would also counterattack their masters. For example, the 6'4" man, Valamir, lost in the battle with Aunt May, and his soul was severely damaged. The Shadow Lynx saw the opportunity and immediately bit his throat. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Danny began to observe King Kong's spoils. A yellow stone the size of a millstone. It was not a stone, but a gold nugget. It was very likely that there was a gold mine in the cave. "Do you think I need this?" Danny pointed at the gold nugget and asked. King Kong nodded with a puzzled look. It seemed that it was surprised that she was not happy about the gold. Danny waved her hand and let it throw away the gold nugget. She then looked at the bat demon. "Human? Demon?" she asked in Valeglia, the common language, the ancient language, and the half-baked barbarian language. The old woman in the soft clamshell did not respond. However, her withered eyes moved, revealing a pair of compound eyes that were as bright as the stars. The compound eyes were densely packed and shone with a demonic light. It was not scary, but it was like 10,000 earthworms twisting into a ball in front of you. You would not be afraid, but you would feel a chill down your spine and goosebumps. Danny swallowed her saliva and was considering if she should just barbecue it over a fire. She spoke. Her voice was old but pleasant, like the most beautiful music. Danny did not understand, but she knew what she was talking about. Original language. Danny's violet eyes trembled a few times, like a drop of ink dripping into a clear pool. The ink spread out, and the violet was replaced by ink. Then a little bit of ink appeared on the surface of the eyeball and separated. It was as if clouds of ink were floating out of Danny's eyes. Her eyes regained the clear violet color again. Caw, caw, caw. The ink gathered together and turned into a huge crow. The crow flew around Danny twice and finally landed on her shoulder. It said, "Your Majesty, are you looking for me?" This was the crow that Danny brought back from the Green Prophet shelter. The crow that gave the child of the forest a second life was named Fujin and Fog, P.S., by Danny. When Danny first set foot on the Westeros, the three-eyed crow split a thought and entered the body of the child of the forest crow. Through the crow, it performed the whisper of the Green Prophet on her from thousands of miles away. The crow entered Danny's sea of consciousness through her eyes without her noticing. In fact, Danny felt it, but she had only mastered the grand wizard meditation for 10 days and did not know much about supernatural powers. She was confused and did not know what was going on. The Green Prophet could send the crow into her sea of consciousness and hide it. After Danny got the crow, she could also open the door to Thebes and bring Fujin and Fog into her sea of consciousness. As the second life of the child of the forest, the crow was a physical entity formed by the soul and magic power. It could also transform into a soul state that contained magic power, which was a spiritual body. Just like how Danny hatched the dragon and used flames to create a body of flesh for the megalosaurus, the body of the newborn dragon was also formed by the power of flames and the soul. However, the megalosaurus could not freely change between physical and spiritual bodies like the crow. If the crow died, its soul would dissipate and solidify into a body of flesh and blood. Didn't the unlucky guy who died in Danny's hands get stewed by the Night Watchers? Because of her own experience, Danny had long guessed that Blindon's big crow could transform into a spiritual body. However, she thought that it was an exclusive skill of the three-eyed crow until she left the Westeros with Fujin and Fog. When they left the homeland of the child of the forest, the two big crows were like deflated balloons, and the magic power in their bodies quickly disappeared. Danny thought that they were going to die and was very anxious. However, Fujin told her that they would not die, but they could no longer transform into spiritual bodies. As for the magic power that they lost, it originally belonged to the three-eyed crow. Now that they had left the old god's domain, the magic power returned to its original owner. Then Danny had an idea. Could the crows accept her magic power? At that time, she had two types of meditation that corresponded to two types of magic power: the Green Prophet magic power and the Fire Wizard magic power. The results of the experiment made Danny very happy. Although the crows rejected the fire magic power, they could accept her Green Prophet magic power. Danny was also very disappointed. Blindon could release magic through the crows, but most of her Green Prophet skills were passive. Passive soul toughness, passive soul indestructibility. However, she still had hope. Through the Green Prophet magic power, the crows could adapt to her mental power. In the future, they could adapt to her fire magic power bit by bit. After all, magic power equals mental power plus natural elements. Danny pointed at the bat spirit and said to the big crow, "Ah, Fu, this demon speaks the original language. Help me translate it." Chapter 6:28. Ka, Ka. The crow, whose name was Fujin and nickname was Fu, cawed at the bat spirit. The bat spirit looked at the crow with its compound eyes for a while before replying, "Your Majesty, it was very surprised to meet the son of the forest here. It also questioned you why you helped the gorilla attack it." Questioned? Danny sneered. "What is it? Why does it know the son of the forest? Also, why is the gorilla targeting it?" A moment later, Fu said, before it became a great and glorious immortal god, it had traveled all over the main material world. It had crossed the Dunarm to the land of sunset and dealt with the sincere and kind son of the forest. The abominable gorilla tried to snatch its cave. Before today, the two sides had fought many times. Danny frowned. Why was Afu's awareness so poor? Why was he biased towards outsiders? "Fu, Pay attention to your tone and your position. Fu was stunned for a moment before saying, I'm just translating according to the source language. Forget it. Danny sighed helplessly and asked, It's talking about the main material world. Of course. Is this not the main material world? I don't know. Let me ask for you. After exchanging a few words with the bat spirit in the source language, the crow exclaimed, It said that only a small part of the original Sosro's continent belongs to the main material world. The rest of the boundless area is all alien worlds that fell with the fall of the world. Before Danny could ask, Fu quickly explained, This great ES Gods theory is very novel. I've never heard of it before. It said that there are many subsidiary worlds around the main material world, just like there are many stars around the sun. Unfortunately, since the birth of the world, the main material world has been falling. The outermost alien worlds lost their foundation and turned into stars, falling toward the main material world, and finally forming this Sosro's continent with different laws. Have you heard of alien worlds from Mother Goddess? At this point, Danny suddenly paused. Wasn't God of Frost the fusion of ES God and God of Darkness? Back then, the three-eyed crow's explanation to ES God was that it was outside the world but belonged to our world. It seemed to be similar to what Bat Demon had said. If there really was a starry sky surrounding the main world, then it meant that the Song of Ice and Fire world had been it might not have been a very high energy level, but it definitely had a lot of potential. It was unknown whether the true gods of this world were too useless or if there was some other problem. In the end, a good seedling grew into a rotten melon a turtle raised in a jar. It was becoming more and more depraved, as if it was about to enter the most complete age of chaos. Which places are the prime material plane, and which are the fallen worlds? Danny asked. After asking the Bat Demon, Fu said, She said that you will understand after you walk through it. Although the other world has fallen into the main material world, you can still distinguish the subtle differences in the laws by sensing the sea of magic power. Danny nodded lightly. That was indeed the case. Ask it what race it was before and why it became like this. It used to be a human. It had milky white skin, long green hair, long and slender limbs, and a face that made the sun pale in comparison. It says that when she was young, you were like a morning glory to a lily. Danny sneered and said, She was looking for death. Fu hurriedly said, Your Majesty, it meant no harm. Well, in the grammar of the original language, it was just a praise for its own appearance. But the common language has too strong a distinction between right and wrong, just like you humans who are used to dividing your own kind into good and evil, which made my translation a little difficult. Danny frowned and thought for a while. She still did not quite understand Fu's words, but she nodded and let it go. Continue. What's her name? Her name is the third rhyme in the dance of the butterfly through the green forest and the colorful sea of flowers. What? Danny's expression changed into one of embarrassment. That's the original language. Fu said. Danny sighed. Her violet eyes were shrouded in black mist, and a series of dreamy black bubbles emerged from her eyeballs and spread in front of her. Caw-caw. Another big crow formed from the bubbles and landed on her empty left shoulder. Fok, you translate. Fu, you tell her. Your Majesty, this fairy is called Sai. She was born 500,000 years ago. Her race has the skin of the milk people of Quills, the delicate appearance of the Valeglia people, the green hair of the Tarosai people, and the tall and muscular bodies of the Undul's people. In the eyes of humans, she is a very elegant and noble race. However, humans cannot speak the original language. She should be like the children of the forest, an ancient race. Many years before Tsai was born, the other world she lived in had already fallen. This valley and the cave behind it are the last shelter of her people. The reason she'd become like this was because she'd learnt some knowledge of blood magic during her travels in the prime material plane. She needed great power to protect her people, and that's why she became like this. Danny nodded in satisfaction. Fogg's translation skills were much better than Foo's. This fairy is clearly not a striped person. How did she become the ancestor of the striped people? She asked. Caw, Fogg called out to the bat demon. The expression of the old woman in the shell's head suddenly became ferocious. The melodious original language changed from a sweet song to a venomous curse. Fogg said, "The striped people are pests on the Soros continent. They ate almost all the lost people from the other world. Her race was also destroyed by the striped people, so she wants revenge. For hundreds of thousands of years, she has been driving the striped people in the valley to fight with the nearby striped people. There used to be more than 10,000 striped people in the hundreds of miles around, but now there are only a few hundred people left in the valley. If not for the fact that she needs the power of faith to sustain her life, she would have slaughtered everyone here. A revenge that lasted hundreds of thousands of years only destroyed the barbarians in the hundreds of miles around. This efficiency, Danny wanted to complain, but then she remembered that this was not the only place where the striped people lived. Perhaps there were tribes from other regions who had migrated here in the past hundreds of thousands of years. That's enough. Danny waved her hand at the gorilla. Let it go. She urgently needed divinity and spirituality to raise the dragon. That was true, but she did not lose her own principles. Evil gods and demons must be destroyed, but the bat demon was smart and pitiful. It only harmed the surrounding barbarians and did not want to provoke others. This time, King Kong was the one who started the conflict. Roar! King Kong shook its head and refused. You are the one who wants to occupy other people's land. How can you be reasonable? Danny shouted angrily and pinched King Kong's head. Ouch! The gorilla immediately threw Bat Demon away and rolled on the ground, wailing. Once Bat Demon was free, it immediately bowed to Danny and thanked her. Roar! After King Kong recovered, it stood up and cried to Danny. Then it roared at Bat Demon and ran back to the cave. Danny thought that the black servant was going to force himself on her and would not leave, so she wanted to teach it a lesson. King Kong seemed to sense it and stopped at the entrance of the cave. It waved at Danny and kept roaring. What's in the cave? Danny was puzzled. Roar! King Kong became more and more anxious and roared at her. Danny glanced at Bat Demon's wrinkled face thoughtfully and said, Foo, go to the cave and have a look. As soon as she said that, Dahe's sense of crisis suddenly fluctuated violently. Danny, who was with his dragon spirit, noticed it immediately, but before she could do anything, the clamshell head on Bat Demon's neck suddenly opened, revealing its naked body. Boom! The clamshell's internal chi exploded. The milky white mist quickly swept toward Danny and Dahe with the airflow. Roar! Dahe was not a pushover. Almost at the same time, Dahe sprayed a water column of dragon flame at Bat Demon. The dragon flame burned a passage in the white mist and directly covered the open clamshell on Bat Demon's neck. Danny also subconsciously used the soul-destroying blow in the state of the fourfold dragon spirit. You, how dare you? Lin Luoran was shrouded in the white mist before she could finish her sentence. The soul-destroying strike works, but the soul-destroying strike is aimed at the bat monster. The range of the soul-destroying strike is cone-shaped. In the cone-shaped soul sound wave, the molecules of the white fog explode one after another, and then they are annihilated and eliminated. However, the white mist covered a large area. Danny was surrounded by the mist on her left and right sides, under her feet, over her head, and behind her. Just like the previous vampire bats, it was spreading toward her. When the white mist touched her skin, Danny felt something was wrong. Something was obviously drilling into her skin, entering her muscles and blood vessels, and quickly spreading all over her body. Her physical strength and blood were rapidly draining, and she began to be in a trance. What the hell? Danny was shocked but not panicked. In the next moment, her purple eyes flashed red. Raging flames came from inside, burning every cell in her body and boiling every drop of blood in her blood vessels. At the same time, she also pulled Dahe into her ocean of consciousness. The fourfold dragon spirit launched the soul-suppressing blow on her body. The soul sound wave was like clear water cleansing the soul and body. Dragon Queen was like a light bulb that had been lit, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. Her body emitted a golden red light from inside out, and flames spewed out of her 7 orifices. Caw, caw, caw. 2 crows flapped their wings and fled. Kill it! The enlarged Dahe's soul returned to her body, and Danny ordered angrily. After taking Danny's soul-destroying blow head-on and being washed by Dahe's soul-destroying blow, the bat demon that had shot up into the sky was now bathed in flames and fell down shakily. Roar boom, boom, boom. Dahe roared and pounced forward. It opened its mouth and bit the bat demon's shell head. The blacksmith's glazed red dragon flame turned the canyon red. Squeak! The bat demon's head was locked, but its burning torso and wings struggled and flapped wildly. A miserable cry came from its soul. But soon the sound weakened and disappeared. Only the smell of burning and the anger of the dragon queen filled the bottom of the canyon. Caw, caw, Your Majesty, save me. Caw, caw, Your Majesty, I feel so uncomfortable. The 2 crows were also affected. Like morning glory that had been sprayed with herbicide, their feathers fell off, revealing rotten blood-red chicken skin. They fell on the wall with a plop. Sigh, it's hopeless. Give up the crow body. Danny sat cross-legged on the dragon's back and said helplessly. She was not in a good state at the moment. The fire burned her body, and her underwear, inner shirt, and outer robe were all burned. Her body was empty, and her face was black. She was in a sorry state. What was more serious was that the bat demon had spewed out miasma that contained parasites. The miasma itself contained all kinds of viruses. She should have learned from Fa Hai and destroyed all demons. However, she remembered that source language could not lie. How could the bat demon use source language to deceive her? Chapter 6:29. If I had known earlier, I would have learned Fa Hai. As long as it's a demon, no matter if it's innocent or not, it will be served by the great mighty dragon. Parasites and 99% of viruses were burned to death, but both parasites and viruses contained magic power. They were a kind of miniature demon beast, so there were still some viruses that could adapt to the power of fire elements. Dragon Flame had a special effect on demons with evil attributes, but Danny's fire-controlling technique gathered elemental fire, which was lower in temperature than Dragon Flame, and had no effect on evil creatures. The power of elements was neutral, and there was no good and evil attribute. Therefore, Danny's burning fire couldn't kill all the viruses. She couldn't save herself, so how could she help the 2 poor crows? However, the crows were not afraid of death, and they were still calm after losing their bodies. Why can the source language lie? In the soul space, Danny curiously asked. The source language was a language that praised the earth, mountains, and rivers, and perfectly conveyed the inner feelings through language. The son of the forest once told her that the source language couldn't go against feelings and truth, so she didn't doubt the words of the bat demon. Maybe it has lived for too long, 500,000 years, and learned to lie? Fu said with uncertainty. What was this? Danny was stupefied. The fog sighed. Your Majesty, Can you send our souls back to the Westeros? It's also a good home to integrate into the earth, mountains, and trees of our homeland, but we can't die in a foreign land. Okay, you go to the pool of faith first. You will be fine even if I die. Dany opened the soul wall and accepted the 2 emerald green crows. After completely giving up the crow's body, they showed the soul of crows. Well, the son of the forest had a second life in the body of a crow, so it was a crow. Dany's second soul of the Green Prophet split a thought and turned into a small boat for the 2 crows to ride. The main soul entered Dahe's body and the dragon spirit and opened the path of faith. The thought boat flowed down and entered a vast world of milky white fog, the pool of faith of the 7 gods. In the real world, the bodies of the crows that had lost their souls were rotting into 2 pools of foul blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was terrible. Dany shuddered. She controlled the great black dragon flame and burned the blood into ashes. Snore, snore. A strange sound came from the entrance of the cave. Not far away, Dany raised her head and saw that it was King Kong, that black bastard, who was laughing at her misfortune. When it noticed that she was looking at it, King Kong hurriedly shut its mouth. Unfortunately, its muscles were smiling, and it couldn't change it into a serious face for the time being. Instead, it put on the classic smile of Prince D'Angelo, the obscene smile of a black boxer. Roar, roar. Sensing that Dragon Queen's gaze was getting more and more dangerous, King Kong stopped smiling awkwardly and hurriedly ran into the cave. As he ran, he roared and waved at Dany. Although she was not feeling well, Dany was really curious. What was in the cave that made the bat spirit struggle so desperately? She asked Dahe to stay at the entrance of the cave. She lifted a dragon flame fireball and followed King Kong into the cave. The entrance of the cave was already 40 to 50 meters high and 30 meters wide. However, after entering the cave, he realized that the cave was even wider. It was almost big enough to build a small airport. There were stone pillars standing on the ground. There were also huge stone temples with collapsed houses and only altars left. Behind the temples, there was a gurgling stream flowing, and there were strange plants among the rocks. Walking past the stone pillars, temples across the stream, over the rocks that were taller than Dany, and through the strange flowers and plants. After walking for about a kilometer and turning a corner, Dany immediately understood the reason for the matter. Countless gigantic skeletons were stacked together in an orderly manner. The shortest one was 7 or 8 meters, and the tallest one was 40 or 50 meters, all of which were the same size as King Kong. There were hundreds of skeletons, all of which belonged to gorillas. This was King Kong's home. Ow wow, King Kong lowered its head and howled mournfully to Dany. Okay, I'll give this place back to you. Dany waved her hand. Then she smiled bitterly. I don't know how much truth and how many lies that Bat Demon told. After that, Dany went back the way she came. She called Blackie in and boiled the water in the stream with dragon flames. She soaked in the boiling water and cleaned off the black and burnt clothes on her body. Her whole body was refreshed. She began to think about the plague virus in her body. The problem was actually very easy to solve. She only needed to guide the dragon flames into her body, and it could burn everything that was impure. A long time ago, Dany had hoped that her fire resistance would slowly increase, and one day she would be immune to dragon flames. Yes, she could resist normal flames, but she would be burned by dragon flames. When she was a young dragon, Little White and Little Green had left red blisters on her face and hands many times. As she burned herself with fire every now and then and gradually mastered the fire wizard power, her body became more and more accustomed to fire. However, her dragons were also growing. They grew from small dragons to small dragons, learned magic, and one of them was promoted to a half-divine dragon. The growth of her body's fire resistance could not keep up with the growth of the dragon flames. Now that she could control fire, she would not be accidentally hurt by dragon flames. However, if she used her body to withstand the dragon flames, especially Blackie's dragon flames, the result would be worse than a few years ago. Whoosh! Danny climbed out of the stream, naked. Her wet silver hair stuck to her round breasts. Water droplets slid down her jade-white skin into lines, flowing past her four firm abdominal muscles. Sitting cross-legged on a smooth giant rock by the stream, Danny propped up her chin and started to think. Should she take a risk and refine fine gold with fire? She was the Holy Mother, the Dragon Queen, who could bestow spirits. More importantly, she had just eaten fishwood seed paste outside the Great Wall. Fishwood seed could not increase her talent, but it could completely awaken her talent. Blynden had once said that the fishwood seed paste could save her 1,000 years of cultivation. Until now, Danny did not know what the limit of her talent was. It was like a pony crossing a river. If one did not go into the river personally, one would never know how deep the river was. King Kong, Danny looked back, only to see King Kong, the black servant, staring at her body with a lustful look. Idiot, go to the valley and gather the vampire bats' bodies together. She scolded angrily. Roar, King Kong's expression was blank. It was intelligent, but it could not understand complicated orders. Blackie, leave a ball of dragon flames, and then you go out and teach it what to do, Danny said helplessly. Soon, Blackie flew out of the cave, and the gorilla trotted out. Danny was left with only the gurgling stream and a bright red fireball. The 9-colored vortex rotated rapidly, and the fire control skill was activated. The smoky dragon flames separated from the fireball, seeped into Danny's skin and blood vessels through her pores, and entered her organs and bone marrow through her 7 orifices. Gradually, Danny's whole body was covered by red clouds of fire. Her skin began to turn red, like a steamed crab shell. It was extremely red, and her delicate and smooth skin began to wither, lose its color, decay, and dry like a rose in an oven. Danny could not bear the burning of the dragon flames, and the cells in her body were on the verge of collapse. Then she cheated and opened the pool of faith. A huge amount of spiritual essence washed out and divided into 2, the B-type active spiritual essence, and the Holy Mother's divine power fused into healing divine power and entered her body, repairing the burned and burning cells. The non-B-type active spiritual essence poured into the 9-colored vortex like a waterfall. The great wizard's foundation slowly expanded. Her magic power increased rapidly, and the power of the soul increased crazily. Well, one of the effects of the weirwood paste was that it allowed Danny's soul to absorb spiritual essence limitlessly like the Megalosaurus. See Chapter 581 for details. Spiritual essence could strengthen the soul and magic power, commonly known as leveling up. In the last Myrine dragon battle, Danny ate the sheep's egg and part of the red dragon's divine spiritual essence. In addition to increasing the Song of Fire's attributes in her meditation technique, it also increased her wizard power tenfold, and she was close to the demigod realm. It was also because of the increase in her power that she dared to go to the battle alone and meet Blynden outside the Great Wall. It was also because of the increase in her power in a short period of time. Even after eating the weirwood paste, she did not immediately break through the last checkpoint of the demigod realm. But now, she was about to lose her life, so she did not care about the perfect foundation anymore. So, what if the foundation was unstable? At least she was still alive. After some time, the spiritual essence of the bat demons collected in the pool of faith was exhausted. But Danny still could not complete the fire-refining golden body. The dragon spirit informed Blackie to burn the vampire bats' corpses. There were tens of thousands of bats that flew out of the cave to attack King Kong. The small ones were the size of a palm, and the big ones were almost the size of the lid of a rice cooker. Not only was the spiritual essence rich, but it also contained a faint divine power. It would be a pity to throw them away, so Danny asked King Kong to pick up the corpses. It would definitely not be able to pick up tens of thousands of bats. It was mainly the bats' corpses in the savages' residential area. Blackie's dragon flame was not to be trifled with. It could burn the ground of the valley, but Danny still did not want to burn down the savages' house. Although the thatched house was shabby, it was still the wealth of the striped man's lifetime of hard work. It would be too much to burn someone's house without even paying the demolition fee. Hiss! After receiving Danny's order, Blackie roared. The savage was so scared that he closed the door and did not come out. King Kong took a few steps back. Only then did the dragon flame, like spring water, wash away the mountain of bat corpses. It flew into the sky and began to wantonly release flames in the gourd cave. The spiritual essence was like a torrential rain, nourishing Danny's dried-up soul and body. The white light of the holy healing art and the red flame of the dragon flame complemented each other. Her skin was shining brightly, and her eyes were shining brightly. It made Danny look like a holy deity. Gurgle, gurgle. Her blood was boiling. The faint sound of flowing water came from her blood vessels and bone marrow. Gradually, Danny's body adapted to the dragon flame. The plague virus in her body melted instantly like ice in a steel furnace. But she still did not break through to demigod. She did not know what would happen after she became a demigod, but she was sure that she had not undergone any qualitative change. She needed to continue to level up. The bat demon reminded her that the inheritance of the great wizard was not invincible. She was not invincible before she became a demigod. The lamb's egg was not a side dish in her imagination. If she was not confident about the lamb's egg at all, why did she bother to go on an expedition? Danny's mind was clearer than ever. Perhaps it was a good thing that she met the bat demon here. It woke her up from the illusory dream of being invincible. Hiss! Blackie sent a message. Except for the savages' thatched house area, the entire gourd cave had been burned to the ground. There were no more vampire bats. There was no need for him to remind her. The megalosaurus was burned. She was spiritually endowed and naturally knew that all the bats were burned. King Kong, I need to discuss something with you. Danny walked naked to the entrance of the cave and said to the black gorilla, I want your ancestors' board. What do you think? Living creatures had the richest spiritual essence in their bodies, followed by those who had just died. The higher the degree of decay, the lower the spiritual essence. Skeletons also had spiritual essence, but the amount was thin. But the bones of King Kong's ancestors were thousands. No matter how thin the amount was, the total amount would not be small. Also, judging from King Kong's intelligence and strength, it was most likely a fantasy creature with rich spiritual essence. Roar, roar, roar. After understanding the Dragon Queen's intention, King Kong's eyes widened in anger. It was furious. It was really stomping, and the cave shook slightly. Chapter 630. You're big enough. Although you're not a demigod, you're still a top-notch legendary creature. Danny sized up the chimpanzee maliciously and assessed, with you, you might be able to replace the skeletons in the cave. Hiss! Blackie's eyes glinted fiercely as he glared at King Kong. Awoo! The chimpanzee shrank back and shed 2 bowl-sized tears. Danny's heart softened when such a big creature showed such a pitiful expression. She said warmly, we Targaryens will also be cremated after death. Also, as you can see, the valley is almost filled with skeletons. It's time to clean it up. Besides, there's still ashes after the bones are burned. Go dig a hole in the cave and bury all 18 generations of your ancestors in it. It'll be a joyous occasion for the ancestors and grandchildren to be reunited. King Kong blinked his misty eyes and stopped crying. After a quarter of an hour, the huge cave began to emit thick grayish-black smoke. King Kong squatted on the ground with his back to the cave entrance and looked blankly at the charred canyon in the distance. He was in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Inside the cave, Danny's state was a little strange. After the previous practice of flame forging, the dragon flames could no longer hurt her. Therefore, she changed to the 3 divine dragon flames of the Great Guardian, the Blacksmith's Flame, and the Holy Mother's Flame. Blackie currently had 3 divine positions. He was originally the Great Guardian of Light, the Blacksmith, and the Holy Mother. The 3 divine positions corresponded to different divine powers, and different divine powers drove different divine dragon flames. Golden, glazed red, milky white, the 3 divine dragon flames turned into a tricolor lotus platform. The Dragon Queen was naked and sat cross-legged on it. Well, it was still the fire ladder technique in essence. The great black dragon's flames spewed out, and the bones denser than a forest burned in the blood-red flames. The burning flames formed a sea of fire. The tricolor lotus platform floated above the sea of fire. Danny split her thoughts and multitasked. On one hand, she used the fire control technique to gather the lotus throne. On the other hand, she used the fire ladder technique to levitate herself on the lotus throne. On the other hand, she controlled Blackie's dragon flame to prevent the heat from dissipating. On the other hand, she extracted the spiritual essence from the fire. On the other hand, she divided the spiritual essence into 2. The Type B active spiritual essence was combined with the Holy Mother Spirit to create the holy healing power. The ferocious black dragon crouched on the ground, dragon flames sweeping from its mouth from time to time. The bonfire was like a lush forest, and white bones as thick as tree trunks were burning like popcorn, turning into ash-white embers little by little. Above the sea of fire, a gigantic, tricolored lotus throne flowed with the flames. On the lotus throne, the Dragon Queen was meditating with her eyes closed. Her expression was tranquil, and her body was as clean as jade, untainted by dirt. Her silver hair floated in the flames like seaweed, holy and majestic, just like the goddess of fire. While the white trees in the fire forest were burned to ashes, their skeletons suddenly collapsed, revealing a giant pale golden skeleton. The giant ape was more than 50 meters tall, and its ribs were like pillars supporting the sky. The surface of its bones was not ash white. It had been dead for too long, or jade white like other skeletons, but pale golden. In the light of the fire, the pale golden bones gave off a faint pressure. Ordinary dragon flames could not make it burn. Danny opened her eyes and sized up the golden skeleton in shock and confusion. Gorilla King, Great Ape King? I'm afraid it was a demigod when it was alive. Danny was overjoyed. She ordered Blackie, use the blacksmith's divine fire. Blackie's lake-like eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. I'm tired, he said tiredly. Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't given you the divinity of the bat spirit. Danny smiled strangely. She opened the pool of faith and poured all the divinity into Blackie's body. Forgetting was a lie. Danny estimated that this batch of divinity was not enough to help Blackie activate his clergy. She was going to bring it home and give it to little green, little white, little gold, and little red. However, Blackie noticed that Mother Long was no longer biased. As she expected, Blackie did not activate the 3rd clergy of the 7 gods. There was about a 20% gap. The bat spirit might have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but its divinity was really weak. Even with tens of thousands of vampire bats, it did not have as much divinity as the Crab King. Well, she was too harsh. The Crab King was a boss of a public institution. The Lone River God system was at least a railway-level central enterprise. The Bat Spirit, on the other hand, was a self-employed individual. There was no comparison between the two. With the replenishment of divinity, the tiredness in Blackie's eyes disappeared. It raised its neck valiantly. The blacksmith's glazed red dragon flame spewed out. Danny also used fire control at the same time. She turned the dragon flame into a furnace in the shape of a golden bell. She covered the golden skeleton and burned it. Wow, bless the seven gods. Ha ha ha. The next moment, as expected, the skeleton cracked and burned in the blacksmith's divine fire. The next moment, Danny was overjoyed. Sure enough, there was a kind of strange divinity scattered into the sea of consciousness. The reason why it was strange was that this divinity could be absorbed by Danny. Although Danny did not waste the divinity every time she killed a god, that was because the Megalosaurus's soul was special. It did not reject anything and absorbed all the divinity like food. Generally, there were only two situations in which a god's divinity could be absorbed. The absorber was a demigod, and there was no serious conflict between their own divinity and the absorbed divinity. For example, there was a conflict between good and evil, or the absorber was not a demigod, but was extremely compatible with the divinity. For example, during the Myrine Dragon War, Danny absorbed the divinity of the sheep's egg that she got from Benny. Another example was when Danny got the destiny of Yasuo and Ahai beyond the Great Wall. John was not a demigod, but he could perfectly absorb the divinity. His soul was even replenished, and he became a Holy Spirit. Similarly, the sheep's egg could also absorb Danny, and Yasuo and Ahai could also absorb John. That was why the sheep's egg was plotting against Danny, and Yasuo and Ahai had been plotting their fates since 6,000 years ago. Danny thought that the divinity she got now was special because it could be absorbed by anyone, regardless of the conflict between their attributes. Why is it like this? She was puzzled. She tried to absorb a strand of divinity. The total amount of magic power did not increase, and the power level of the magic power did not increase. The magic power also did not have any additional attributes of the Song of Laws. The sheep's egg's divinity caused a qualitative change in Danny's fire wizard power. Not only did the power level increase, but it also had a trace of the Song of Fire's aura. Then Danny absorbed another strand, and another, and another. There was finally a change. Danny exclaimed, "Treasure? This is a true treasure." There was no change in the magic power. The change came from the body. Previously, the increase was too small, and Danny did not feel anything. However, when her physical strength increased by 1/10, any martial artist could feel the changes in their body. What kind of divinity is this? Danny thought as she greedily absorbed every strand of divinity squeezed out from the skeleton. First of all, she could confirm that the owner of the skeleton was at least a demigod and had even comprehended part of the Song of Laws. Otherwise, the divinity would not have remained in the skeleton for so long. With this premise, she could further deduce that this unique divinity originated from the Song of Laws that the great ape king had comprehended. It's very possible that the ancestors of the King Kong had condensed part of the Song of Power or the Song of Physique. Danny thought about it. Why did it stop? She was squinting to feel the pleasure of the sudden increase in her strength when she suddenly realized that she could no longer absorb the divinity of power. My strength has reached its limit, but how much power is this? Danny clenched her fist in bewilderment. Her jade-white fist seemed to be twice as strong as before. She could not even kill a cow, let alone shatter the void with a punch. She looked down at her body. Her arms were round and firm, well-proportioned, and coordinated. Her breasts did not become bigger, and were still perfectly shaped like water droplets. She rubbed her lower abdomen, and it was still supple and firm, with soft lines. Fortunately, she did not become a King Kong Barbie from the gym. The divinity was very magical. Crack, crack, crack. She twisted her joints a few times, and there was a crisp sound. It was as if her body was rusty or like a new machine that needed to be adjusted. Danny's swordsmanship had already reached the peak of lifting something heavy as if it was light, and she was about to step into the third realm, lifting something light as if it was heavy. Now, as a newbie who had just learned the sword, she could not even do the first realm, as if it was her own arm. Looks like I'll have to work hard for a few days when I go back. If I don't practice my swordsmanship, I won't dare to go to the battlefield, no matter how strong I am. Danny had indeed reached the limit of a human's strength. This world was very extraordinary and magical, but its level was too low. If there were no mixed bloodlines of other races, such as giants, centaurs, and King Kong, the limit of a normal person's strength was 2. 5. A healthy adult man, or a well-trained knight from a noble family, the commoners starved in winter and were underdeveloped so they could not be used as a reference system, would be 1. 0. Danny's strength was 1. For before, now that she had absorbed the divinity of the Song of Power, she had reached the limit of a normal person. The Devil Mountain, before it was demonized, was about this level. Due to Adu's giant bloodline, his strength was about 4. 0. Beating a normal person was like an adult beating a child. Boom, the golden skeleton was burned to ashes, and the pile of bones collapsed again. Danny had used about a quarter of the divinity, and there were still 3/4 left. The big black bull-sized eyes looked over pitifully. It's useless to you. All right, let's burn the bones first and see if there are any more golden skeletons, Danny said helplessly. Megalosaurus was very special. No matter what type of divinity it absorbed, it would be converted into pure Megalosaurus divine aura. It would increase the quality of the Megalosaurus soul, increase the number of spirits granted. Megalosaurus divine aura also had the side effect of strengthening dragon flame and physique. Giving Blackie a copy of the Song of Power was no different from giving it a copy of any other divinity. It was too wasteful. Roar, roar. King Kong was howling. Its spiritual sense was exceptionally sharp, and it seemed to have noticed the changes in the cave. There were treasures. At this moment, it was using the corner of the cave as a cover to poke its head out. Its furry arms were placed in front of its forehead as it endured the heat waves. Its millstone-sized eyes looked at Danny pitifully. You're really a monkey. Could it be that you're not a gorilla, but a big monkey? For some reason, even though they were dozens of meters away, Danny could understand its thoughts from its expression. Danny understood. So did Blackie. It roared at King Kong angrily. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the content she read in the book about Sosros and asked, King Kong, you're a local snake. Do you know where there are demigods? It was said that there were many dark, evil gods on this wild continent. King Kong's ancestors and the bat spirit proved this. The flames roared and the bones burned. King Kong didn't hear Danny's words clearly. It just stared with its huge eyes, confused. Blackie. Danny called Blackie's loudspeaker. Big Black stopped breathing fire and repeated Danny's words 20 times in a thunderous voice, gesturing and gesturing. King Kong couldn't understand it. Roar, roar. King Kong nodded repeatedly. I'll pay you when I find it. Danny promised. Chapter 631. The Bat Demon's last attack reminded Danny that the demigods of this world might be killed by knights with steel swords, but it did not mean that they were useless. The Battle of Myrene was coming. Considering that Jenny might have some kind of trump card, she planned to take it a step further and break through to demigod with the help of the thousands of skeletons of the Vajra ancestors. Although she had 3 meditation techniques, the Great Wizard, the Green Prophet, and the Lone River Magic, Dani's goal this time was only to become a fire demigod. After the Battle of Meereen, her fire witchcraft was already close to demigod level. But she was wrong. Even if she was close to demigod level, she might not be able to reach it. Countless souls entered the Great Wizard's meditation vortex and were converted into fire magic power. The 9-colored meditation foundation slowly expanded. But even after she absorbed the divinity of the Song of Power and increased her power, her fire witchcraft did not break through to demigod level. Instead, her bloodline improved and gradually adapted to the blacksmith's divine flame. Just like how a black hole would eject material after devouring a planet, when the 9-colored vortex expanded to its limit, it began to eject bright red magic power factors. It was not fire magic power, but the most basic magic power factors, the basic substance in the sea of magic, the source of magic in the world. Dani was shocked, but after realizing that she was not injured, she continued to endow the 9-colored vortex with souls. If a person's sea of consciousness was compared to a universe, Dani's 9-colored vortex was like the sea of magic in the real world. The ejection of magic power factors was equivalent to a large-scale surge of magic power. This would cause the magic power level in the universe to increase. And in the universe, there was the Green Prophet meditation technique of the Song of Wind and the Lone River Magic. They would also increase their power level. Well, to put it simply, Dani had 3 meditation techniques in her sea of consciousness. Now that the fire witchcraft was full, it began to eject high-quality nutrients. After absorbing these nutrients, the Green Prophet and the water magic gradually increased their power level. The problem was that Dani's understanding of the Song of Wind was far greater than the Song of Fire. In other words, the modified Green Prophet meditation technique was higher than the fire witchcraft. She had planned to replenish her magic power and become a fire-type demigod, but unexpectedly, she had perfected the Green Prophet's meditation technique first. A weak tornado appeared out of nowhere in the cave and surrounded Dani like a cocoon. She picked up a myriad of useless information in the wind. There was the rustling of leaves, the crying and cursing of wildfires, the sound of voles gnawing at roots, the chirping of parrots in the rubber trees, the hissing of vipers entwined in the vines. And boom, in the sea of consciousness, the second soul ring suddenly exploded after absorbing countless magic power factors. The countless runes that formed the Green Prophet's meditation technique were annihilated into a colorless and formless wind. Countless runes transformed into countless tiny breezes, which then formed a light cyan ring of wind. The Green Prophet's second soul ring disappeared and was replaced by a ring of wind that flowed endlessly. Almost at the same time, in the black gate of the Great Wall, the number of tornadoes in the lower level of the Door God's divine realm suddenly decreased by 1/10. In the upper level, the Song of Wind above the tornadoes dimmed by 1/10, and its aura weakened by 1/10. Sigh, this day came so slowly. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Dani suddenly woke up. She looked left and right, up and down, but there was nothing but the fire tornado around her. Strange, I think I just heard. Dani frowned and thought hard. It's the Door God's voice. He's sending me a message? No, he's talking to himself, saying something about how fast it is, how slow it is. It had only been a year since Dani listened to the Song of Wind and formed her own Song of Wind. How fast it was. It had been millions of years since the Door God first sang the Song of Wind to the second living creature that sang with him. It had been so long that she had lost track of time. What a long wait. Other than the Door God himself, no one else would have this feeling and could understand it. I wanted to plant a watermelon, but I got a big pumpkin instead. Danny's expression was strange. She waved her hand, and the huge wind pillar that pierced through the ceiling and floor of the cave disappeared. The flames in the wind pillar gradually extinguished. Finally, there was only a thin layer of sparking bones left on the ground. The entire cave was covered in thick white ashes. Puff, puff, puff. King Kong, who was originally black, was dyed into a long-haired snow monster. He covered his nose and kept sneezing. Danny's tricolored lotus platform was already very thin, but it was still floating in the air. With a thought, the divine power in the halo of wind surged. Her body and the lotus platform seemed to turn into wind in an instant. They merged into the wind and moved with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they floated over 100 meters and arrived in front of Blackie. His body was also covered in white ashes, and he became a white dragon. Hiss! Blackie screamed happily. He was happy that Mother Dragon had become a demigod. Ha ha ha! I'm going to fly now. Danny was very excited. The fire wings, angel's wings, couldn't let her fly because the basic principle of the fire wings was the fire ladder technique. The fire ladder technique could overcome gravity and let people float. It was like a hot air balloon. However, the balloon only provided the power to float. If she wanted to fly, she had to rely on the wind or install a propeller on the basket. Roar, roar. King Kong pointed at the broken bones on the ground and shouted excitedly. Previously, the inner cave behind the corner was filled with the bones of gorillas. Now it was empty, and there were only a few hundred charred bones of different lengths left. The thick layer of ashes that should have been accumulated was also gone. They were blown out of the cave by the sudden wind, into the valley outside the cave, and scattered everywhere. Sai, this is cremation. Go dig a hole and bury the rest of the bones. Danny fooled the gorilla. King Kong was confused. Danny didn't leave immediately. She spent some time to familiarize herself with the demigod magic power and the sudden increase in strength. She took the opportunity to search around the cave with the mentality of looking for treasures. There was nugget gold in the cave, but it wasn't a gold mine. Instead, there was a large number of offerings placed near the altar of the collapsed temple. There were nugget gold, jadeite the size of a head, raw diamond, or as thick as a heel. Danny only glanced at it and then looked away from the vulgar things. However, she was interested in the incomplete murals found in the ruins of the temple. In the murals, savages were worshipping gorillas as tall as mountains. This meant that this cave indeed belonged to the King Kong clan. She entered a deeper cave, full of bat feces. It was probably the residence of the bat demon. Danny found that in this small area, the magic factor was extraordinarily rich, almost a quarter of the Great Wall. Divine domain, a place where the gods were active, like the Great Wall, the end of the world, the end of a different world, the end. After studying it for a while, she still couldn't figure out the principle. However, she also guessed the fundamental reason why the bat demon occupied the cave of the monkey demon. In the age of chaos, even she would be envious of such a cave. A day later, Danny met King Kong again at the foot of the mountain. It was a green peak about 400 to 500 meters high, with a gentle slope covered with a lush ancient forest. The sky was clear after the rain. The whole mountain was green, and the air had the sweetness of plants after being washed by water. A red-headed and green-feathered King Kong parrot landed among the yellow chrysanthemums. Its little voice was loud, and its cry echoed through the valley. There was also a group of long-nosed monkeys noisily chasing each other on the top of the banana tree. It seemed that this place was no different from other places in the rainforest. However, if one looked down from the sky, they would see a small village at the top of the mountain. It was like a man with thick green hair shaved off the top of his head. This place was about 500 kilometers away from King Kong's gourd cave. King Kong ran all night and all morning. At this moment, it was as tired as a dog, lying on the ground and panting with its tongue out. Yesterday morning, Danny met King Kong. In the morning, she followed it to the gourd cave. In the afternoon, near evening, Danny left on the dragon. It only took her one day to run through all 6 swamps that Clinton had marked. She contracted a total of 20 swamp dragons with a body length of more than 25 meters, 10 shadow dragons with a body length of more than 15 meters, and 5 striped dragons with a body length of 12 to 15 meters. The striped dragon did eat less and was slightly faster than the swamp dragon. It seemed to be a rather expensive mount. She could get a few of them back to experiment. After harvesting this batch of pterosaurs, Danny found a huge drawback in the contract magic of the sheep egg. It consumed too much soul power, turning a thought of the demigod Megalosaurus into a rune and imprinting it on the pterosaur's sea of consciousness. The pterosaurs were suppressed by the demigod's might. This was the fundamental principle of controlling pterosaurs. One thought wasn't a big burden on Big Black, but what about 10 or 20? Anyway, after contracting a total of more than 50 pterosaurs, Big Black began to feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, Danny wouldn't have only contracted 35 pterosaurs this time. At the same time, she was even more eager for the demigod meal that the guides offered to the royal army. Well, she was really no different from the devils who entered the village, and the indigenous King Kong was the traitor of Yulin, the guide. I don't have time to waste. Hurry up and lead the monster down, Danny urged. The rain on the mountain gathered into a waterfall of 7 or 8 meters. Under the sun, the splashing water raised a faint rainbow. Big Black stepped on the waterfall with a rainbow on its head and half of its body soaked in the stream. Below, the black servant also squatted by the stream and leaned over to drink water. The yellow, muddy river water. It wasn't afraid of diarrhea. Well, it seemed that the bat spirit's plague spray couldn't hurt King Kong. The waterfall fell and the water rumbled, but it couldn't stop Danny from passing the words into the gorilla's ears through the wind. Roar! King Kong's eyes were dim, and its voice was a little weak. It hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, and it had traveled 500 kilometers through mountains and rivers. King Kong couldn't withstand it. I'll deal with that evil spirit. You don't have to spend much effort, Danny said. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. In the dense forest around the waterfall, the barbarians' howls and the sound of beating leather drums suddenly came out. In Danny's surprised gaze, about 30 dirty striped people came out. They first held a large piece of doghead gold and a bright pink diamond the size of a human head, and kowtowed to King Kong as a gift. When they saw the devil dragon under the rainbow above and the silver-armored knight on the dragon's back, there was another uproar. A dozen people separated and cut off their left arms at the elbow with stone axes. Blood splashed, and the cut was uneven. Danny was inexplicably horrified. The remaining barbarians began to beat the leather drums at their waists rhythmically. An old man with dirty and fluffy white hair came out of the crowd with a solemn look. He tore off the greasy baboonskin pants at his waist, shook the shriveled pickled cucumber thing, and danced a strange dance full of wild power to Danny. 10 barbarians with broken arms endured the pain, raised their broken arms, and offered them to Danny and Dahe. Chapter 632. The old savage's expression was solemn as he danced a barbaric and mysterious dance. The one-armed man faced Danny and raised his bloody arm. The next moment, Danny felt a power filled with blood and desire descend upon her. This power was not strong, but it was not even 1% of the magic power in Danny's body. However, it was weak. The power level of this power was slightly higher than normal magic power. It seemed to be divine power, but its power level was much lower than the power of the wind god in Danny's body. The total amount was about half a month of fasting and praying for a sparrow. This power did not have a master. As long as Danny was willing, she could immediately absorb it to strengthen herself. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized that the savages below were offering her a blood sacrifice. She was now a demigod. Theoretically, she could enjoy a blood sacrifice. She could obtain real power from the blood sacrifice. There were two ways to start the blood sacrifice ritual. First, she did not need to know the evil god's real name and appearance. Second, she chanted the evil god's real name and offered the sacrifice. The more detailed and vivid the evil god's appearance in her mind, the higher the efficiency of the sacrifice. Offering a sacrifice to an evil god was very similar to giving money to an online celebrity. If you wanted to give a reward to a streamer, you either had to give money in front of her, the streaming platform, or send money through an account. To put it bluntly, you had to give money to the right person. Danny was deep in thought again. The appearance of the megalosaurus was very sudden. However, the King Kong was so big and had arrived earlier than her. The striped man on the mountain must have noticed the King Kong at the foot of the mountain. That was why he brought a heavy sacrifice to offer it. As for the reason for offering the King Kong, didn't the ancient people offer sacrifices to the gods to ensure their safety? They offered sacrifices to the good gods and prayed for their help. They also offered sacrifices to the evil gods and prayed that the evil gods would stay away from them and stay close to their enemies. It had been like this since ancient times. In the end, they unexpectedly met the devil dragon and Danny. The striped man did not prepare a sacrifice for the iron-skinned god. He could only cut off 10 arms and offer them to her. Well, iron-skinned Danny was not big. Theoretically, 10 arms would be enough for her to chew on. The striped savages treated their guests in such a simple and unpretentious way. High-end ingredients often only required the simplest cooking method. Well, the old savage who was dancing with pickled cucumbers was a priest. He could tell that Danny was a demigod. If it was before, she could control every strand of magic power in her body and the strength of every muscle. But now, he was like a peacock spreading its tail, wantonly displaying its demigod might. On the other hand, Big Black's divine power was restrained, making the striped man's old priest think that he was just a pterosaur pet of the god of iron skin. Therefore, they only offered sacrifices to the god of iron skin, and Dahe did not receive any filial piety. Danny tilted her head and saw that King Kong was really putting away the raw diamond ores and doghead gold. There was a wretched smile on his furry black face. This idiot, suddenly, the eyes of the old savage who was dancing the sacrificial dance widened. His face was filled with fear. The person beating the drum also froze on the spot. The sound of the drum came to an abrupt stop. The striped priest sensed that the god of iron skin had rejected their offerings. For something like this to happen in the wild rainforest, it was like in Westeros when the host offered bread and salt to a powerful guest, but the guest refused to eat. What did this mean? Something big was going to happen. A disaster was indeed going to befall the village on the mountaintop, but it was really just a coincidence. The dragon queen abhorred evil and was righteous. Of course, she would reject the blood sacrifice. In her heart, accepting the blood sacrifice was equivalent to becoming an evil demon. The old striped man held in grief and resentment and ran away. He did not care about his companions. He turned and ran into the forest. The other savages were stunned for a moment. Then, like a flock of frightened sparrows, they scattered into the dense forest nearby. What's going on? Danny was dumbfounded. Soon, rapid drumming sounded in the forest, announcing that this place had officially become a battlefield. Even the birds and beasts sensed that a great battle was about to happen. The macaws stopped chirping, and the monkeys who were picking fruits from the treetops retracted their tails. Their eyes darted around as they looked around cautiously. The rainforest became exceptionally quiet. Danny shrugged indifferently and shouted to King Kong, "Idiot, go and pull the monster." King Kong held the dog's head gold and the big diamond. Looking left and right, it squatted down and poked a hole in the yellow ground by the river with one finger. It poked a hole as thick as a bucket and 1 meter deep, and then put its treasures in it. Then it stretched out 2 furry black fingers and pinched a millstone-sized stone to cover the hole. Only then did it open its mouth and reveal a relieved smile. It took large strides and rushed to the village on the mountaintop. Buzz's 2 white angelic wings popped out from Danny's back. She jumped and glided more than 30 meters, landing where King Kong hid his treasures. The millstone-sized stone was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away by her hand. She bent down and scooped up the diamond embryo. It was as big as a human head and heavy in the hand. The irregular corners shone with a pale pink light under the sun. Hee, I was right. This is a magic diamond. Feeling the divine power twisting in the diamond without any hindrance, Danny beamed with joy. Without even putting the stone back, she jumped and flapped her wings. With the help of the wind, she landed back on Blackie's back like a big bird. She opened the leather bag hanging on Blackie's back and stuffed the diamond in. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, dragon crystals were the most common magic conductive material, but not the best magic item. There were also a very small number of natural crystals that were more efficient in storing and conducting magic than dragon crystals. For example, the crystal ball in the magic network hub of Dragonstone Island, which Marvin bought from Mill for 70,000 gold royals. Rarer than magic crystals were magic gems. Danny's Night King set had 2 diamonds the size of pinky fingers embedded in the shoulder blades of the armor, which were the jet holes of the fire wings. Another example was the ruby on Aunt May's neck. When did you see Aunt May use glass candles? Every time you saw that woman, she would put her hands in her sleeves, and her red robe fluttered in the wind. When she cast spells, she was calm and seductive. Her leisurely attitude was daunting, and what was even more precious than rubies was, a bigger gemstone. I'm so lucky today. I came here to hunt and picked up such a precious big diamond. Looking at King Kong, who was moving forward with all his might, Danny felt very happy. Well, this was not a coincidence. King Kong had come to this mountain a few times, and every time the pig-nosed striped priest would send him gold and gems. The old priest knew about supernatural powers and specially chose the magic diamond as a gift for his old friend, who knew that his old friend would turn hostile and attack their village after receiving the offerings. In less than half an hour, King Kong rushed from the foot of the mountain to the top. He broke through 4 checkpoints of the pig-nosed striped people and crushed, stomped, and swallowed hundreds of savage warriors. Roar! Thump! 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 King Kong stood at the top of the mountain in the middle of the village. He pounded his chest and roared in the direction of the back of the mountain. Danny rode the dragon and looked down from a height of 500 meters. There seemed to be no temples in the village and only a dense banyan forest at the back of the mountain. While she was wondering, a white spring spurted out from the forest and splashed hundreds of meters high. It suddenly spread out and turned into a huge fishing net that almost covered half of the village. King Kong always knew who he was facing. While provoking the other party, he was also on high alert. Facing the big net falling from the sky, he did not retreat. Instead, he strode toward the place where the spider web came from. Boom, boom, boom. The 30-meter-tall gorilla weighed more than 100 tons. When he ran with his long legs, the ground shook slightly as if there was an earthquake. Along the way, he encountered thick tree trunks and savage huts. They were no different from the old men who blackmailed people on the side of the road. He easily broke them and sent them flying. King Kong even did a move that only appeared in martial arts movies. When he ran past a spear stuck in the ground, he picked it up and immediately threw it out. However, King Kong did not pick up a spear. Instead, he picked up a 40-meter-tall sky-gazing tree outside the village. After the tree was uprooted, it caused a small-scale landslide at the top of the mountain. The foundations of 2 huts near the sky-gazing tree collapsed, and the houses collapsed. Whoosh! There was a shrill sound in the sky. Squeak! The monster in the forest spat out another net, but it was easily torn apart by the sky-gazing tree's spear like a nun's stocking in the hands of a lecherous monk. Boom! Where the spear landed, the trees were smashed apart. Broken branches and green leaves flew dozens of meters high like an explosion. Looking down from the sky, a path was made in the lush forest by the spear. Roar! King Kong leaped up and jumped 40 to 50 meters high. Like a cannonball, he smashed directly 10 meters away from the tree spear. Bam! Boom! Among the earth-shaking rumbles, there was an inconspicuous sound like a frog's belly being crushed. Roar! Roar! King Kong opened his mouth and revealed the signature laughter of a chimpanzee. He waved at Danny in the air. Danny was stupefied. Before the great mighty dragon of heaven could appear, the fairy was trampled to death by this black fellow. After going down to take a look, she confirmed that it was a spider demon as big as a double bed. Like fresh cow dung detonated by a grenade, colorful meat juice splashed on the surrounding tree trunks, leaves, and rocky ground. Even the soles of King Kong's feet were stained with a thick layer of meat paste. Danny pinched her nose and let it scrape the meat paste off. She didn't collect the remains. While the corpse was still warm, she quickly burned it with the dragon flame. The amount of spiritual quality was barely enough, but the divinity was pitifully little, not to mention the bat demon. It was even worse than the immortal burned to death by Blackie in its infancy. However, Blackie finally opened a third profession. After hesitating for a long time, Danny chose between stranger and warrior. Warrior! She wasn't sure if stranger's divine power could reach the realm of death, but with the war coming, warrior would be of great help to Blackie and Danny now. As expected, under warrior's divine power, the power of the great black dragon flame increased again. The blacksmith's divine fire was good for changing the original form of matter from solid to liquid. Warrior's divine fire was a clear purple, the same color as Danny's eyes. The nature of the divine fire was explosive and destructive. Warrior's divine power also greatly increased Blackie's close combat ability. Danny had a hunch that Blackie's claws and teeth would become harder and sharper if it used Warrior's divine power to nourish its body for a long time, and its physique would also be strengthened. Of course, in addition to transforming special divine power, the clergy would also give Blackie corresponding knowledge, the battle experience of all the devout warriors of the 7 gods in the thousands of years of Westeros history, including the Sword of Dawn of the past. This meant that Danny was only a dick away from the Sword of Dawn. P.S. Chapter 633. Danny transformed into a warrior and was immersed in the countless mysterious sword skills brought about by her divine duty. She greedily absorbed the true meaning of the sword Tao that matched her. She forgot about time, where she was, and even herself. But King Kong did not forget about its reward. Roar! The black servant showed a fawning smile and took 2 steps closer to Blackie. "What are you doing?" Danny opened her eyes and said calmly. The moment she opened her eyes, it was as if thousands of bright and sharp rays of light shot out from her purple pupils. The wretched smile on King Kong's face stiffened. It stopped in its tracks and rubbed its eyes in bewilderment. When it looked again, there was no abnormality. Only then did it open its mouth and reveal its white teeth that were stuck with pieces of flesh. It pointed at the scorched ground and then at itself. A thought entered King Kong's mind. Danny released wisps of Song of Power's divinity into King Kong's soul core. Visible to the naked eye, its soul was dyed with traces of gold. The black fur on its body was dyed with golden stripes. Danny's pupils shrank. Those stripes seemed to form runes on its arms, chest, thighs, forehead, and other parts. She memorized those runes. King Kong absorbed a little more than half of the 3/4 divinity before it was saturated. It was twice as high as Danny's. However, in reality, King Kong was still a chimpanzee. Golden striped fur did not immediately appear on its body. Roar! That fellow's strength had increased by a few times. It was unusually excited and pounded its chest with all its might. It roared continuously. The air within a radius of a few dozen meters also vibrated. Its howls echoed in the distant valley. "I'm leaving." Danny waved her hand to quiet it down. She instructed with a serious expression, "I'll give you a mission. From today onwards, you'll be a wandering King Kong and travel around the Saucerose continent for me. Try your best to find the evil gods and mark their locations. When I come back next time, I'll bring you to hunt one by one. Remember, you can provoke the evil gods, but you can't kill them all. Look at how it killed the spider spirit in one move." Although King Kong was not a demigod, the demigods in this world were not extraordinary. It was not difficult for a mortal to kill a god. With a fist as big as the Vajra locomotive, even a mountain would tremble when it punched down. How could a normal demigod withstand a punch or a kick from it? In the end, Danny tempted him. "The more evil gods you find, the more rewards I will give you, just like today." She had put in a lot of effort this time, using an equivalent amount of the Song of Power's divinity in exchange for the spider spirit's trash divinity. However, King Kong was not a demigod. Other than the Song of Power divinity, it could not absorb any other divinity. Because the content was a little complicated, Danny repeated the same words several times. When Jean Gang's confused face changed into understanding, she asked, "You understand?" "Roar." King Kong nodded repeatedly. Danny smiled in relief. Although King Kong could not speak the human language, its intelligence was not low. In order to make it more attentive, she continued, "You're the only one left in the King Kong family. If you don't go out and find a wife, your family will go extinct in a few years." Woo, woo, woo. Before she could finish, a sobbing sound was suddenly heard from the side. It was the pig-nosed old priest who had offered the blood sacrifice to Danny. He had brought a group of savages down from the village at the top of the mountain. Ugh. The old priest held a huge wooden tray with both hands. It was filled with precious stones such as doghead gold, agate, amber, and jasper. However, at the top of the precious stones, there was a small bundle of palm-sized tree bark. King Kong's eyes lit up. It walked over and held the entire tray in its right hand, holding it in front of its eyes. It opened its palm and touched the precious stones with an intoxicated expression. Then it pouted its mouth with a look of disdain. In a breath, it blew away the scattered tree bark. Coincidentally, a piece of old tree bark fell on Blackie's neck. Danny instinctively picked it up and looked. No, she smelled it. There was a faint bitter smell that she was familiar with. After thinking for a while, Danny's pupils shrank and her expression changed drastically. Cinchona tree. This is the bark of a cinchona tree. She did not know how to react to this surprise that fell from the sky. Where did this thing come from? She raised the bark and shook it a few times as she asked the old priest, who was running around naked. The striped man grunted. His tone was rough and his words were simple. His pig nose made a grand snorting sound. As he spoke, he stood on his tiptoes and pointed in a certain direction with his skinny arm. He did not understand Danny's words, and Danny did not understand his words either. However, both of them understood what each other meant. In other words, the old striped man understood the value of the cinchona tree very well. He also knew that Danny would need it. He offered this treasure to her in order to protect his home. Well, it was still because of the misunderstanding from before. The Dragon Queen had rejected his offer of sacrifice. In Danny's opinion, it was natural because she did not want to learn bad things. However, to the old priest, this was a sign of hostility. After that, King Kong broke into the mountain, killed people, destroyed the fort, and even trampled on their ancestral god. This was proven. However, he did not expect that Danny would only come for the evil god. Now that she was about to leave, he came running over and took out the treasure that the striped man had kept for thousands of years. Just like the cinchona tree on Earth, the natives of this world tried their best to hide the sacred tree of life. Sosros was too close to the Ursos continent. The New Gith was only a few hundred kilometers south of Sosros. Quills and Sosros were only separated by a strait that was more than 10 kilometers wide. Perhaps the striped man did not have the ability to go to Ursos, but it was easy for the Ursos people to go to Sosros. However, it was easy to go, but difficult to come back alive, because Sosros was full of plagues. However, with so many people going to Sosros, it was inevitable that some attentive people would discover the striped man's secret. The barbarians seemed to have a divine medicine that could cure plagues. This was just a suspicion that had not been verified. The barbarians guarded their treasure very closely. Until now, no one could be sure whether the divine medicine was true or not. Now, Danny was sure that the barbarians of Sosros really did have a treasure that could change the course of the world. Danny patted Blackie's head and flew up into the sky. King Kong picked up the old barbarian with brown and white stripes and strode down the mountain. 20 kilometers away, halfway up a mountain about 800 meters high, there was a dangerous crocodile pool with hundreds of bay crocodiles resting there. Unfortunately, a cluster of cinchona trees was right next to the pool. When Danny went over, there was a 15-meter long bay crocodile sleeping under the tree. Unfortunately, it was a bay crocodile. King Kong rushed over, picked up a lively bay crocodile, and stuffed it into his mouth like an ordinary person chewing on red sugar cane. There was a crisp crunch sound. The rest of the crocodiles were all scared away. It seems a little different. Danny stood under the tree, frowning and thinking. The leaves were bigger, the size of an adult's palm. The trunk was dark purple, not gray. And the fruit, why was it so big? It was not an apple. How do I use this? Danny pointed to the tree and asked the old shaman. The old shaman took a few steps forward, stood on tiptoe, broke off a small part of the branch, and put it in his mouth to chew. While chewing, he looked at Danny with a fawning smile. Danny's mouth twitched. At least this proved that the cinchona trees in the other world were not poisonous. You can go. Danny climbed back onto the dragon's back and waved to let the old shaman leave. The old striped man only took a dozen steps back and did not go down the mountain. After that, Danny shouted and asked King Kong to dig with his hands. He dug out 3 saplings that were as thick as a bowl, and their roots were still connected to a lump of mud. The 3 trees were tied together with hemp ropes made of banyan bark and hung on Blackie's claws. Danny peeled off a large bundle of bark and decided to leave Sosros. King Kong stood by the pool and watched Danny disappear into the sunset. He turned around and looked at the cinchona trees thoughtfully. Suddenly, he walked forward and plucked a dozen or so stalks as if he was plucking scallions. He tied them into a bundle and carried them on his shoulder before leaving with large strides. The old striped man followed behind King Kong and trotted down the mountain. He was afraid of encountering crocodiles on the way. After walking for less than half a mile, King Kong suddenly stopped. He turned around and grabbed the old shaman in his hand and ran back to the village at the top of the mountain. King Kong ran back to the top of the mountain. He looked around and stopped in front of the largest two-story wooden building. He poked a hole in the roof with his thick finger and threw the old shaman in. Then, like catching chickens, he grabbed the savages who looked at him in horror and stuffed them into the wooden building. The upper and lower floors were crowded with people. Then King Kong pulled the entire wooden building out of the foundation and carried it on his right shoulder. He carried a bundle of cinchona trees in his left hand and strode away. Well, he did not forget the treasure hidden by the waterfall at the bottom of the mountain. Roar, 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 losing the raw diamond, or made it angry. After 2 days, King Kong returned to the Gourd Valley and put the wooden building and the cinchona trees aside. Then, with a fierce look, he walked to the savages' huts and picked them up one by one, regardless of gender or age, and stuffed them into his mouth and chewed them raw. Roar, after filling his stomach, King Kong roared at the striped man in the wooden building and pointed at the saplings and the savages' huts. The old shaman immediately understood what King Kong meant. He wanted to keep them in captivity. While the old shaman commanded his people to plant trees, King Kong ran back to the cave happily and lay down in the place with the richest magic factor, sleeping soundly. Wandering King Kong? No way. Danny had a lot of adventures in the next continent and successfully became a demigod, but she only took 3 days to come and go. Carrying a bundle of cinchona trees, Dahe caught up with the pterosaurs near Oldgith. Well, she contracted 35 pterosaurs last night and did not bring them with her. She let them go first. The pterosaurs definitely did not know where Astapor was, but they could just fly north. See, Danny caught up with them before they even reached Slaves Bay. When they were in Oldgith, Danny went to the town below and gave the garrison commander, Morono, 5 cinchona seeds the size of green apples. Try to plant them and see if they can survive. Other than that, she also let the commander of the Wings of Liberty, who had followed her for several years, choose a pterosaur. Yes, Morono also had the Holy Knight's seal. After that, she buried a sapling in the 5-dragon cave in the mountains. When she returned to Astapor, she planted a tree on the Great Pyramid. She would bring the last one to Myrene. In the 4 days that she was gone, the Allied army did not notice anything unusual. Nothing happened at Slaves Bay. There was only one piece of news that made her angry. The Alliance Army's eastern route used Biasabad as their landing point. P.S. Therefore, she had sent an envoy to warn the Shangfu, if you dare to help the tyrant, in the future you will have your city burned down. At that time, she did not have any pterosaurs. The messenger rode a horse and did not send back any news for a long time. She thought that the journey was difficult and that the unlucky guy had died in a foreign land. 2 days ago, he finally returned alive, but without little Gigi. Well, the father did not kill the messenger, but castrated him because of his arrogant words. Just as she was thinking about when to teach the descendants of Herr Cologne a lesson, old embarrassment came. Your Majesty, His Highness' armor has been forged, and his wedding will be held in 5 days. I have to leave. Seeing that Danny was unharmed and had returned with the pterosaurs, old embarrassment let out a long sigh of relief. Then he bid farewell to her. He wanted to ask for leave to return to the Westeros to host his adopted son's wedding. The reason why he waited until today, other than worrying about Danny's safety, was that he was also waiting for Aegon's tile steel armor to be forged. Chapter 634. Danny thought for a moment and said, Sansa married Aegon as the Queen of the North and brought a large dowry, although a little empty. As Aegon's aunt, I can't let Targaryen appear too shabby. Go to my treasury later and choose a suitable set of jewelry. Also, choose a pterosaur. Pterosaur? Old guy was puzzled. Why choose a pterosaur? Give it to my niece-in-law. The Dragon Queen said casually, as if it wasn't a pterosaur, but a macaw she brought back from the rainforest. Isn't this too precious? Old guy was shocked. Dany walked to the wall and glanced down at the many pterosaurs lying on the pyramid's stone steps, basking in the sun. It was full. She smiled strangely and said, "Is it precious? It's almost rotten. Besides, it's a Westeros custom for elders to give their juniors wedding gifts. Only a pterosaur is barely worthy of my status." Old guy said seriously, "Your Majesty, the rainforest isn't endless, and the pterosaur nests aren't endless. The pterosaur's growth cycle may not be as long as the Megalosaurus, but it still takes more than 10 years to mature. With the current rate of pterosaurs consumption, I'm afraid the war will be deadlocked for 4 to 5 years, and the pterosaurs will be on the verge of extinction." Deadlocked for 4 to 5 years? Dany raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "After 5 months, there will be no more fighting in Slaver's Bay. Those big good-for-nothing swamp dragons, I want all of them to disarm and return to their fields." "Be lenient with your enemies, Your Majesty." Old guy frowned and persuaded. "All right, I understand. It's just a pterosaur. After all, Aegon represents Targaryen. We can't lose face." Dany waved her hand. "In other words, I'm not in Westeros, but I have to act tough well. Give me a pterosaur." When Valeglia married her daughter to the barbarian emperor, the dowry was a megalosaurus. It was impossible for Dany to give him a megalosaurus, but a pterosaur was still acceptable. Seeing the impatience on the queen's face, old helplessness didn't try to persuade her anymore. After all, he couldn't stop an aunt from caring for her nephew. Yep, the Dragon Queen giving Sansa a pterosaur definitely had nothing to do with Stark. It was mainly because of her love for her nephew, and she didn't want him to lose face in front of the Northern Territory Queen's enormous dowry. After this wedding, even Westeros would see how much the Dragon Queen loved her only nephew. How did Miss Sansa obtain the Dragon Knight's seal? Let her come to Slave Bay, he asked doubtfully. No need. Let her pray to the great guardian of light herself, or let a respectable cultivator preside over her prayers to the 7 gods. Will that work? Old guy asked doubtfully. Sigh. The Holy Knight's seal of contract is to borrow Blackie's divine power to subdue the pterosaur. My Blood Alliance guards prayed to the Pegasus and Dahe. Didn't they also contract with the pterosaur? But she seems to believe in the old gods, old guy said again. Ah, Dany was stunned. Sansa was clearly a Stark, but she didn't think of her as a Northerner. Why was that? It seems that she changed her faith. Previously, when she broke off her marriage with Tyrion, she looked for cultivators. Dany said hesitantly, "Give the pterosaur to her first. If she still believes in the old gods, suggest that she give the pterosaur to Brittany." Brittany, the Baron Ironguard? Yes, Brittany has always been in the valley. She should be Sansa's trusted guard now. After that, under Dany's recommendation, old guy chose a 14-meter-long striped dragon for Sansa. The striped dragon was small and didn't eat much, so it was easy to raise. Old guy left. He left Slave Bay with the little pterosaur, a large bag of precious gifts, and Dragon Queen's blessings for the newlyweds to live a long life together and have children soon. Blackie even escorted him out of the war zone. Dany also returned to Meereen again. Other than harassing the enemy, she also arranged a heavy training program for herself so that she could familiarize herself with her skyrocketing physique and demigod power as soon as possible. Out of the 24 hours in a day, she wished she could spend all 23 hours cultivating. After becoming a demigod, Danny suddenly realized that she didn't feel hungry or tired. She didn't need to eat anymore, nor did she need long sleep. At first, she didn't notice anything unusual, but when she swung the 40-gene heavy sword 500 times in a row, and Chi brought her a glass of orange juice and a stack of rice cakes, Danny suddenly realized that she hadn't eaten anything since she left King Kong's cave, and she almost didn't sleep. The demigod body began to energize. As long as she could absorb magic from the universe, she didn't need to eat frequently like a normal person. Of course, if she ate 3 meals a day like before, she wouldn't have indigestion. Demigods would also gain weight if they ate too much. The so-called energization didn't completely break away from the material state. It was just equivalent to having another magic digestive system. As for rest, an ordinary person would need about 7 to 8 hours. She only needed an hour of sleep. After becoming a demigod, she didn't have the ability to destroy the world. However, in terms of the essence of life, she really broke away from the boundaries of a mortal. At this time, no changes could be seen. However, in 20, 30, 50, or even 100 or 500 years, when she still looked the same and had no energy, no one would think that she was an ordinary person. Melisandre had reached this state very early on. She ate because if she didn't eat for a long time, she would be treated as an alien by ordinary people. Danny didn't reject the 5 grains. Other than not wanting to be treated as an alien like Aunt May, she couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. In this aspect, Aunt May couldn't compare to her. Aunt May was a shadow-binding warrior who used to be a female slave. She ate only to fill her stomach. Danny, on the other hand, was a queen. Every day, every meal, there would be the best chef in the world who would spare no effort to cook delicious food for her. If Danny ate black bread every day, she would be like Aunt May, who didn't eat or drink. Fufog, how do you feel? After burning the crows again, Danny asked the 2 unlucky children of the forest with concern. I'm a little tired. I need to rest. Fu said listlessly. I'm fine. Your Majesty, you can burn me again. No, 10 times. Perhaps. I'm not afraid of being burned. Fog perked up and spread his wings. Strange. Why is there such a big difference between the attributes of your and Fu's? Danny was puzzled. Every living being has a bias towards attributes, Fu said. But you're both children of the forest, Danny muttered and reached out her right hand. Fire manipulation, fire gathering. A 3-inch tall golden flame suddenly rose from her palm with a few thin yellow calluses. It was pure fire elemental power. Then, a black light flashed past the purple pupil in her left eye socket. The golden flame swayed a few times. Very strangely, an inch-long black crow appeared in the center of the flame. It had red eyes and black feathers. It was cawing. As the flame swayed, the black crow's body also became illusory, like smoke. Her spiritual essence dissipated in the flame. Pop! After an unknown amount of time, the crow in the flame burst like a bubble and disappeared. At the same time, in Danny's mind, an illusory crow appeared out of thin air with a bang. It was the fog that was burned by the flame in her palm earlier. Spiritual bestowment was activated. Type A willpower spiritual essence swarmed into her mind and was absorbed by the fog like a whale swallowing water. Her transparent body gradually became solid. This time is different from before. I seem to have lost a part of my memory. The fog said blankly. Lost your memory? Why is that? Danny asked hurriedly. Could it be that she had too many spiritual bestowments? That couldn't be right. Type A willpower spiritual essence could only increase the strength of the soul and only strengthen the memory. It could even help people recover from Alzheimer's. Of course, the more willpower she bestowed, the easier it was to be affected by Danny's murmurs. However, Danny's murmurs was an active skill. If she didn't activate it, the other party would be no different from a normal state. Danny only wanted to save the two ravens at this moment. She didn't want to control them. They were very obedient. She didn't need to control them, and they had always been obedient. Your Majesty, continue. I always feel that this is not a bad thing. The fog said, You've lost your memory. How is it not a bad thing? Danny was shocked. Was the crow confused from the fever? Losing memory is equivalent to starting a new life. Afu's voice was faint. There was a kind of weariness and desolation in her tone. We started a second life in the body of the ravens, but we still remember the memories of our lives. What kind of second life is it? Danny retorted, Are you saying that it's only counted as a beast like a normal shapeshifter? Afu shook her head and said, No, the state of being dominated by the beast is worse. What we want is a purer, new life. From a human to a new person, it's considered reincarnation. Danny frowned. In her opinion, memory was the most important part of the soul. If she lost her memory or changed her memory, she would no longer be herself. Reincarnation was not as good as being a dead ghost and continuing to live. However, the child of the forest didn't seem to want to continue to be her previous self. Fog, you don't regret it? She finally confirmed. I want to start a real new life, the fog said. Danny stretched out her right hand again, opened her palm, and ignited a 3-foot elemental flame. The fog's soul entered it and burned. A large amount of spiritual essence flew out of the fog and was immediately absorbed by Danny and stored. The previous process was repeated. Danny asked, How is it? There are more missing memories, the fog said. Continue. She asked, Your Majesty, you don't have to ask anymore. I may have lost this memory and can't answer. But I can tell you now. Please continue, the fog said. What were they doing now? Danny wanted to resurrect the ravens from the dead, according to the theory of life comes from fire. In this world, fire represented life. Fire contained the power of life. Fire could create life. Blackie, Xiao Bai, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Jin were all miracles born from fire. They originally only had the mark of life, but spirit bestowment made the mark of life hatch into a soul dragon soul. The dragon soul absorbed the power of life from the fire, used the fire to create a body, and then was born. The ravens had a soul, so could she also create a body from the fire? The reason for this whimsical idea was because Danny had a special divinity creating life from fire. She was a demigod, so of course she had divinity. From the beginning, Danny's special constitution gave her the ability to absorb the power of life from the fire. The specific manifestation was the ability to hatch a dragon. She was the only one who could directly use fire to create a living dragon. Danny's most common life bestowment skill was absorbing the essence of a soul from the fire. Why did she have to use fire every time she used spirit bestowment? That was the reason. Spirit bestowment was only a branch of the talent creating life from fire. It was this innate talent that made Danny the target of many people and gods. After becoming a demigod, this talent manifested as divinity. If Danny continued to develop this ability and improve this divinity, one day she would be able to turn this divinity into a divine domain. A unique divine domain might even add a new kind of song of law to this world. And this was what the world's consciousness wanted the most. The world gave you talent. You made up for the world's law. Chapter 635. That day at the Black Gate of the Great Wall, endure God's divine domain. In order to break free from the restraints of the tornado, Danny had revealed the 9-colored vortex and the second soul in her sea of consciousness. When Dorgod saw it, he exclaimed, The song of ice and fire. The song of ice and fire that he mentioned was not the two meditation techniques. In fact, the ultimate goal of the nine-colored vortex was to condense the song of fire, and the second soul was the song of wind. At least at this moment, it had nothing to do with ice. However, in terms of the power of fire, there were also mortal fire, wildfire, dragon fire, earthcore fire, and true sun fire. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, the energy level of the above flames increased in order. Therefore, during the Valeglia catastrophe, the megalosaurus was destroyed by the magma flames. In this fantasy universe where life comes from fire and the world is born from fire, fire had another polarity. Life is created from fire. Similarly, the world was destroyed by darkness, and the world was dead in ice. Ice had another polarity outside of the elemental attribute, death in ice. This was the true essence of the Song of Ice and Fire. The life and death in the natural world evolved into the love and hatred, sweetness and bitterness, women and men, joy and sorrow, summer and winter. This was also the meaning of the author's setting of the world with only two distinct seasons, summer and winter. And coincidentally, Door God saw the two possibilities of life and death in Dani. The life force contained in the nine-colored vortex came from her own talent. The death and nirvana in the second soul came from the deviant ghost. Don't forget, her second soul came from two sources, the green spring of the green prophet Blinden and the rat chef, and the dead ice of the deviant ghost. On the surface, the green spring and the dead ice were perfectly integrated and could not be distinguished from each other. However, the root cause of this phenomenon was not because they were of the same attribute, but because they originated from the same God, Door God. The root and the tree were one, so it was natural for them to be perfectly integrated. That was a digression. Door God had said that Dani was only at the beginning and was infinitely far away from the real Song of Ice and Fire. It was very likely that she would never be able to take the last step in her life. Dani did not refute this, but she kept it in mind. After becoming a demigod and clarifying her divinity of creating life from fire, she had hoped to develop this ability. Ice death might be hopeless, but she didn't want to waste her natal skill. Therefore, when she returned to Myrene, she trained her body during the day and practiced her swordsmanship diligently. At night, she spent most of her time studying the Song of Laws. And Fu and the Great Fog were the main experimental subjects to develop the divinity of life in fire. Well, it was undeniable that Dani was experimenting on the two unlucky girls, but she really wanted to save them. Dani's flaming palm made the fog lose bits and pieces of her memories. Finally, the fog couldn't remember her own name. Finally, the fog couldn't recognize Dani and Fu. Finally, the fog became an idiot. No, she became a blank piece of paper. Then, Dani was surprised to see that the fog couldn't even maintain the human and crow forms, burning into a transparent ribbon. Oh my God! She sensed it slightly and exclaimed, Fu, did you see it? I saw it. You burned the fog away, and there's not even a trace of her soul. Fu was 20% shocked, 20% expectant, and 60% confused. Of course, there's no soul factor. This is a life imprint, the first trace of life, the birth certificate of the universe. Dani's eyes glowed as she exclaimed. Well, to use the technical terms of Eastern mythology, the fog's soul had been destroyed by Dani, leaving only a bit of her true spirit. What do we do now? Fu asked. Let me try the nine-colored vortex sucked in the fog's life imprint. Information from the life imprint flowed into Dani's mind. She was surprised. This was a complete life imprint, but it wasn't in its original state. It was like cutting the horns of a deer, the head of a camel, the eyes of a rabbit, the neck of a snake, the stomach of a duck, the scales of a fish, the claws of an eagle, the paws of a tiger, and the ears of a cow to create a new species, the true dragon of Huaxia. The fog's life imprint was also pieced together by the child of the forest and the crow. This means that the life imprint can be modified. In that case, can I modify it a second time? Modify it into a new mythical life form. For example, a battle angel? Danny was extremely excited. She couldn't wait to test it out, testing it bit by bit. She was like a sculptor using a chisel and hammer to carve a huge transparent crystal. Bang, 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 bang. After a round of smashing, Danny was both surprised and disappointed. She could change a part of the life imprint, but she could only change the insignificant imprint that had to do with its form. In other words, the life imprint was originally a perfect piece and couldn't be changed. This was the law of the universe. But the child of the forest had a second life in the crow's body. Its will and nature didn't change, but its form was remade. The law of the life imprint being unchangeable was only broken in its form. Hence, Danny could only change its form. The child of the forest isn't ugly, but it's not beautiful either. How about, after a lot of trouble, Danny bestowed a spirit on the fog's life imprint and hatched it into a new soul. During the bestowment, Danny also used a little trick. When the fog's soul was burned, it would also overflow with spiritual essence. The spiritual essence had been stored by Danny, and now it was returned to its original owner. There was once a famous philosophical paradox, the ship of Theseus. For a ship sailing on the sea, as long as a piece of wood rotted, it would immediately be replaced. When all the functional parts were no longer the original ones, would the resulting ship still be the original ship? If the old parts from the ship were taken to build a new ship, then which of the two ships would be the real ship of Theseus? Danny also had a question at this moment. If the ship of Theseus was dismantled and used the wood to build a wooden building, what would that be? Mother Goddess, how did the fog become like this? It's so ugly. The new fog had successfully hatched from the life imprint, but when her soul image appeared in front of Fu, the ignorant crow began to make a big fuss. How is it ugly? Have you always thought that I was ugly? Danny said with a dark face. The fog did not look like Danny, but it turned from a doe-skinned child of the forest into a human beauty. She had big and hazy cat eyes, long eyelashes, a small oval face, delicate facial features, delicate skin with rosy white skin, and a pair of translucent dragonfly wings. She was a living flower fairy, a forest elf. Fu hesitated and said, "This is not a child of the forest. Didn't you say that you want a real rebirth?" Fu was silent for a moment, then pointed at the silly fog and asked, "Why does she look like a fool?" "Didn't you say that you want a real rebirth? She hasn't been born yet, so of course she looks like a baby." Fu was silent again. After a moment, he asked again, "But I can tell that she is the fog at a glance. The aura on her body is both familiar and unfamiliar." "Is that so? That's great." Danny was very happy. This proved that using the original soul to incubate the soul was really effective. "Then can she be reborn?" Fu asked expectantly. "Let me try." Danny's expression was solemn. She put her hands together as if she was holding a treasure. Boom! The golden elemental fire jumped a foot high, but it quickly shrank. 9 inches, 8 inches, 7 inches. Before Danny could react, the fire was extinguished. Looking at the illusory little elf in her palm and feeling the real weight in her hand, she was dumbfounded. Then she was overjoyed. The fog's soul was absorbing the fire, and the fog was rebuilding her body. In order to prevent the fog from being born, Danny surged her magic power and increased the output of the fire-gathering spell by 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. The flames rose 4 to 5 meters high, illuminating her expectant face with golden red. Gradually, Danny felt the weight in her palm more and more. Gradually, the 2-foot-tall little person turned from transparent to translucent, and from translucent to fiery red. Then, white bones, pink muscles, and green nerves started to form from the soles of her feet and spread upwards. It was like a 3D projection. Danny was intoxicated. She was immersed in a wondrous state. Countless information regarding the secrets of life were being sensed and memorized by her. Her divinity of life creation in flames was increasing at a crazy rate. Her 9-colored vortex was undergoing some kind of qualitative change when the little elf put on a layer of snow-white skin, grew a head of fluffy red hair, and spread out a pair of flame-like, faintly discernible dragonfly wings. When the little elf opened her eyes and looked at Danny timidly with a pure and ignorant gaze of admiration, the sheep egg in the depths of the Yenhai Trench was awakened, and then became flustered and exasperated, extremely terrified. Who actually activated the Song of Fire again? Damn it, the level of his Song of Fire is actually so much higher than mine. How is it possible? Before this, Danny only dyed the 9-colored vortex with a trace of the Song of Fire's breath, the sheep egg's Song of Fire's breath. The owner of the Song of Fire did not change. Now, everything had changed. If the will of the world was compared to a critic, then it would definitely be the harshest and coldest opera critic. When another person sang a more beautiful song than yours, it would immediately like the new and dislike the old, depriving you of your position on the stage and leaving it to that person. You were replaced. In the past, Lalo listened to the Song of Fire and learned this song. He became the god of fire. In the past, the sheep egg sang a more beautiful, more perfect Song of Fire than Lalo. He replaced Lalo and became the singer of the harmony of fire in the Song of the World choir. Now, the Dragon Queen had comprehended the strongest profound of the Song of Fire, creating life in fire. The sheep egg's identity as the pillar of the Song of Fire was immediately shaken. Not only was the sheep egg alarmed, but even the previous pillar of the Song of Fire was also aware of the changes in the Song of Fire. In the astral world, in a divine kingdom infinitely far away from the main material world, Lalo gritted his teeth. As I expected, a miracle happened to Danny Alice. The person who can defeat the sheep egg in the law of fire must be his descendant. The bloodline of Valeglia, the descendant of the god of fire that I spent so much effort to create. If not for that traitorous disciple of the sheep egg breaking his oath, I would have already ascended to the position of the supreme god. How would the world have fallen to its current state? And Danny Alice, I had already arranged everything 6,000 years ago. She should have followed the predetermined fate and replaced the sheep egg, helping me take back the Song of Fire, and then helping me complete the final mending. What went wrong that caused fate to be rewritten so severely? Could it be the Green Prophet, the god of frost, Jon Snow? Humph, my things are not so easy to take. Chapter 636. Mother Goddess? The little fairy tilted her head and called out softly as if she was singing. The 2-foot-tall little thing was naked and ignorant. She sat on Danny's wrist and swung her slender legs. She was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, she seemed to be very close to Danny. Not bad. You can even speak origin language. Danny did not understand, but she knew that the little fairy was speaking origin language. She also roughly understood what she meant. Their current state was very similar to that of a devout believer and a god. Danny's thoughts could easily enter Little Fog's mind, and Little Fog could also transmit messages to her through the mysterious spiritual link. However, their souls had not merged. Danny could even receive a weak power of faith from Little Fog. Little Fog, transform for me to see. She smiled. Little Fog's little hand pushed on Danny's wrist. The dragonfly wings flapped and floated in the air. Boom! Without shouting slogans like blah, blah, blah energy, the naked Little Fog suddenly exploded on the spot, leaving behind a red flame the size of a volleyball. It was completely made of elements, and there was a little face in the middle of the flame. Wasn't that Little Fog? A fire elemental creature. Danny was really shocked. The flame sprite was ignorant and did not understand what a fire elemental creature was. It only circled around Danny, and the strong heat it emitted almost burned her clothes. There's also magic power, a very strong fire magic power. If there were a few thousand fire elemental sprites, boom! The flame exploded, and a big black crow flew out from the remaining flames. It landed on Danny's shoulder and cawed. It can turn back into a crow. Danny was shocked again. What kind of creature did she create? Fire elemental? Little fairy? Fire crow? Come in and meet Ah Fu. She said, "Caw." The crow instantly spiritualized. Like a black bubble, it suddenly drilled into the violet's right eye. Fog. Ah Fu called out hesitantly. She wanted to get closer, but she felt an unfamiliar aura from the ugly person in front of her. There was also a terrifyingly strong pressure. Little Fog. Little Fog shook her head, then tilted her head and looked at Ah Fu in confusion. Ah Fu. Yes, I'm Fu. Have you recovered your memories? Fu hurriedly nodded and said happily. What memory? Xiao Wu shook her head again and said in confusion, This is the first time I've seen you, but I feel a sense of familiarity. Ah Fu's big cat eyes were filled with tears. She smiled and said, Xiao Wu, you've really been reborn. Xiao Wu wrinkled her little nose and suddenly said, Ah Fu, why are you so ugly? Fu's body stiffened. He was dumbfounded. In the end, Ah Fu decided to become ugly together with Little Fog. However, it was not that easy to become ugly. The fog was extremely compatible with the fire element, so it could withstand hundreds of cycles of burning, enchanting, and then burning again. Fu's soul had only been roasted 2 or 3 times before it started to feel exhausted. After another round, Ah Fu almost lost consciousness. Danny ended today's cultivation and said, Different children of the forest will have their memories washed away and become the purest life imprint in different ways. Ah Fu, don't worry. We have time, so let's take it slow. The Dragon Queen had many fortuitous encounters in Sosros, and after returning to Slaver's Bay, she made great progress. The Westeros were not idle either. John used the northern region's next 2,000 years of taxes, minerals, and forest resources as collateral to borrow 5 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury. That's 2,000 years. The northern region was poor, and the Duke's annual tax income was only a few gold royals. However, he knew that the eternal night would definitely come, and the northern region was in urgent need of food, so he naturally borrowed as much as he could. If the Iron Treasury was willing, it was fine to use the northern region's next 20,000 years of taxes as collateral. With 5 million gold royals to buy food, Wu had the capital to lead his troops south. The reason why the Iron Treasury was willing to do this business, other than the fact that the northern region was a guaranteed profit, was that Wu supported Erlu. Compared to Wu, Erlu's assistance from the Iron Treasury was even more generous. In the name of the Iron Throne, he could borrow an unlimited amount. In other words, Erlu could buy whatever he wanted. He did not lack money at all. Erlu calmly scanned the commanders in the tent and said to Sir Justin in a casual tone, Sir Justin, I'm not sure if you'll be able to do anything. Go to Bravos and help me hire a group of mercenaries. At least 20,000. Even 100,000 wouldn't be too much. I'll give you enough supplies. He was extremely generous. After the Iron Treasury signed a letter of guarantee for Wu on behalf of Tai Chu, the loyal commander-in-chief, Elisa, finally agreed to lend the night watchman's food to Wu. In order to achieve his goal, Wu played a little trick. He found Elisa alone and said, If I stay at the Great Wall, you will never be able to become the commander-in-chief of the night watchmen. Lend me the food. It will be good for both of us. Elisa understood that Wu was right. Everyone in Dark Castle had witnessed Wu's resurrection from the dead, and they all thought that he was the child of prophecy. Wu's prestige at the Great Wall was now even higher than when he was commander-in-chief. Just as Wu was preparing to build a fleet from Eastwatch to Eastwatch, he received a letter from Count Mandalay in White Harbor. Rickon Stark was still alive and was on Skaggs Island. After talking to the Dragon Queen last time, Lord Eel immediately informed Madame Stoneheart of her attitude. It was a fact that Catelyn didn't like Wu, but Stark's family was destroyed, and Wu was the only adult left. If she insisted on supporting her son to the throne, the 6-year-old Rickon would most likely be a mere figurehead. After the incident with Bolton, Madame Stoneheart didn't dare to trust an outsider so easily, and would rather let the relatively honest Wu temporarily take over the position of King of the North. No matter how vile Wu was, he was still a good brother. Thus, Wu met up with the Onion Knight. Well, the Onion Knight Davos was Erlu's Hand of the King, and he represented Erlu in White Harbor to recruit Lord Eel. Lord Eel agreed to the alliance, but he had a request. Davos had to lead the fleet to Skaggs Island, where the sea conditions were complicated, and bring Prince Rickon back. Skaggs Island was 200 to 300 kilometers away from Eastwatch. While the Dragon Queen was having a series of strange encounters in Sosros, she was also cheating on Skaggs Island. The people of Skaggs were known as the Rockseed. They were huge, hairy, and rode unicorns. Every one of them was a powerful winter warrior. At this moment, Wu was showing the leaders of the clans the bravery and power of the King of the North, subduing the most violent unicorn king. If he succeeded, the clans would pledge their loyalty to him and join his army. Wu, the first male lead of the Song of Ice and Fire, finally had the treatment of a male lead. He rose to power. Palm-sized snowflakes hit his face, wetting the black hair on his forehead. Wu, who was riding the tall, long-haired unicorn king, had a carefree and proud look in his gray eyes. In the ghostly north wind, thousands of clans knelt in the snow and shouted, "Long live the King of the North! Long live King John!" In the foreseeable future, as long as Skaggs Big and Little didn't use cheats, Wu would definitely return. In the King's Landing, Cersei, who had entered the palace twice, also began to rise. Yuluen had taken care of hiding, and Tyrell, so Cersei had to take care of the Riverbend nobles outside. First, she had to take down Randall Tarley, the god of war of the Seven Kingdoms. This was almost impossible. Randall Tarley had a hard temper and an iron head, second only to Erlu, but Tywin, Kevin, Mace Tyrell, and Little Rose helped Cersei persuade him. When Tywin was alive, he had fed Tyrell a piece of meat stained with poison. Bright Water, the 3 richest territories in Riverbend, were Tyrell's hiding, Hightower's Old Town, and Floren's Bright Water. Erlu's wife, Silas Floren, was the niece of the current Earl of Floren. But in the early days of the War of the Four Kings, the Floren family had followed Tyrell closely and joined Renly, not Erlu. When Renly died, some of Renly's vassals were taken over by Erlu, including Floren. After Erlu's disastrous defeat at the Blackwater River, Earl Floren had been mediating between Dragonstone Island and the Iron Throne. Erlu admitted defeat and acknowledged Tommen's rule, but Tommen had to marry Shireen. To be honest, this was a very good result for both the lion and the stag. However, Erlu's temper was stubborn and stubborn. He directly burned Uclan's eldest uncle. Logically speaking, Earl Floren was dead, and his only son, Aelken, had long since expressed his willingness to surrender. Tywin should have accepted Aekon's allegiance, and then used Floren of Brightwater to attack Erlu's Floren. Tywin, who had once said, "When the enemy kneels and surrenders, you have to lift them up with your own hands," ignored Aekon's surrender and stripped Floren of his title and lands, and gave Brightwater to Garland Tyrell. But the question was, who was Aelken? He was Randall Tarley's brother-in-law, and also the brother-in-law of the old man in the old town. That meant that of Aekon's 2 sisters, one was married to Randall, and the other was the matriarch of Hydar's household. This background was powerful. Now, Cersei returned Brightwater to Aelken under the suggestion of her cousin, Devon Lannister. Aelken immediately returned the favor and announced that Brightwater Riverbend would swear allegiance to the Iron Throne, and personally went to the King's Landing to persuade his brother-in-law, Randall. Tywin, who had been dead for a long time, had done Cersei a great favor. Then there was Kevin. Kevin had valued Randall's talents and character when he was alive. During his reign, he had always used power to entice and rope in Randall. Randall was stubborn and had a bad temper, but humans had desires. Didn't Erlu have ambitions too? Randall's desire was to make a name for himself. More directly, power. After taking down Mace Tyrell, Cersei immediately appointed Randall Tarly as the hand of the king. Then there was Mace himself. During the War of the Usurpers, Lord Inflatable Fish had stolen Randall's military achievements and had even caused Randall to bleed. The reason why Randall wasn't the most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms was because he had been tricked too badly by his pig boss during the War of the Usurpers and had lost many battles. During the Rebellion of the Four Princes, Tywin had purposely separated Randall from Lord Inflatable Fish, allowing Randall to freely display his military talents. He had won many battles and achieved many military achievements, and successfully became the most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms. On the other hand, Lord Inflatable Fish had mobilized a large army, but had failed to gain anything. He couldn't even take down the 200 guards of Storm's End Fortress. However, Lord Inflatable Fish was Randall's lord, and had too many opportunities to cause trouble and say strange things. Randall had suffered so much in the past, so why would he risk the destruction of his entire family for Mace's throne? The last Little Rose. Benefits were the main reason why Randall chose to remain neutral, but Little Rose was the reason why he openly stood on Lannister's side. Tyrell had committed the crime of regicide and treason. Yes, Little Rose, who had fallen into Cersei's hands, had revealed the truth behind Joffrey's death. In other words, Cersei had good reasons for arresting Margaery and Mace, and for sending Uluin to take down High Court. Chapter 637. In the trial of Margaery, Cersei did it openly and honestly. She even dared to pull the Great Sparrow into the trial. This was because Tyrell had committed the 4 major crimes of betraying the sacred betrothal, violating the rights of guests, regicide, and murdering her husband. 4 crimes, but all because of one person, Emperor Joffrey. Emperor Yora's purple wedding and Robb's red wedding were the 2 most famous color weddings in Game of Thrones. In a sense, Emperor Yora's purple wedding had more impact on the plot than Robb's red wedding. Think about Tywin and Tyrion. If the 2 of them stayed in the King's Landing to control the situation, what could the others do? Robb's wedding was red because too many people died that day. Blood was the main color of the wedding. Joffrey's wedding was purple because Sansa was wearing a purple crystal hairnet that day. The poison was hidden in an amethyst crystal in the hairnet. Sansa was an innocent drug mule. She didn't know what she did. The hairnet and the poison in it were all made by Littlefinger. When Sansa brought the poison into the wedding, Old Rose took the opportunity to help her tidy up her hair to remove the poison and quietly put it in Margaery's hand. In other words, Margaret had poisoned her own husband to death. The golden goblet that Joffrey drank from was the wedding goblet that the king and queen shared. Only Margaery herself could guarantee that she wouldn't get poisoned. The bride killed the groom at the wedding site. The wedding had been completed, and the red booklet had been obtained, violating the sacred betrothal and murdering her husband. Old Rose was the guest, and Emperor Yura was the host. The guest killed the host, violating the guest's rights. Emperor Yura was the king, and Tyrell was the vassal. The crime of regicide was unavoidable. For such a serious crime, Cersei and the Iron Throne had every reason to attack Gao Ting. Randall Tarley was also the Minister of Justice, the Chief Justice of the Seven Kingdoms. He had already done his duty as Tyrell's vassal by choosing to remain neutral. As for why Marjorie would confess to such a deadly crime, Cersei had always known that the imp killed Joffrey and Tywin, and that the imp's backer was Gao Ting. It was a lucky stroke. It was a coincidence. After capturing Little Rose, Cersei asked Cobborn, the spellcaster scholar, to interrogate her. When Little Rose found out that the High Court had been annihilated, Cersei wisely guessed the truth. With a vengeful mentality, she used the murder of Joffrey to attack her poor mother who had lost her son. When she heard the truth, Cersei really cried. In the end, this was all Varys' fault. Varys had at least two identities in the Red Castle. On the surface, he was the chief of intelligence, Eight-Clawed Spider. In the dark, he was the guard of the Red Castle's dungeon, Logan. Don't think that Logan's identity is temporary. Varys has been playing this role for more than 20 years. Don't underestimate the position of Black Head of the Red Fort. Throughout the year, the Black Prison was empty most of the time. It only locked up people who had committed heinous crimes or had special identities. It was similar to the imperial prison of the Ming Dynasty's Imperial Guards. Dany's obedient son, Jia Kuan, Id Stark, Grand Tutor Pycelle, and Tyrion had all been in Logan's dungeon. On the night that Tyrion escaped from prison, Logan also disappeared. Then, Cersei found a rare gold hand coin in Logan's bedroom. It was a gold coin with a palm as the emblem, representing Garth the Green Hand. It was an ancient coin of Riverbend. At this point, Cersei, who had suspected that Tyrion was behind this, completely understood the ins and outs of the matter. The little magic monkey was the knife, and Tyrion was the mastermind. This was also one of the reasons why Cersei sued Marjorie to the church for treason and adultery. To be honest, when she found out that Emperor Joffrey's death had nothing to do with her dwarf brother, Cersei was dumbfounded. I've hated you for so long, so deeply, and you're showing me this? Perhaps it was because of the great sparrow's pious prayers to the Holy Mother every day after his resurrection. There really was a moment when Cersei confessed to the Holy Mother. Was she too harsh on her little magic monkey brother? But the next moment, Cersei threw the Holy Mother to the faraway slave bay. She gritted her teeth, her beautiful face contorted. That little magic monkey who should go to the 7 hells is helping the fake Aegon usurp my throne. I can't hate him enough. No, I'm going to curse him 10,000 times a day in front of the Holy Mother's statue. It had to be said that Cersei's move hit the nail on the head, and the effect was very good. First, Randolph Tarley was appeased. Then, under Cousin Devon's suggestion, Cersei held the trial of King's Landing. She invited many nobles and commoners to be the jurors, and the Bishop of the 7 Gods, not the Great Sparrow, to be the chief judge. She publicly tried Tyrion's crime of murdering Emperor Joffrey. Emperor Joffrey, who loved his people like his own children and was unparalleled in righteousness, was very unpopular. The people of King's Landing gave him the nickname Mad King II. This was not wrong. But no matter how wrong Emperor Joffrey was, he was an innocent victim at the Purple Wedding. The beautiful, kind, and benevolent Marjorie was very loved by the people of King's Landing. The people of King's Landing gave her the beautiful title of Holy Mother Rose. This was also not wrong. But no matter how many good points she had, her crime at the Purple Wedding was so shocking that normal people could not accept it. Marjorie's reputation was completely ruined, and she was on the same level as her mother-in-law, Cersei. Tyrion also went from being a victim of the turn of the Riverbend to a sinner who deserved retribution. The public opinion did not immediately change, but it was no longer in Tyrion's favor. This was a trial of the church that even the Holy Sparrow approved of. After that, Cersei's actions became even more outrageous. She announced at the Imperial Council that Tyrion of Highland Castle had committed the most heinous crimes, but Marjorie was already King Tommen's legal wife, and the only heir to Highland Castle. The Queen Regent followed the teachings of the Holy Mother and showed the greatest mercy to the lost Marjorie. Before King Tommen came of age and gave birth to a joint heir to the Iron Throne and Highland Castle, Marjorie only needed to hide in the virgin quarters under the protection of the nuns and pray piously to the seven gods every day to repent for her sins. During this time, the Iron Throne would temporarily take over Marjorie's rule over Riverbend. In other words, Cersei had the title of Guardian of the South and the scepter of Duke of Riverbend in her hand. Yes, Sir Inflatable Fish had a total of 3 sons and 1 daughter. Velis and Garan died in the Shield Islands. Loras was sworn as a White Knight, and Inflatable Fish was secretly executed. Marjorie was really the only successor of Hiding Tyrell. Don't you have a sense of déjà vu? This was how Tywin dealt with Sansa and Stark back then. In any case, the Iron Throne's announcement barely managed to appease the irritable Riverbend vassals. Tyrion had indeed murdered Emperor Jorg, and the Iron Throne also acknowledged Tyrion's rule over Highland Castle. Uluin's 20,000 Taiman army had penetrated deep into Riverbend's hinterland and did not submit. The Iron Throne was righteous, benevolent, and had military strength. This was the most important thing. Riverbend's military strength was empty, and they had lost their leader. Tyrion's clan was almost wiped out, and the Qingting Island fleet was destroyed. Hathor did not say it, but everyone knew that they had sided with the Dragon Queen. Tarly became the hand of the king, and Florin simply cheered for the Iron Throne. The top 5 families of Riverbend were all useless. What else could the other vassals do other than settle down? Take down Highland Castle, control Riverbend, and the food supply was also in the hands of the Iron Throne. To the unruly people of King's Landing, whoever could stabilize the price of food and prevent them from starving to death was the Holy Mother. It was said that in Empress Dowager Meg Lu's bedroom, a small shrine was newly opened dedicated to the Holy Mother's statue. The whore Empress Dowager had recently been praying 3 times a day in front of the Holy Mother's statue. It seemed like she had become the Holy Mother whore, Empress Dowager. Oh, the Holy Mother whore was still the Holy Mother. King's Landing had stabilized. Of course, under the calm surface, there was no lack of undercurrents. For example, Aegon, who was called Prince Chi by the people of King's Landing. Aegon's declaration and the declaration of the True Dragon Alliance had spread far and wide, but his reputation had never been good. Or rather, very few people truly believed in his identity as Lei Jiazi. In fact, everyone in King's Landing knew that Lei Jiazi had been smashed into a wall and turned into a pile of minced meat. But the attitude of the unruly people did not affect Aegon. The marriage alliance with Sansa and the establishment of the True Dragon Alliance was more convincing to the nobles than the uncertain identity of Lei Jiazi because it represented power. It also represented that 5 of the 7 dukes, Northern Territory, Hajian, Valley, Stormlands, and Dorne had acknowledged Aegon's identity as a true dragon. Recently, the number of dukes who had secretly submitted letters to the True Dragon was as numerous as the carps in the river. Aegon was in high spirits. He finally felt like a king. Yes, he was going to get married soon. It was today. The wedding would be held in the Eagle's Nest. Aegon, Sansa, Littlefinger, and the other ministers had originally planned to hold the wedding on Dragonstone Island with the Dragon Queen as the witness. But when they found out that the Dragon Queen had just gone to Saucerose and was busy training the winged dragon knights, Dany's excuse, they could only regretfully give up on Dragonstone Island. After all, Dragonstone Island was Dragon Queen's fief and had nothing to do with Aegon. His current fief was Windstop Castle. Windstop Castle was not as good as the Eagle Nest because the valley had the most vassals of Aegon. Just like the Red Wedding, Tully was going to the Fry family to hold the wedding. However, the wedding would not be held in the Eagle Nest, but in the Moongate Castle at the foot of the Eagle Nest. The Eagle Nest was built on the largest mountain in the valley, the Giant Spear. Just by hearing the name, Giant Spear, one could understand how steep the mountain was. It was like a spear stuck in the valley. Thus, although the Eagle Nest was a strategic location, it was not big and could only hold 500 people. Also, winter had arrived, and the weather was suddenly cold. Yes, can you imagine how it feels to live on the mountain peak in winter? It would not be enjoyable. The Moongate Castle at the foot of the Giant Spear was huge. Although it belonged to the Reyes family, Aaron would go down to the Moongate Castle every winter to avoid the cold. It should be mentioned that the Reyes family and Stark were relatives 800 years ago. One of Ide's grandfather's younger sisters had married into the Moongate Castle. When Robb had set up the will of the King of the North's successor, Catelyn had firmly opposed letting Robb become the royal elder brother. Instead, she had suggested that her son choose a direct descendant of the Reyes family as the successor. What the hell? It could be seen just how stupid and hateful Catelyn was. All right, I digressed. There was another important reason. The great cathedral was built in the Moongate Castle. The king's wedding had to be held in the great cathedral under the witness and blessing of the 7 gods. Chapter 638. The first rays of dawn dyed the snow-covered valley red. In the warm ballroom of the Moongate Castle, the guests enjoyed the breakfast before the wedding. There was lemon honey cake, pickled chicken, bacon, fried eel strips with breadcrumbs, Dothraki blood sausage, various stuffed buns, invented by the Dragon Queen, frozen Dornish blood orange soup. It was a sumptuous banquet with a mixture of many styles. Servants shuttled back and forth, carrying large pots of warm milk, honey wine, and sweet golden wine, filling the cups for the guests who needed it. Musicians wandered around the hall, playing flutes, playing harps, and singing songs of blessing. A moon boy rode a broomstick horse, making funny movements and expressions, making the guests around him laugh. After breakfast, the food and chairs were cleared. John Clinton, as the father, solemnly tied the groom's cloak on Aegon under the gaze of the guests. The dark black velvet cloak was embellished with a red megalosaurus and a golden, sun-piercing spear. They represented the groom's father, the Targaryens, and his mother, the Dorne Martell. Sigh, this cloak is new. You should have a better choice. The old man sighed sadly. The groom's cloak would be tied to the bride's shoulders later. The less heritage one had, the newer the cloak they used. If Rhaegar hadn't caused any trouble, Aegon could have used either his father's true dragon cloak or his mother's Sunpiercer spear cloak. Both families were great families with heritage, and the cloaks had been used by countless ancestors. This is good. My family and future are all new, so I should use a new cloak, Aegon said. He looked heroic and spirited today. He wore a black coat with a lone 3-headed fire-breathing dragon embroidered with rubies on his chest. The dragon claw held a black greatsword, imitating the dead Legger. Yes, the Targaryen clan's original emblem should have been a 3-headed dragon with a black background and a red background. However, Aegon and Dany's clan could no longer use Aunt Dany's clan emblem, so they added a sword to the dragon's claw. The sword of the king, black fire. Although the change was small, any Westeros aristocrat with a clear mind would understand at a glance. Aegon and Dany Rise had split up. Aegon did this out of filial piety. It wasn't irony. Aegon didn't even discuss it with Dany's aunt and took the initiative to give up the inheritance of the Orthodox clan emblem. Although Dany herself had always had plans to change the emblem to a 5-color dragon and did not value the 3-headed dragon, the emblem was too important to the nobles. Aegon's actions were almost equivalent to establishing a new family. If the clan emblem was changed, even if old Awkward bought Liga's relics from the King's Landing antique dealer, Aegon wouldn't be able to wear it. After a while, the bride also arrived. The bride wore a pearl-colored silk gown and a gray-blue Merli silk dress. The dress was embroidered with hexagonal snowflakes with fine silver thread. This was the color of Winterfell, solemn, elegant, noble, and generous. On the bride's head there was a pure white velvet cloak embroidered with a silver-gray direwolf. Uncle Fingers put it on her. It was also Uncle Fingers who took the bride's father's position. He held her hand as they walked to the wedding altar and handed her over to Aegon. In addition, weddings under the teachings of the seven gods were very particular. It wasn't as if you could wear whatever color and style you wanted. Sansa had been married to Tyrion. If Tyrion died, she couldn't break off the marriage. She had to marry as Tyrion's widow and wear the gold and red clothes that represented the lion. For example, when Cersei married Uluin, she wore the gold and black of Theon Byra. Now, she was wearing the white and gray of the House of Stark without a single trace of the lion's color. This meant that she was pure, even a virgin. At least the seven gods recognized her purity and virginity. Blackie said that he wasn't the scapegoat. It was all Brother Merabad's fault. He was the one who broke off her marriage, and also the one who officiated at her wedding. Aegon rode his dragon and went to Crabclaw Peninsula to invite him over. Don't think that it was easy to break off a marriage. The responsibility was great. This was also why Linny's never divorced Big Bear. No monk was willing to break off her marriage. She only regained her freedom when Big Bear became a white knight. However, Merabad didn't fool Aegon. Before the wedding, he had arranged for a nun to check Sansa's virginity. Of course, it wasn't there. Sansa swore that she broke it while riding a horse. Marjorie, the little rose, had said the same thing. Cersei had also said the same thing during her examination before marrying Robert. Everyone believed it. Because riding and hunting were compulsory lessons for noble ladies, there were too many girls who broke their virginity. The three queens had done the same thing, cheated, and said the same thing. Sansa was lying because she only liked the ladylike things like music and poetry and singing and dancing and embroidery. If Arya had said it, it would have been most likely true. Marjorie might have been lying. She must have started early, but the high court nights were all too popular. Riding, hunting, and keeping hawks were all too popular. As for Cersei, she might have been telling the truth. She had been with Jaime before the wedding, but she might have really left her virginity to the saddle. Merabad believed in Stark's upbringing and had asked the dwarf himself. The dwarf shook his head in humiliation and said, "I regret it. I really do." He really did regret it. Sansa was only 13 when she married Merabad. Her period had come, but she was too young and had just gone through the tragedy of her family's destruction. She was too pitiful. On the night of their wedding, the two of them took off all their clothes and were naked to each other. Although Sansa was confused and frightened, she still carried out her duties as a wife with trembling hands. She even opened her thighs. The dwarf's eyes were red, and his true desire was bursting, but he was a good person with a soft heart. When he saw the little girl's pale face and frightened expression, he immediately felt pity for her. He sighed and put away his spear. Because he pitied the others, he was the most pitiful of them all. Stark was honest, simple, and well-educated, and the dwarf himself had admitted that he was useless, so everyone accepted the bride's purity. Well, after they found out about this, everyone secretly laughed at Tyrion's incompetence. Just like that day in King's Landing, when Emperor Joffrey found out that Tyrion didn't touch Sansa, he mocked him and said that he wanted to help his uncle sleep with her. Because the others could not understand the dwarf's thoughts, just like how modern women could not understand how the older generation could be happy in a marriage without a house, a car, and $1 million in savings. On the other hand, Tywin seemed to understand Tyrion very well. Not only did he not mock him, he even advised him to eat the meat early to prevent any complications. The old lion seemed to have the talent to become a moon chanter. After breakfast, they did not leave for the Holy Church immediately. Next was the gift-giving segment. It was to chase away favors. In the past, when a family held a wedding or funeral, they would have to eat at least 2 meals in the afternoon and evening. The funeral might take 2 or even 3 days. Because of that, the gift-giving was usually done in the evening before dinner. Now, the hotel was directly responsible for the gift-giving. The food was not as good as before, and most of the time, it was not enough. But there was only 1 meal in the afternoon, so the gift-giving had to be done at noon. In the Westeros, it was even earlier. Early in the morning, after breakfast, before the bride and groom's wedding, the gift-giving would begin. Also, the gift-giving here had to be done twice or even thrice. Today, the gift-giving was for the bride and groom. The gift-giving was done the day after the wedding. It was for the couple. The old man gave Sansa a small vest sewn with pterosaur scales and gave his adopted son a pterosaur bone bow. Elaine gave her fake cousin a steel spear, which was said to be Prince Oberyn's favorite. She hoped that he would be as brave as Uncle Oberyn. She gave Sansa a pair of chrysanthemum clam pearl earrings. Uncle Finger gave King Aegon a rare shadow lynx fur cloak, and Sansa a Dothraki sea white lion fur coat. The dwarf gave Aegon a large book called The Chronicles of the Valeglia Empire, and Sansa a book called The Diary of Moon Chanter Chana. I heard that you Stark all have special talents. You can learn from them. I thought that only Slaver's Bay was the battlefield of gods and demons, but I didn't expect the Westeros to be unfamiliar with it, too. Sigh, we need our own supernatural powers. He looked at his ex-wife with a complicated expression. The dwarf's position as the wildfire general was not for nothing. He had dozens of fire mages under him. How many supernatural secrets did he know? Taking advantage of his position, the dwarf dug out many good things from his subordinates. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent and could not learn. However, he had heard the Dragon Queen say many times that Stark's family is a bug. Sansa glanced at Aegon and saw her fiancé nod, then put the book away and thanked him. After that, the nobles of the valley came forward and gave them riding boots, saddles, brooches, spurs, silk tents. After that, Illyrio excitedly gave Aegon a 3-headed dragon king crown made of steel and red diamonds. The diamonds were inlaid in the dragon's eye sockets, and it was very lifelike. He gave Sansa a crown, which was also very beautiful. Finally, the guests of Dragonstone Island came forward one by one. Bronn gave Aegon a dragon-tooth knife with a weirwood handle and Sansa a pearl necklace. The old crabman did not come, but the little crabman did. He gave Aegon a cruise ship with 100 oars, and the queen a rare female cat with bright purple fur. At the very end, just when everyone thought that the segment was over, Old Awkward left the table again. He looked around and said loudly, "Her Majesty Dany Rise has given Prince Aegon a set of refined steel armor, Lady Sansa a pterosaur, and a set of jewelry called Heart of the Ocean." Wow, pterosaur! So extravagant? Does the Dragon Queen have that many pterosaurs? Looks like the queen really dotes on her nephew, but the Dragon Queen is not as smart as the legends say. Hee, she can't even tell the difference between real and fake. His voice got softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Old Awkward was still talking, but the others started shouting when they heard about the pterosaur. However, even though everyone was shouting, Aegon and Sansa only smiled reservedly. The truth was, Aegon had gotten his hands on the Vajra armor a long time ago. He had even worn it in a duel once. Sansa had also met the striped dragon, and she was willing to change her faith. Actually, Sansa had been in contact with the seven gods for a long time, because when I brought her south to King's Landing, he had already betrothed his daughter to Emperor Xiao. In the Northern Territory, no one cared about Sansa's faith in the Frost God, but after becoming the king of the seven gods, she would be able to blend in with the nobles of King's Landing if she changed her faith. Even I did not object to it. Now that she was going to marry King Aegon, it was inevitable that she would change her faith. Since she was going to change her faith to the seven gods, how could she give the pterosaur to Brittany? Even though Brittany had already sworn loyalty to her and would become Aegon's White Knight after the wedding, it was mainly to protect Sansa. After the gifts were presented, the crowd escorted the bride and groom to the Holy Hall. Uncle Finger held Sansa's hand and handed her to Aegon. Then, the newlyweds walked up the altar with their fingers interlocked. Chapter 639. Under the gold-plated statue of the mother and father, Brother Merabad wore a crown made of crystal and gold. He wore a new white monk's robe and held the Seven Stars Bible in his hand. He faced Aegon and Sansa on the altar and chanted a prayer. The holy marriage ceremony had officially begun. Below the stage, a white mimic bird badge was pinned on his blue velvet suit. Uncle Finger was smiling, unable to hide his joy. Opposite Uncle Finger, the dwarf wore a crimson robe embroidered with a golden lion. He pulled at his bow tie with a complicated gaze. After Brother Merabad finished his prayer, the king and his wife swore 7 marriage vows before the statue of the mother and father. They also received 7 blessings from Brother Merabad, who represented the mother and father. Then, in front of the monks and guests, the newlyweds exchanged 7 vows. That was not the end. There was still a hymn. Under the guidance of the monks and nuns, everyone sang the mother's song and the father's song. After that, Brother Merabad asked loudly, including the 2 newlyweds, "Is there anyone who is dissatisfied with this holy marriage? Is there anyone who has doubts? Is there anyone who challenges the groom?" In old-fashioned Hong Kong movies, it was common for a couple to get married in a church. Then, the bride's ex-boyfriend would suddenly appear, drag the woman away, or pull out a machine gun. The plot would reach its climax. But in Westeros, such actions were legal and reasonable, and they were protected by the 7 gods. Blackie shrugged helplessly again. It was not going to take the blame. It could be said openly, and it could also be done openly. For example, there were 2 people below the stage who were ready to make a move. One was Tyrion, and the other was Harold. Tyrion was not trying to snatch the bride. He was just itching to say, "Hey, I've experienced such a scene with the bride before." The officiator had a higher status, the Archbishop of the 7 gods. No one objected at that time. Harold, also known as Heir Harry, was Robert Arryn's heir. He had been with Elaine Stone for a while. It was not true love, but he was indeed infatuated with Elaine's stunning looks. After Elaine broke off contact with him, he only regretted it for a while before continuing to find his mistress happy. After all, other than her beauty, Harry really did not like her identity as Pinky's illegitimate daughter. But now, goddess, she was a proper goddess. Looking at her now, Sansa with the crown, she was even more beautiful and attractive. But she just brushed past him. He was the heir of the valley. If he married the heir of the king of the northern region and gained the allegiance of the nobles of Hajian County, he wanted to rush up and shout, "I object," but he had already objected 2 days. He was already 2 days ago. Just as when Brynden Stark had gone to Riverrun to marry his long-betrothed Catelyn, young Uncle Fingers had drawn his sword and challenged Brynden. Harry, his successor, had already challenged Aegon. Well, this kind of thing is very much in line with the chivalric culture of Westeros. No one would accuse me of offending my superiors or being disrespectful. Both of them had received guidance from famous experts, and both of them had been trained according to the orthodox knight training method for more than 10 years. Was to his S of SSS. His's was his. His S was too. At this moment, Harry's right arm was still bandaged. Seeing that no one came forward to challenge him, Merabad announced the removal of the bridal cloak. Uncle Finger, who claimed to be the best godfather of the 7 kingdoms, stepped forward and gently removed Sansa's bridal cloak. John Clinton, who claimed to be the best godfather of the 7 kingdoms, helped Aegon remove his bridal cloak. Uncle Finger took Stark's and stepped back. Old Face passed the bridal cloak to Aegon and stepped aside. Aegon took his own cloak and shook it open. Like a child wearing an adult's clothes, he wrapped it around Sansa and tied it around her throat. He said that from now on, she was his family. He would replace his father-in-law and protect Sansa forever. Looking at the tall and strong bridegroom and the petite bride, Tyrion's eyes started to twitch again. He thought of the past. He was only 3 feet tall, 9 meters. With his boots, he was only a meter tall. Sansa, on the other hand, was more than 6 meters tall. He couldn't reach her neck, even if he stood on his tiptoes. He couldn't put his own cloak on her. At that time, everyone was laughing. Helpless, he could only stand on the back of the jester and complete the ceremony. Now, Aegon, who was almost 9 meters tall, was hugging Sansa, who was 6 meters tall. It was so harmonious, so heart-wrenching. Through this kiss, I offer my love. Sansa, I wish you to be my wife and my bride, Aegon announced loudly. Sansa blushed and replied softly but clearly, through this kiss, I offer my love. Then, the two of them closed in and kissed deeply for a long time. Monk Merabad took out a crystal from his pocket and raised it high. He silently cast a holy light spell, a modified version of the holy healing spell. It was just a ball of white light and had no healing power. During Cersei's trial by martial arts, Dragon Queen felt that it was beneath her when she saw a monk holding a crystal and playing tricks under the sun. Hence, she developed a divine spell for her followers to show off. Don't underestimate the holy light spell because it was easy to learn and cost little. However, out of the thousands of cultivators in the 7 kingdoms, only a few hundred could cast the holy light spell. They were all true believers whose morals matched Dany's values. Yes, they had to meet the requirements of Dany, the mother of the 7 gods. Those who were extremely devout but followed the teachings of the old version of the 7 Stars Bible were not favored by the 7 gods. Dany could see the faith threads of every believer. It was impossible for Mr. Nangwa to hide it from her, as long as there was a true God, and as long as the true God was willing to put in the effort, the Church of a True God would definitely become the cleanest organization in the world. Here, under the witness of the gods and the people of the world, the holy light spell caused the crystal to emit a rainbow-colored light that was as thin as clouds. It shone on the faces of the newlyweds and the wedding witnesses. The atmosphere was sacred and solemn. At this moment, Monk Merabad looked like one of the 7 gods who had descended to the mortal world. I solemnly announce that Aegon VI of the Targaryen family and Sansa of the House of Stark are husband and wife. From now on, they are one body, one mind, one soul, forever. Anyone who interferes with their marriage will be cursed mercilessly. The holy marriage was officially concluded successfully. Oh, Robert and Cersei were married like this. Joffrey and Margaery were married like this. Tyrion and Sansa were also married like this. Perhaps Aegon and Sansa would have a different ending. After the wedding was the wedding banquet. The wedding was held in the Holy Church and was presided over by a monk. There were not many wedding witnesses present. Low-level knights were not even qualified to enter. The most lively place was the wedding banquet, which was held in the main hall of the Moongate Castle. Of course, the newlyweds were not ordinary people. They were the king and queen. Do not doubt they had already worn the crown. Before the wedding banquet, the king had to receive the blessings of his subjects. Aegon and Sansa stood outside the Holy Church on the steps of the marble square. Brittany, who had become a robed iron guard, led 49 knights to surround and protect them. There was a long line of courtiers who had an audience with them. John Clinton was the first to go up. He hugged his adopted son excitedly and kissed Sansa's cheek. "Your Highness, you have grown up and become an adult. From now on, you must uphold the responsibility and glory of a king." "Father, I will." Aegon smiled and nodded. "Sire, you should call him Your Majesty now," Sansa suddenly said. The moment the wedding was completed, the Treaty of the True Dragon Alliance officially took effect. Aegon received the allegiance of 5 and a half of the 7 countries in name. Well, the other half was Riverbend. Aegon had the letter that Old Rose had sent before she died. If Aegon helps High Court, Tyrell will lead Riverbend to pledge allegiance to you. Therefore, Aegon was really the king of the 7 countries on the surface. Old Man was stunned. He nodded and sighed. "Yes, Your Highness. I should call him Your Majesty. I hope you two have a good marriage and give birth to an heir soon." "I will." Sansa blushed and behaved generously. Then it was Littlefinger. Uncle Finger hugged his daughter and bowed respectfully to Aegon. He kept saying auspicious words. When the dwarf came over with Yelaine, Aegon and Sansa both had strange expressions on their faces. "It's a little awkward." Tyrion touched his nostrils and smiled awkwardly. Back then, the dwarf wanted to say that back at King's Landing, Joffrey and Margaery also stood at the entrance of the Great September to receive blessings from others. He and Sansa also gave their blessings to the newlyweds. But Sansa did not want to hear anything about that day or that year. She interrupted the dwarf and said bluntly, "Sire, this is good for both of us. That's enough." "Yes, it's good." Tyrion grinned and showed an exaggerated smile. "Long live the king, long live the queen. The king and queen are a match made in heaven, happy for a long time." Saying that, he picked up Sansa's hand and kissed it hard on the back. Then he hugged Aegon's waist and whispered, "You bastard, go fuck your cousin tonight." Aegon glanced at the long line behind him and showed an elegant fake smile. He whispered back, "Bastard, I'm not like you. I won't insult my wife with words. Get out." Yelian smiled and pretended that she didn't see or hear anything. She politely and distantly said a few words of blessing. The line was so long that there was not much time left for everyone. The dwarf quickly left with Yelaine. Not long after, it was Illyrio's turn. He was even more emotional than when he gave the gift. His eyes were red, and he was crying. He gave his blessings one after another. The others did not think much of it. There were many people who cried. Didn't Uncle Fingers also have tears in his eyes just now? They only thought that this fat foreigner was sucking up to the king in order to get a good piece of land. Yes, the fat merchant was no longer hiding behind the scenes. He had been given the title of Marquis by Aegon. He was also King Aegon's finance minister and the military's quartermaster. Those with status could give their blessings to the king and queen in person. Those without status, mercenaries, merchants, and prostitutes who came after hearing the news, were blocked 10 meters away by the golden knights in golden armor and black cloaks embroidered with a red dragon. Long live the true dragon! Long live Aegon! Long live Queen Sansa! Cheers flooded the newlyweds. Regardless of their personalities, Aegon and Sansa's appearances were first class. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Both of them had good personalities and did not appear to be rebellious. It was easy for them to gain the favor of ordinary people. Now that Sansa is married and you don't object to this marriage, can you let me go? In the crowd, a man in leather armor with a long beard and messy hair whispered to the cloaked man beside him. Looking at that face, wasn't it Jaime, who had been missing for many days? Chapter 640. Your vow is only half complete. There's still. Arya, the cloaked person said with the sound of a blade scraping against glass. Let the deviant ghosts take that brat away. I've searched the entire Three River Basin and haven't heard anything. Where am I supposed to find her? The man complained. Your sacred vow. Before it's complete, you must listen to me. Even if one day I'm no longer around, you have to continue. The cloaked person's voice was emotionless. I wasn't even this loyal to the Mad King back then. The man who looked like a lion's head said angrily, if you had always been loyal to me, you wouldn't have today's disaster. The cloaked person usually didn't talk so much. Today, seeing her daughter getting married and her son-in-law being so young and handsome, she was too excited. Can I meet Tyrion? That bastard killed my father, and then my uncle. I have to ask him personally where he got his grudge from. The man who looked like a furious lion glanced at the dwarf who was teasing Fearless with Yelaine from the corner of his eye and gritted his teeth. No, we are about to take action. Don't mess up the plan, the cloaked person said sternly. Cersei married Yuluen. For the sake of my vow, I've sacrificed too much, the lion-headed man said, sorrowfully. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The thin winter sun was covered by shadows. The loud and sonorous roar of a beast shook the Moongate castle slightly. Wow, Balerion, Black Death God Balerion. True dragon, true dragon, true dragon Targaryen. Long live the true dragon. The pterosaur spread its wings and covered the sky, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Black Death God Balerion landed on the marble square. Its huge body was like a thick wall, blocking the king and queen behind it. But soon, everyone saw the king holding the queen's hand and walking up the flight of wings. They sat on the dragon's saddle and fastened the belt. Whoosh! The huge leather wings stirred up a tornado near the square. The cloak of the cloaked person was blown off, revealing a dead person's scarred face. It was Madame Stoneheart. She had come to attend her daughter's wedding. SSSS, Balerion leaped up. It would take the king and queen to tour the cities of the valley. So big, even the scorpion crossbow wouldn't be able to kill him, right? I heard that even Queen Sansa will become a dragon knight. The lion-headed man stroked his messy beard and narrowed his eyes at the megalosaurus that was flying away in the sky. He cursed in a low voice. This damn world is becoming more and more unfamiliar to me. Soon, almost complete, revenge, recapture Winterfell. The cloaked man put on his cloak and muttered. Aegon brought Sansa back to the Moongate Castle before dark to attend the formal wedding ceremony. When the queen came down from the pterosaur, she was sneezing and shivering. Her cherry blossom face and rose-red lips were blue and black. She wore too little and was too cold. My dear, it's cold in the winter. Next time, change into a thick fur coat and wear a windproof helmet. You'll feel much better. Aegon comforted his newlywed wife gently. Back in the king and queen's bedroom, Duke Aeron's original residence, Queen Sansa warmed herself by the fire for a while. Only then did she regain her beauty like a thawed lake. For the banquet, both of them had changed their attire. Aegon wore black breeches, a crimson and gold jacket embroidered with gold thread, and the Dragon King's crown that Illyrio had gifted him. Compared to the impulsive youth at Slaver's Bay, he now had the calm bearing of a king. Sansa, on the other hand, changed into the crimson dress that represented the Targaryens. Her slender waist was tight, and the tight corset revealed her shoulders and upper half of her breasts, accentuating her snow-white skin and her slender figure like a willow branch. The queen's cheekbones were exquisite, her blue eyes were clear, and her thick red hair draped over her white bare shoulders to her waist. On her forehead was a slender and simple crown inlaid with hexagonal rubies. The crown held her hair, ensuring that her exquisite cheekbones and delicate features were not covered. The two of them held hands, their fingers interlocked, and smiled at each other. Under the protection of Brittany and the knights, they entered the venue together, causing countless cheers and whistles. Joffrey's wedding banquet was unprecedentedly luxurious. There were a total of 77 dishes, a rarity in the world. Although 77 dishes were not enough for Zhang Juzhing to eat, in Westeros, or even on a global scale, 77 dishes were rare extravagance. It wasn't that the people of this world were thrifty, but that it was difficult to gather so many recipes and the corresponding chefs. Many of Joffrey's 77 dishes were actually repeated. For example, there were all kinds of pies and meat pies. Almost every kind of filling counted as a dish. Aegon also gathered 77 dishes this time. He was better than Emperor Joe. He learned a lot of Eastern dishes from Aunt Dany in Slave Bay, such as steamed fish head with chili peppers, white chopped chicken, garlic crayfish. In a religious culture that worshipped seven dishes were too few. Even the Dragon Queen, the soul of China, found it difficult to gather all 77 dishes. Only 77 was the most suitable. During the banquet, there were naturally all kinds of entertainment programs, acrobatics, midget martial arts competitions, opera. The focus was on the opera. At the opening, Tom of the Seven Strings performed Winter Snow Rose, which praised the dire wolf, Corolla Night King, which flattered the Dragon Queen, and the girl, the Virgin, and the Crone, which pleased the seven gods, while my beloved temperament expressed the love of the king to the queen, causing the venue to be filled with the laughter and cheers of young boys and girls. In addition to these orthodox programs, there were also a large number of rural obscenities and novelty plays. Because the theme and content were relatively new, even appearing in front of people for the first time, they were far more popular than traditional operas that had been heard thousands of times. For example, Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream told the story of a pure girl's step-by-step depravity. The singer was a big fat man from Mill, a very famous tenor on the other side of the narrow sea. He sang in a mellow tone. That year, I went to the river of flowers and fruits. Under the peach tree, I saw a face more beautiful than the peach blossoms. I went forward in a daze, but saw under the apricot tree on the other side a handsome young man looking at her from afar, love rippling between them like the sea. I was dejected and silently retreated. The music changed from the light and cheerful dream of lilacs to a soothing tune with melancholy and blessings. This year, I went to the river with golden ears of wheat. In the tavern, I saw a girl as beautiful as a rose. I didn't even have to go up to her. She wrapped her arms around my neck with a smile as sweet as honey and kissed me. The rhythm of the music suddenly sped up with a kind of intoxicating atmosphere. After that, there were a lot of indescribable scenes of love, all kinds of moves, all kinds of tastes. The men couldn't control themselves. The women's cheeks were rosy, and their eyes were watery. I awoke with a start, and she asked me for a copper barley. She laughed and said she was once worth a gold royal. I asked, what about the young man? She stopped laughing. She told me a dream, her dream. The music became sad. The audience suddenly cooled down from their previous excitement. They gritted their teeth, sighed, slammed the table, slammed the plate with knives and forks. Through the wine glass, cursed loudly, damn faceless one. In the end, all the sympathy and love for Rosie in the play turned into curses for faceless one. Why? In Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream, 999% of the content was romantic stories and had nothing to do with Faceless One, and the plot didn't even describe Faceless One positively. It only said, "So he is Faceless One," at the end, that's all. Even the wise Tyrion, the cunning Uncle Fingers, and the serious and rigid old face all scolded Faceless One. They were sincere, without the slightest reluctance. But the dwarf was not immortal. Half an hour after Rosie's dream ended, the boiling emotions in his chest gradually calmed down, his reason returned, and he murmured, "The style of the play, why do I feel a little familiar?" Ah, the spiritual entertainment in this world is very poor, reading books and watching plays. Dwarfs also like to watch plays. When he was in Slave Bay, he often hung out with the workers and peasants' arts troupe, other than looking for female midgets. He also came to watch opera. With doubts, he called Mill over and asked, "This is the first time I've heard Rosie's Dream. Who is the screenwriter?" The fat man replied, "This is a recent hit from the South. Another new work by the famous playwright Dr. Wargrave." Wargrave! The dwarf loved to read, and immediately found the name in his memory and said in surprise, "I read his famous book Black Wing's Swift Transmission when I was a child, and the book ridiculed St. Bailey's foolish attempt to replace the raven with pigeons." The tenor was also a learned person, and nodded. "I also had the honor to read that book. St. Bailey believed that the white pigeon symbolized purity, and the black wings of the raven represented misfortune. But pigeons can only be used as pigeons, and they don't have the ability to survive in the wild, while the fierce raven can fight with the eagle. The question is, how did he become a famous playwright when he was just a doctor of raven?" The dwarf wondered. "He is a doctor of raven, but his necklace can encircle my belly." The tenor patted his pregnant belly and said matter-of-factly, "Which doctor only knows one profession." "That's true." The dwarf reluctantly agreed with the tenor and said hesitantly, "Don't you think the style of Rosie's Dream—" Without waiting for the dwarf to finish, the tenor laughed and said, "It's like Dragon Queen." "Of course it is. Dragon Queen has almost created a new genre, and everyone is imitating her, even the scholars of the City of Knowledge. It's just that Dr. Wargrave's level is the highest, and his imitation is the most accurate." I thought I was the only one. The dwarf had a strange look on his face. Sigh. After the opera she wrote and directed in Slave Bay spread, the laymen just watched for fun, but the insiders like me were shocked when I saw it for the first time. That literary technique, that unique suppression of desire. The tenor finally met a civilized person he could talk to in the Wild Westeros, and immediately began to analyze Dragon Queen's creative technique and conception skills. Chapter 641. It was no wonder that the tenor was so excited. In this world, even papermaking hadn't appeared yet. In other words, literary creation was still at the stage of extremely simplified history books. Since ancient times, before the invention of papermaking and printing technology, the cost of writing books was too high. Most of the resources were invested in the compilation of calendars and history books, which were more practical and urgently needed. The remaining resources would also be used to record poems. Stories were only passed down by word of mouth, and almost none of them were written into books. For example, in the Great Celestial Dynasty, legendary stories began to appear in the Tang Dynasty, and all kinds of stories were popularized in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The 4 great classical novels all came from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Other than the fact that poetry was the best in the Tang and Song dynasties, the scholars had no choice but to turn to dramas and stories. The more important reason was the cost of writing books. How many words did Zhuangzi write? Ode to the 3 Capitals in the Jin dynasty. Paper was expensive in the Luoyang dynasty. Even if 10 Chao Shuichins were placed in the Jin dynasty, they wouldn't be able to write Dream of the Red Chamber. The bankrupt Chow family didn't have money to buy paper. Therefore, before Danny invented dragon paper and true dragon printing, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire also followed the simple and direct style of historical records. Of course, writing history had to be simple, clear, and direct. Therefore, even if the scholars were very knowledgeable, the novels and dramas they wrote were dry. Just like the Dunluin incident, it was a kind of posture with yang above, een below, and it was used for thousands of years. Suddenly, one day, a dragon queen popped out of Slave Bay and came up with a set of 108 kinds of spring cries. How could those dry people not be amazed? Literary techniques were the same as technology. They were constantly developing. If you don't believe me, you can go and look at the ancient classics. Other than the gorgeous words, beautiful sentences, and rich characters, in terms of story transfer, plot design, plot conflict, and word count, they might not be as good as the great writers on the internet. Word count. Don't think that the famous books weren't good at writing. There was no novel in the world that wasn't good at writing. Sometimes the author deliberately used words, but most of the time, the author didn't know that he was writing. For example, in Journey to the West, Wu Qingzhen definitely didn't like writing. However, in Journey to the West, such a plot often appeared. Tang Shungsung was captured by the demons, and Wukong had a good fight. Since he couldn't defeat the demons, he went to ask for help. Obviously, the readers knew about Wukong's experience, but the author still wanted to borrow Wukong's mouth to tell the story of how Wukong lost his master, fought the demons, and encountered troubles in detail. What else could this be but hydrology? Also, before Wukong, Beiji, and Sand Monk fought with the monsters, they would often announce their names and origins. In other words, they would use a very long poem to show off. They would recite the major events of their lives from their birth to the present. Their narration was very catchy and popular. The first time you listen to it, you'll only find it breathtaking. But the second time, the third time, after the nth time, you'll choose to fast forward. Not only did Wukong and Ba Jia introduce themselves, but they also introduced their weapons. The origins and functions of the golden-banded staff and nine-toothed harrow were also made into a jingle and repeated over and over again. To put it bluntly, there was only one meaning to this part of the story: acting tough. How can I be so awesome? How can my weapon be so awesome? Isn't that just showing off? If a web novelist were to write this, he would also act pretentiously. In fact, he might even act pretentiously more often than old Wu. When encountering a demon, if he didn't act tough 8 to 10 times, he wouldn't be able to live up to his good demon persona. However, web novelists would definitely come up with all sorts of ways to show off. Even if there was such a thing, it would only happen once. At most, they would use the effects of Wukong and the golden-banded staff in actual combat to show off. For example, today, they would use the golden-banded staff to smash a tree. Tomorrow, they would use the golden-banded staff to smash a small mountain. The day after that, they would smash a continent. The day after that, they would smash a planet. After that, they would smash a solar system, the Milky Way, the universe, the multiverse. In the end, they would step over the computer and phone screens and smash the heads of the readers with the golden-banded staff. Cough, cough, I've digressed. In short, Dragon Queen's unconventional writing style was a pioneer in this world where poetry and dramas were mainly written in a straightforward manner. She could barely be considered as a Shakespeare from another world, and attracted many people to imitate her. The slave owners of Guise, the scholars of the City of Knowledge, the opera editors of the Free City, and so on were all studying the drama of Slave Bay and the Dragon Queen's writing style. Even the sensitive dwarf dispelled his suspicions of the Dragon Queen at this moment. He only sighed and said, "Rosie's dream is really well written." Throughout the whole story, it did not say anything bad about Faceless One, but it made all the audience hate Faceless One to the bone. Yes, Dr. Wargrave has already surpassed his master. Rosie's dream will definitely become a famous piece passed down through the ages. The tenor agreed. But why does the City of Knowledge hate Faceless so much, making up stories to slander Faceless? The dwarf was puzzled. You don't know about the conflict between the City of Knowledge and Bravos? The tenor was surprised. I've heard a little about it. Tyrion nodded and said, that conflict isn't important. What's important is that both sides violate the rights of guests and want to wear the hat of second-rat chef on each other's head. But it's been so long. Why hasn't it stopped? It's hard to end. Dr. Wargrave even swore that if Faceless is not disbanded, the Holy War will never stop. Why is it like this? The dwarf was dumbfounded. It did stop a lot before, but recently the fat singer looked at the dwarf hesitantly and stopped. Today, I'm just an art enthusiast. We talk about art. There's no distinction between identities. The dwarf said, not long after your uncle died, the City of Knowledge swore that the Holy War would never stop and became very busy. Oh, the dwarf seemed to understand and nodded. So that's how it is. Those monkey bastards have a good plan. But Faceless are scarier than my bitch sister, right? The tenor glanced at the knight patrolling the corner with Astapor's dog and whispered, the City of Knowledge also has a lot of dogs. Everyone knows? Tyrion's ugly face twisted. Of course, the world has been suffering Faceless for a long time. The tenor's voice was even lower, like a mosquito's buzz. Is it effective? Tyrion was interested. It's very effective. According to the grapevine, in the past 6 months, at least 3 Faceless assassinations were discovered in advance in the 2 cities of Myr and Tyrossai alone. 1 Faceless was even caught, but unfortunately, he killed himself. 7 gods above, the effect is so strong. Tyrion was shocked. The tenor looked around and saw that other than the dwarf's female companion, Princess Elaine, no one was paying attention to them. So he smiled and said, excellent hunting dogs that have been specially trained can smell blood and distinguish the breath of strangers. They are more sensitive to murderous aura. Think about it. A Faceless peels off the skin of others and puts it on his own face. How can he avoid the smell of blood and murderous aura? Even if he has superb means and can hide the smell of blood and murderous aura when he appears for the first time, how can the dogs not detect a stranger? It is said that a businessman in Myr found a business opportunity and began to secretly train special dogs. They let people line up and walk past the hunting dogs. If a stranger is mixed in with 100 people in line, if the hunting dogs can smell him, he will live. If not, he will die. Using the surviving hunting dogs as seeds, the puppies that are born are trained again. 1,000 people line up, mixed in with a stranger who has just bathed. With this cycle, one day, as long as it is a stranger, they will not be able to get close to the nemesis of the Faceless. Makes sense. While they were talking, a new stage play started. The gloomy lighting atmosphere, the background music of a sly hero, and the Cthulhu stage design, costumes, and props that were beyond the times attracted the dwarf's attention. A bald, thin, and tall man with a black beard was accompanied by a total of 15 musicians, 10 more than the fat tenor. He is Jackson of Pentos, known as the Emperor of Opera. The fat man said sourly, in the shadow of the tower, the King of Darkness holds a list. Jackson's loud voice could be heard even by the guards in the corner of the hall, but the people closest to the stage did not find it noisy. He let out a soft murmur. That is a name. The drummers beat out a slow and gloomy rhythm, and the faint sound of the flute was like a ghost whimpering in the night wind. A name, a dead soul, the musicians chanted in unison. He feeds on blood and slaughter. The castle is filled with models of human heads, and each model is covered with a face, thousands of names, thousands of faces, Jackson raised his arms and sang loudly with a mellow tone. A name, a face, thousands of faces. The musicians shook their heads and chanted together. Cruel Meg, Fireball Quinton, Arrow Rain, Prince Robert. The drummers sped up the rhythm, and Jackson quickly read out a series of names. Some were known to everyone, but some were unfamiliar to Westeros. What does this mean? The dwarf was puzzled. The name of this play is Death's List. Those names are all people who were assassinated by the King of Darkness, and they are all famous people. You have not heard of it because of the long history, or because you are a foreigner, Elaine said. You have heard of it? The dwarf was surprised. Elaine nodded and rubbed her arms. They did not sing as well as the Emperor of Opera. I have goosebumps all over my body. So comfortable. Didn't Meg kill himself? How did he frame it on Faceless? Meg killing himself is just a speculation. Think about it. He has Balerion, and he is so cruel. How could he be so cowardly as to kill himself? Someone must have invited Faceless. Elaine said, before, even the City of Knowledge thought that Meg killed himself. How did you? Elaine interrupted him. Now the City of Knowledge has reversed the case for Meg, and Death's List was also scripted by Wargrave. Meg's death at the hands of Faceless was also just announced by the City of Knowledge. What about Fireball Quinton? The dwarf asked again. Quinton Bowl, one of the two most important generals under Black Fire Daimon. The other was Cold Iron Igor, died at the hands of an archer in the river before the final battle. The problem was that Quinton was leading an army to the battlefield, and he was surrounded by his own people. There were no enemies around, and they did not even find the person who killed him. The City of Knowledge believes that Faceless replaced one of Fireball Quinton's subordinates. I think it is very reasonable. Elaine said, it is indeed more reasonable than dying at the hands of an unknown archer, but the dwarf's face twisted. Mill's tenor suddenly said, Dr. Wargrave also has a play called The Non-Existent Brinden. The doctor believes that before the Black Fire Rebellion, the Blood Crow Duke Blinden was replaced by Faceless, and that Daimon Blackfire and his two sons were also killed by Faceless. This is completely denying the existence of Blinden River text. It's ridiculous. The dwarf shook his head. Chapter 642. Mill said in a high voice, but Dr. Wargrave also has his reasons. He believes that Brinden leading the Raven Tooth Guards to shoot Daimon and his son in armor from more than 400 meters away is too unbelievable. If he was lucky enough to kill one person, it might be a coincidence, but killing 3 people in a row is like magic. General, have you ever seen such a sharp archer on the battlefield? The dwarf was silent. Mill's opera singer said, I have asked the Red Archers of the Midsummer Islands. Their archery is the best in the world. Light arrows may have a range of 400 meters, but they do not have the destructive power of 400 meters. Not to mention heavy arrows that can pierce through armor. If there is a Faceless one hiding in Daimon's team, just like how he killed Fireball Quinton, it is obviously more reasonable to assassinate him in the chaos. But Blinden's most glorious life started from the first Black Fire Rebellion. If he was replaced at that time, wouldn't the Duke of Bloodcrow be an illusion? The dwarf muttered. That is why it is called the non-existent Blinden. It is very likely that the Duke of Bloodcrow really does not exist. Everything is because the Bravosi sent a Faceless one to interfere in the civil war of the 7 countries. Mill's expression was full of superiority as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, as if he knew the truth. What was more ruthless than changing the genealogy was erasing his existence. It sounds very reasonable and wonderful. I also believe it a little, but I have never heard of the non-existent Blinden. Elaine was puzzled. Some people in the City of Knowledge strongly oppose changing history. so the script is only circulated in a small circle. This was a fight between gods that mortals would never be able to detect. Dany's whispers versus Blindon's willpower distortion. But Blindon clearly exists. The dwarf remembered clearly that the Dragon Queen had mentioned the three-eyed crow many times. The dwarf still did not believe in the three-eyed crow's exaggerated abilities. How could a person be so strong? If the three-eyed crow could observe the timeline and distort people's thoughts, then what is the point of us Westeros mortals existing? He felt that Blindon should be a powerful shapeshifter. If his magic power was profound, he might still be alive, but that was it. Tyrion sneered. Scholars aren't afraid of death, but aren't you guys afraid as well? Why are you all singing this kind of drama? Scared. Of course I'm scared to death. Fatty nodded repeatedly and said, that's why famous big shots like us don't stand out. We wait for the street bards to spread the stories and plays before we perform. Tyrion was stupefied. Opera Meyer said helplessly, we have always performed whatever the audience likes. The theme of Faceless involves mystery, assassination, infiltration, transformation, conspiracy, betrayal, money. There are too many elements that the audience likes to see. Take Dragon Queen, for example. She is 10 times more terrifying than Faceless One. No matter how tyrannical Faceless One is, what can he do to ordinary people? But if the great guardian of light incarnates into the wings of death, he can burn a city in flames, or even pluck the stars and take the moon. But even such a terrifying Dragon Queen, there are people who make up stories about her, let alone Faceless One. Thinking of the stage plays made by the Gith people in Volantis, Tyrion was completely speechless. After a while, he muttered, since the scholars like to make things up so much, I'll ask them to help me write the truth of Duke Tywin's death, saying that I was also replaced by Faceless One. How about it? Elaine rolled her beautiful eyes and said snappily, since you admit that you are fake, I'll have you locked up. Hee, but that night, I was replaced by a gnome Faceless One. Anyway, Faceless One is now a chamber pot, so it's not too much for me to use it once, right? The little devil said with a smile. Dr. Wargrave's story is based on facts. He didn't make it up, Mills said with a frown. What facts do Death's List and Rosie's Dream have? Are you stupid to believe a playwright's story? The gnome shook his head and laughed. Hee. Meyer shook his head and chuckled. There was an indescribable wretchedness on his face. You have a dragon, and it will only take a day or two to go to the old town. Bring more gold royals with you. Hee. The gnome was shocked. What, did you see the real person? Who? Is it Rosie? The fatty nodded gently. The gnome was shocked again and pointed at the fatty. You tried. Is she really a waitress? Once a copper? Sigh, the price has increased a long time ago. Who doesn't want to get close to such a wonderful woman? As an artist of the older generation, of course, I have to experience life. Otherwise, how can I let the audience immerse themselves through singing? It is also because I am an opera singer that Miss Rosie honored me with a meeting. There was once a sea merchant who offered 20 gold royals to spend a night with her, but he was rejected compared to before. Her value has increased by more than 10,000 times. The fatty smacked his lips and said with a nostalgic expression, Rosie, is she really as beautiful as the stories say? Tyrion was a little excited. Wasn't it more exciting to have a tryst with the heroine of a legendary story compared to watching a movie and finding the actor to do it with because of his extreme love for a certain character in the movie? Would you rather find Huang Rong herself or find the actor to play Huang Rong? That was the logic. Beautiful, like a peerless beauty in the world, like a peach blossom in summer. More importantly, the aura, the sadness between her brows like a spring dream, the big eyes that are hazy like clouds flowing through the blue sky. When she looks at you, It is as if she is telling a sentimental story. It's simply killing me, the fatty said excitedly. Tyrion's mind went wild, and the rod in his lower body stiffened. His heart was moved. That's really, Yallin's pretty face was covered in frost, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. The dwarf quivered and put away his wretched expression. He said seriously, even if Rosie is real, what about the list? The fatty also put on a serious scholarly face and said in a low voice, recently there were 2 people who died inexplicably in the past, and it was confirmed that they were killed by the Faceless. Because when they saw the drama deaths list, the employer who hired the Faceless ones to kill them was too shocked. With a panicked expression, he cried out, "My plan, how could it be known? Wouldn't that reveal the truth?" Really? The dwarf was surprised. Of course it's true. There is a follow-up. A trade prince pulled him over for questioning, and he was afraid of the prince's power. He felt that the victims had been dead for many years and had no relatives or friends, so there was no need to hide. So he told the truth. The process of hiring the assassins was exactly the same as in the drama. The fatty said in a low voice, "This is too sensational." The dwarf murmured, "Could it be that my uncle's head was also cut off by the Faceless?" I reminded him that he should be under the close protection of the guards. He said suspiciously, when Kevin had just died. The dwarf didn't know the cause of death, and the Dragon Queen suspected that Yuluen was behind it, but she wasn't sure. In fact, the blood witchcraft that could kill people from a distance was too advanced. Kuei, Shi, and Tam were first-class geniuses among the shadow-binding knights, but they couldn't do it. But when Yuluen summoned the sea monster, the dwarf directly blamed his uncle's death on him. He and Aegon were still frightened by the unexpected disaster and intended to take refuge in Dragonstone Island. The Dragon Queen told them that blood witchcraft was hard to learn and easy to defend, so they could either stay in Wind's End Castle and close the door, or arrange for guards with steel weapons to guard the bed all night long. If they saw a shadow approaching, they would slash it with their swords. No matter how powerful the witchcraft was, it could be broken in one move, and it could even backfire on its master. When Aunt May killed Lon, Lee, Caitlin, a mortal could clearly see the ghost shadow, let alone the swordsman who was always vigilant. At that time, if Mother Wolf had a steel dagger and threw it out, not only would she be able to save Lon Lee, but she would also be able to kill Heir Lu in one move. This was because the ghost shadow was Heir Lu's spirit. Aunt May would also be half dead because of the witchcraft being broken, or if she was unlucky, she would die directly. Ha ha ha. The fatty smiled, strangely. What? Tyrion looked up at him and said, "You may not know much about supernatural power, but it's very difficult to kill people from a distance with blood witchcraft. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by witches long ago. My lord, don't joke around. Who knows better than you how Regent Kevin died? Faceless assassination is indeed 10,000 times more reliable than blood witchcraft, but there are some things that everyone knows, you can't deny." The fatty's mouth twitched. The dwarf's ugly, noseless face twisted into a ball and said fiercely, "How did the City of Knowledge know about the Faceless assassination list?" The fat opera singer saw his expression and was really a little scared. Who wouldn't be afraid of a bastard who killed his father and uncle? So he quickly smiled and said, "Some people say that the Faceless team is not pure, and there are spies in the City of Knowledge. Just like the scholar disguised as a slave, entered the mill glass factory, and stole the secret recipe to make high-quality glass. Just like the scholar stole Kohler's forging technique. Just like the scholar sneaked into the immortal Hall of Queers to steal the secret of the witches. Just like..." At the end, the fatty couldn't help but sigh and said, "Who hasn't had their knowledge and technology stolen by the scholar? I swear that in a few years, The City of Knowledge will master the top secret techniques from Slave Bay, such as paper making and printing. Perhaps the City of Knowledge is secretly cultivating their own faceless. The Dragon Queen and the Faceless One were terrifying, but the Westerosi scholars were smart, brave, unafraid of death, shameless, and outnumbered by their enemies. Impossible to guard against, even more terrible. Speaking of which, when Dragon Queen announced the disbandment of the City of Knowledge, the whole world rejoiced. Everyone said that the scholars' retribution has come. The dwarf saw the disdain on Elaine's face, and his heart moved. He waved the fat opera singer away and asked in a low voice, "What is he wrong?" The news that there is a spy in the Faceless team was secretly released by the City of Knowledge in order to cover up the real source of the news. Tyrion was surprised. "How do you know? Can't Dorne have its own? Pycelle?" Elaine sneered. The dwarf sighed. It seems that the City of Knowledge has really lost its credibility, and they are mixing in sand. But what's the point of doing this? It's better to disband. Dragon Queen's school system is good. We can try it. Elaine glanced at the smiling Aegon couple and asked, "Do you know the real source of the City of Knowledge?" "I'd like to hear the details." The City of Knowledge has a special task force, and the War of the Usurpers was caused by them. Rickard Stark's tragic death was not unjust. Elaine blabbered on and on about the big news that Dr. Wargrave had exposed. Clang! The glass fell from the dwarf's hand, his face pale as he muttered, "7 layers of hell. What kind of monster has the City of Knowledge become?" Chapter 643. During the banquet, in addition to the drama, there were also 7 fire masters that Illyrio had recruited. Originally, it was supposed to be Aegon's wildfire, but today it was also performing on stage. It actually summoned 7 giant dragons with fire control, and they attacked each other with flaming claws and fangs, causing the audience to cheer. However, the climax of the banquet was the nuptials. Before the banquet was completely over, the newlyweds had to enter the bridal chamber. The guests at the banquet swarmed over, the women carrying Aegon, the men grabbing Sansa and carrying her on their shoulders. On the way to the bridal chamber, dozens of men ripped off Sansa's clothes while loudly telling dirty jokes. It was very barbaric, but this was the nuptials, a Westeros custom. Everyone had been through it. In the South, this kind of custom would be somewhat restrained and not too excessive. But in Hujien and the North, even if you were the queen, you had to enter the bridal chamber naked. The women did the same to Aegon. These people wouldn't really touch the king and queen or take advantage of them. Their hands were disciplined, but their eyes were dishonest. The 2 groups took different paths and met in front of the bed in the bridal chamber, throwing the naked king and queen onto the bed. But they wouldn't leave. Many of them would stand guard outside, eavesdropping and suggesting interesting positions for the newlyweds. Here. Before the dwarf left, he secretly stuffed a small glass token into Aegon's hand. "What is it?" Aegon looked down and was immediately moved. "Thank you." It was a small bottle of Emperor's blessing. It was a gift from Slag to the dwarf, one of the few remaining divine medicines. Sigh. The dwarf shook his head with a bitter smile and left the bridal chamber. On the way back to the bedroom, Tyrion was very surprised to run into Uncle Finger again. "Hey, long time no see. We 2 old friends should catch up." Uncle Finger's smile was still so friendly. "You're forgetful? We've seen each other many times today." Tyrion wasn't easy to deal with either. His smile was even brighter than Uncle Finger's. "What kind of greeting is this? We've been friends for many years. Perhaps there are some misunderstandings, and I'm willing to explain them to you." Uncle Finger waved at Tyrion and walked towards the back door of the castle. The dwarf touched the steel dagger at his waist and glanced at Uncle Finger's thin and short figure. He had an idea and immediately followed. They turned left and right, passed through corridors, and finally arrived at the labyrinth garden in the castle's backyard. The cold wind from the north made Uncle Finger tighten his cloak. He stomped the snow on his feet and said, "We have the same goal now, which is to help His Majesty Aegon ascend the Iron Throne, don't we?" However, Tyrion would not follow his rhythm. He sneered and said, "Little Finger, your courage is far greater than your size." Uncle Finger frowned, but remained polite. He said, "Old friend, I know you have some misunderstandings about me. Tonight, right now, I'm here for this." "Tell me," Tyrion sneered. "You know about my relationship with Sansa's mother, right?" Uncle Finger said, with a sorrowful expression. "You said you broke her private parts." Uncle Finger nodded and said seriously, "I really love her and am willing to do anything for her. That's why I can't tolerate Lannister playing with her daughter like a toy. I didn't want to hurt anyone at Joffrey's wedding. Joffrey's death is somewhat related to me, but my goal is not to kill the king. I only want chaos." "Oh, I believe that," Tyrion sneered. "Sigh, I know you don't believe me, but how difficult is it to take a living person away from the Red Keep? Coincidentally, Lady Olenna found me. She thinks that Joffrey can't give Marjorie happiness and needs me to provide some additional help. For Sansa, for Catelyn in the underworld, I'm willing to bear any sin." Uncle Finger's eyes reddened, and his words were solemn and nasal. He, Tyrion still sneered. "I'm guilty, but I didn't want to frame you. You know better than I do that you're thought to be Joffrey's murderer, because Cersei thinks you are. The garden is so cold. If you don't talk like a human, I'm leaving." Uncle Finger was sincere, but Tyrion's expression remained the same. He sneered. "Tyrion, have you forgotten? We used to be so close. Whenever my brothel had new goods, I would keep them for you. We were even together. I only have friendship for you, and never any hostility." Uncle Finger sighed. Tyrion was disgusted, as if he had been force-fed 2 pounds of feces. His face twisted. "You can deny what happened to Joffrey, but what about the Dragonbone dagger?" "Dragonbone dagger?" Uncle Finger was confused. "What's wrong with the dagger? I remember that it's Robert's, right? What does it have to do with you? Stop pretending. I almost fell off that building. How many nobles don't know that?" Tyrion pointed at the eyrie under the cold crescent moon and sneered. "Did you misunderstand something?" Uncle Finger was still at a loss. Tyrion did not want to beat around the bush anymore. "I was arrested by Lady Catelyn because of the Dragonbone dagger. You told her that the Dragonbone dagger was mine, and that I was the one who arranged the assassination of her son, Bran. After that, the War of the Lion Wolf and the rebellion of the 4 Kings started because of this lie. That was your goal. So, stop pretending in front of me. Sigh, what a huge misunderstanding." Uncle Finger's face turned pale. He waved his hands and stomped his feet. "At that time, I only said in an uncertain tone that you might know where the dagger came from. I didn't say that you were the one who arranged the assassination of Bran. Think about it. What a huge loophole there is in that statement. No one in their right mind would give something as obvious as the Dragonbone dagger to an assassin. Can't a normal dagger kill someone? Catelyn isn't stupid either. If I said something like that, wouldn't she be able to tell that it was an obvious lie? That woman is so stupid. Her husband, Ide, is also stupid. He is so stupid that he would believe a bastard like you. But I'm not stupid," Tyrion said with a straight face. "You came to me just to say this?" Uncle Finger sighed. He knew that Tyrion had completely lost interest in reminiscing. If he did not bring out something useful, nothing would be accomplished tonight. "We will be leaving the valley in a few days. I hope that you can support me in becoming the hand of the king." Tyrion widened his eyes. He looked at the confident and humble man in front of him and felt that it was unbelievable. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think that's possible? The army is about to go south, but John Clinton left the Moongate Castle on the night of the wedding, which was just now, and went to Slave Bay. And your reputation. Old friend, as long as His Majesty is not crazy, he will not let you become the hand of the king. Then let Prince Dowling be the hand of the king. He is His Majesty's uncle. His status and talent are all suitable. Tyrion said nonchalantly, "Ha, Tyrion, if you are smart, you will not say such things." Uncle Finger stepped forward and approached the dwarf. He whispered in his ear, "I said that we are old friends. I know you. Didn't you go back to the Westeros to pull Lannister back from the edge of the cliff? But Prince Dowling joined the True Dragon Alliance because of the hatred in his heart. He wants to push Lannister into hell. But I am different. I have no ill intentions toward you. I have no hatred toward Lannister. You help me today, and I will help you tomorrow. You reject my friendship today, and tomorrow, Tyrion, don't let down our friendship of many years." Uncle Finger chuckled. "Are you threatening me?" Tyrion clenched his fists. His eyes, one green and one black, of different sizes, flashed with a dangerous light. "I am trying to use sincerity to awaken our 10 years of friendship." Uncle Finger laughed. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and craned his neck to look around. "What are you looking at?" Uncle Finger asked, puzzled. "I think I saw someone spying on us nearby," Tyrion said. "No, there is no one in the garden." Uncle Finger's expression was natural. "Are you sure?" Tyrion was doubtful. "Of course." "Then I am relieved." Tyrion smiled. Relieved what? Before he could finish, a fist the size of a bowl came straight at him. Bam! It hit Uncle Finger right in the nose. Sour, astringent, bitter, numb. All kinds of feelings exploded in his heart at the same time, and tears immediately gushed out. Before he could cry out, another fist came at him, like lightning, and hit him in the stomach. Ugh! The acid in his stomach rushed up to his throat. Uncle Finger bent over and vomited. Bam, 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 bam. Tyrion did not let him go. He kept on punching and kicking him. "Stop!" An angry shout came from the maze. Then a tall old man led 2 guards and rushed over from the corner of the maze. Tyrion let go of the Duke. The old man's voice was thunderous. Bam, bam. Tyrion did not care. He kicked Uncle Finger with his sturdy leather boots. He scolded as he kicked. "You arranged for someone to ambush me. How dare you say there is no one here? You are a liar." Uncle Finger lay in the snow covered in mud. He held his head with both hands. His mouth was full of blood. He groaned, but could not say a word. Oh, Tyrion was attacking Commissioner Liu of Guanxi. The so-called ambush was just an excuse. Uncle Finger was afraid that he would attack, so he arranged for bodyguards to protect himself. Clang, clang, accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon being unsheathed. The blade reflected a cold white light under the moonlight. It quickly flashed in front of Tyrion's eyes. The dwarf quickly took a few steps back and shouted, "Look at the sky, idiots! If you don't want to die, stay away from me." Hiss! Before he could finish, the faint moonlight in the sky suddenly disappeared. Complete darkness shrouded the maze garden. The pterosaur's roar seemed to be right next to his ears. Beep, beep, beep. The tall old man stopped the guards who pulled out their swords to attack the dwarf. He picked up the whistle hanging on his neck and blew it. After a while, a large group of guards from the Moongate Castle rushed over. "I will let you fly sooner or later." Leaving Uncle Finger with an inexplicable threat, Tyrion climbed onto Tessa's back and leaped into the night sky before the guards could surround them. "I beat up Little Finger. I can't stay in the valley anymore. Aegon just got married, so he has to stay here for at least 3 days. Let's go back to Wine-Stop Castle first. Tyrion found Elaine and invited her. No, we're not going to Wine-Stop Castle. Elaine climbed onto the dragon's back and sat behind the dwarf. She smiled strangely and said, "We're going to the old town to play for 2 days." "Why are we going to the old town?" The dwarf was confused. The legendary woman, Rosie, I love her too, Elaine said matter-of-factly. The dwarf's mouth fell open. He was dumbstruck. After a while, he muttered, "What if someone recognizes us?" Elaine leaned close to the dwarf's ear and licked his earlobe. She whispered, "I will go into the city alone. After we negotiate the price, I will bring her to the tower. You can ride Tessa to pick us up. Then the three of us can—" The dwarf's blood immediately rushed to his head. Little head. Elaine was reliable. The next night, the dwarf saw Rosie. Although her appearance and temperament were not as good as Sansa, Marjorie, or even the Dragon Queen, the dwarf felt that she had a special aura around her. The dwarf was full of energy. He had spent the most wonderful 2 days and 2 nights of his life. It was the same for Elaine. The despicable man and woman returned to Wine-Stop Castle with a lazy expression on their faces. However, the moment they landed on the training ground, Aegon led a dozen soldiers to arrest the dwarf. "No way. I only beat up that bastard once. And you want to lock me up?" The dwarf shouted in disbelief. "Duke Baelish is dead. He fell to his death. Just like you said. He flew once," Aegon said coldly. Chapter 644. Between High Court and King's Landing, there was no complete waterway connection. Taking a boat from High Court, going up the Mander River to the Bitter Bridge, then leaving the boat and going ashore, taking the Rose Avenue that connected High Court, Bitter Bridge, and King's Landing. Yuluin could not let the sea monsters climb onto land. Therefore, Aegon and Tyrion's plan was to end the battle quickly and take down King's Landing before Yuluin's Iron Fleet completed the voyage. High Court, Old Town, Dorne, Stone Islands, Dragonstone Island, Blackwater Bay, and Blackwater River outside King's Landing. Also because of the sea monsters, Dorne gave up the plan of taking a boat from Sunhalberd City to Wind's End Castle, and then landing at King's Landing at Blackwater Bay. Dorne sent out 4,000 Sandhorse cavalry to Wind's End Castle at night. In other words, Aegon would soon go to King's Landing, and his ministers, such as the Hand of the King, who commanded the ministers, had to be chosen before the expedition. Uncle Finger decided to find Tyrion because he had recommended himself to Aegon, but Aegon had rejected him. "Targaryen, I promised Tyrion to let him be the Hand of the King," Aegon said. But in fact, Tyrion was only one side. Aegon had his eyes on Uncle Finger's adopted daughter, and the Valley Knights, who were barely unified under Uncle Finger, but he was absolutely vigilant and distrustful of Uncle Finger himself. Perhaps it was because he had lived in seclusion in the Lone River since he was young and was raised by upright people like Clinton and Ashera. Aegon, who had just entered the mortal world, was naive and impulsive. He had not experienced the beating of reality, but his brain was normal, and he was not stupid. After hearing so many guesses about Uncle Finger from Aunt Dany, whether he believed it or not, he would be vigilant against Uncle Finger. How could he let him be the Hand of the King? As a matter of fact, on their wedding night, after a hearty bout of yin and yang intercourse, Aegon began to complain to his wife about it. He told her how Uncle Finger lied to Catelyn and betrayed Ide, how he framed Tyrion the first time and instigated the war between the lion and the wolf, how he framed Tyrion the second time and messed up the situation of the 7 nations that Tywin had forcefully stabilized, of course. Aegon was not an idiot. He hoped that his wife would be able to see Uncle Finger's true colors and not be used by him. However, he was also worried that Sansa would awaken Stark's stupid wolf's blood. Hence, when he spoke, he was very careful. He observed her body language, starting from the shallow to the deep, and gradually progressing. Fortunately, he had met Sansa, who had been greatly developed by Uncle Finger. If it was a few years ago, Sansa might have reported this to Uncle Finger. Just like back then, when I'd had planned to secretly send her and Arya away from King's Landing, she had secretly told Cersei about this in the middle of the night, causing her father to lose his life in the chicken pecking game with Cersei. Just like back then, when Cersei said that I'd had betrayed the kingdom, she had foolishly believed it and even wrote a letter to Robb, asking him to quickly come to King's Landing and surrender. Robb had almost gone mad with anger. Hence, Aegon would never appoint Uncle Finger as the Hand of the King. However, Uncle Finger did not know that. Uncle Finger was not stupid or arrogant. The main thing was that he did not expect the Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away, to pay attention to a small fry, and even analyzed him so thoroughly. Ever since Uncle Finger started his career, Jon Arryn, Robert, Erlu, Old Rose, Taoist Lang, Tywin, there were so many heroes, but none of them thought of him as a threat. Uncle Finger thought that he was still covered by the mist halo, but he did not know that the enemy had revealed the entire map, and he had nowhere to hide. He was crushed by the enemy's information advantage. Hence, when he heard Aegon's excuse, he did not suspect that Tyrion was the only obstacle to him becoming the Hand of the King. To be honest, Uncle Finger did not desire the position of the Hand of the King. It was just that the position of the Hand of the King was beneficial for him to do some things. For example, the Hand of the King commanded all the troops under the king. He could easily arrange for the heir Harry to die. For example, he could take advantage of the position and use the benefits of King Aegon to rope in the vassals of the Valley. When Harry and Robert Arryn died, he would officially become the King of the Valley. For example, just like when he was Robert's finance minister, he changed all the customs officials of the Seven Kingdoms to his trusted subordinates. The Hand of the King, Baelish, was confident that he could secretly control Aegon's small court. For example, the Hand of the King lived with the king. The best foster father of the Seven Kingdoms who followed Jon Arryn's example would be able to love his obedient daughter Sansa more easily. The Hand of the King was a ladder for Uncle Finger to do some things, not the goal. He looked for Tyrion. Although he was not confident that he could convince the other party, he also felt that him becoming the prime minister was the most beneficial for the dwarf. That was because the powerful Lannister was the target of his calculations. After Aegon ascended the Iron Throne, the broken Lannister would become the target of his protection. Uncle Finger's strategy was, other than himself, no other power was allowed to dominate. Whoever was powerful, he would beat them. Whoever was weak, he would support them. Only balance could maintain a long period of chaos. Unless he sat on the Iron Throne himself one day, chaos would be Uncle Finger's eternal pursuit. After much difficulty, Uncle Finger was sincere to Tyrion for once, but his good intentions were treated as ill intent. I can't keep the little devil. His hatred for me runs too deep, and he's too smart. After making such a decision, Uncle Finger grimaced as he gulped down a large bowl of poppy milk and fell asleep in a daze. That night, he did not sleep well. He was muddle-headed and not fully conscious. He swayed as if he was not sleeping on a comfortable feather bed, but was being jolted forward by a horse. He wanted to open his eyes to see what was going on, but his eyelids felt heavy. It was as if his heart was covered by a layer of heavy cotton that had been soaked in ice water. It was heavy and cold. The strange nightmare troubled him for a very long time, as if 10,000 years had passed. A blurry red light approached and dispelled the darkness that was heavy to the point of despair. Opening his eyes in a daze, Littlefinger's consciousness gradually returned. In an instant, endless pain drown him like a tidal wave. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. Ugh, Osweir, he moaned as he called out to his loyal servant. Huff, huff, huff. No one answered. There was only the sound of the strong wind and the fluttering of clothes. It was as if he was lying on the back of a megalosaurus and flying at high speed. Where am I? The snowflakes in the cold wind fell on his face. With a shiver, Uncle Finger woke up. The Eagle Nest, Moongate Hall? Suddenly, he saw the huge hole beside him where the wind and snow poured in. Uncle Finger instantly understood where he was. He was the owner of this majestic castle. Who are you? How did you bring me to the Eagle Nest without anyone noticing? Uncle Finger gathered the tattered and smelly sheepskin blanket around him. His eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see the person behind the kerosene lamp clearly. But he failed. It was a cloaked man. The thick cloak covered most of his face, leaving only a pale and dry chin. The chin moved. My dear, you don't even recognize me? It was a voice that only demons from hell could make. Regardless of gender, age, or age, it was like a blade rubbing against glass. It made people feel irritated and chills down their spines. Who are you? Lift the cloak and let me see who's playing with me. Uncle Finger supported himself and endured the pain all over his body. He moved back cautiously. He can still move. Mia, stop him from moving. The cloaked man pressed against his throat. His voice gradually became smoother and no longer stuttered. Immediately, a tall figure silently walked out of the darkness. It was a woman in her early 20s. She was close to 8 meters in height, with broad and thick shoulders. She had uneven and messy black hair, dark blue eyes, and rough skin. She was neither ugly nor beautiful, and was a very manly and fierce woman. Mia Stone, Uncle Finger exclaimed. Why are you here? Oh, right, winter is coming. The Eagle Nest is sealed. You're the only one who stayed here to guard before he could finish his sentence. The tall woman raised a blunt hammer from behind her and smashed it on Uncle Finger's knee. Crack! A woo! Uncle Finger hugged his knees and howled. Bang! Mia swung her hammer again and hit Uncle Finger's left arm. Like a sugar cane being snapped, a crisp sound was heard. Then, Uncle Finger's eyes started to roll back. The pain almost made him lose consciousness. Mia looked back at the cloaked man. The cloaked man nodded lightly. Mia took a few steps back with the weapon in her hand and disappeared into the darkness again. Uncle Finger's face was as pale as paper, his forehead covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. He glared at the cloaked man with bloodshot eyes and said hoarsely, Who are you? Was it Tyrion who paid you to assassinate me? The cloaked man looked left and right, as if he felt that the hall was not bright enough, which was why the other party had not recognized him yet. So he did not answer, and only focused on lighting the braziers in the cave wall. Then she leaned over to Uncle Fingers, almost touching his face, and pulled down her cloak. Ah! The next moment, Uncle Finger's face was distorted as he howled. Uncle Finger's entire life of exclamations could not last as long as this one. His entire life of fear could not be compared to this one. Madame Stoneheart pressed her chipped face against Uncle Finger's pale, handsome face and said softly, Didn't you always want me? I want a 15-year-old virgin, Caitlin, not an old monster like you. You ruined my dream. Uncle Finger screamed and regained his rationality and began to think like a normal person. Caitlin, why aren't you dead? He tried not to avoid the rotten touch and asked with a forced smile. Dead. I died once. I was soaked in the river for a few days. The fishes ate my flesh. The crabs pinched my hair. Fortunately, the great King of Light took pity on me and let me live again. Madame Stoneheart's voice was like a roundworm pulled out from the stomach of an old beggar on the street. It was sticky and stiff, and it drilled into Uncle Finger's mouth. His stomach acid churned, and he felt like vomiting. The vomit rushed into his mouth, but Uncle Finger forced it down. "That's great, Caitlin. You're alive. That's great." Uncle Finger cried tears of joy, sobbing, real sobbing. He was crying on the surface, but he was also crying in his heart. Even a person who died for a few days can be revived. This damn unreal world, as opposed to the real world of the City of Knowledge. How can people like us who rely on our intelligence live? Uncle Finger's scientific worldview, built by reading the famous books of the City of Knowledge, was collapsing. "Yes, it's great to be alive and see you again." Madame Stoneheart sighed. "Caitlin, listen to me." His arms and knees were broken, no matter how shrewd Uncle Finger was. He did not think that he could fool her with a few nice words. "There are some misunderstandings between us. I'll explain them to you one by one," he said hurriedly. "I wonder if Lalo increased her intelligence when she was revived. If not, as long as I give him a chance to speak, I might be able to fool her today."